So today is May 24th, 2024. My name is Dara Channon, and I will be interviewing George Landau here in Tiburon, California. You're good.
Well, good afternoon, everybody who's going to be watching this sometime in the future. I am George Landau, and we're filming this in Tiburon, California on the 5th of May in 2024. And before we start with the formal interview, I do want to say a couple of things, maybe more than a couple. First of all, by coincidence, tonight is my father's yahrzeit, and I think that it's a good occasion to be talking about everything that transpired in the last many years, that and continue to be influenced by him. And of course my mother also, but it's not her yahrzeit. Her yahrzeit will be a month from now. The other thing I want to mention is that it turns out that about 6 months ago, well less, 5 months ago, it was the 80th anniversary of my parents and my brother and I literally walking out of the Soviet Union. And we've always considered that as our personal day of freedom. So I want to mark that occasion because, as it turned out, a book that was about 2 years in the making, in the technical making, was written in the 1960s, arrived in my house. So all of these things have converged to be on the, I would say, on the positive sentimental side. The other thing I want to say, in addition to thanking my parents, obviously, and the Zusmans, who are the family that were instrumental in being with us throughout the Russian experience. And I'm convinced that without them, we would not have survived. I think that I owe them this vote of gratitude, particularly since Irenka, the daughter, is no longer alive, but her children are, and they're kind of my auxiliary nieces and nephews. The other thing I want to say is, looking at the situation, as the French would say, la situation générale around, is this. In 2018, a cousin, by virtue of my uncle's remarriage, decided to make a documentary about my brother and me, which he called Lies and Miracles. And it runs for 41 minutes in black and white. It's subtitled. It's available on YouTube. And the reason I'm mentioning this documentary is that when it came out, she and I showed it out of state, in state, whoever was available, we would go and show the film. And I urge you, the viewers of this video, wherever you may be, to go to YouTube and watch this 41-minute documentary, because at the time that it was made, I went around with Nancy and I would warn the people. I'd say, this is a warning. This is a warning of what may happen if we, as a struggling already democracy at the time, not pay attention. If we don't pay attention, we're going to lose everything that we stand for. And at that time, no one, including myself, ever thought that Putin would march into Yugoslavia. And this is being recorded now. He's been there for over 2 years and making noises about wanting to possibly do a peace treaty based on all the territory that is captured, and certainly not giving back the thousands of people that he has captured and deported to Siberia, and the thousands of children that they have given to Russians for adoption. So I think it's imperative that we pay attention. And I was thinking about that because when I was in the University of Rochester, my junior year, between junior and senior year, I was hired by the Rochester Boy Scout Council to run their summer camp program, the Waterfront. And every 2 weeks we would get 300 kids, Boy Scouts, and 50 leaders who were sort of the creme de la creme of the Rochester industrial complex, because who could give up 2 weeks of their vacation unless they had more vacation coming to maybe pay attention to the daughters and the wives. And so it was very, very important that their 2 weeks were not spoiled by a sunburn or something like that. So I had a cap with a visor, and the visor was a Polaroid piece of plastic, and it could show me who was going to get a sunburn, even before the person had any clues. And I would go to that person and say, look, please go put on a T-shirt or something. And they would say, well, why? And I'd say, well, because you're about to get sunburned. And it was a miraculous gadget. And I was thinking of that because that's the stage where I find myself now, of telling people not just pay attention, but really pay attention and really register and vote and really participate in who's going to be on the library board or the school board or the water board or any other board. Because without that, using the legal process, we're going to get defranchised. I saw that happen in South Africa and then in other places, including Nazi Germany. People thought Hitler was such a kook, who would vote for him? And of course, people did. And after that, you know the rest. So, that's my introductory remark. And I urge you, I did not give you the title of the book. So, the title of the book is, if I'm permitted to hold it up, you already have Lies and Miracles. But the title of the book is Meyer Landau, because that's the name of my father, A Lost World, the Galician Shtetl in Siberia. It's an academic book, and part of it's volume 15 of a series, and it's a memoir that covers my dad's memories from the time that he was either 2 or 3 years old, all the way through the type of education that kids would get in those days in the shtetl, the little Jewish villages that you may have seen in Fiddler on the Roof or something. But he wanted more. He wanted a secular education, so he went to Vienna and eventually got himself a PhD. And in that whole era of 1898, when he was born, the tremendous change, including the life of Vienna, the Belle Epoque, the First World War, he being in the army on the losing side, coming back, getting his PhD, getting started in industry, and then, lo and behold, World War II. So that book, I think, is a really good complement to whatever we're going to be filming now and the film. So with that introduction, let the interview begin.
So George, tell me your name at birth, and if you could spell it, please.
Oh, Well, that has a story in and of itself. And I do have my official birth certificate in Polish, a Polish birth certificate. So my dad wanted my brother and I to be educated in England. And he used to take English lessons even before everybody thought about it. Well, I mean, before World War II. So he was hoping to call my brother Henry and me George. However, the registrar refused. And as a result, they compromised on Georg. When I became a U.S. citizen, my junior year in college, I added the E to make it George. And I did not have a middle name when I was first born with the birth certificate. So in the American system, people have middle names or initials. And all my documents would say George Nunn Landau. So I changed the N-O-N-E to J for Joseph, being my grandfather's name. Now, the interesting thing about my birth certificate is, and that speaks to the culture in Poland at the time, is the following. It shows, first of all, that I'm legitimate, because it names my parents and my grandparents with name. It then says that I'm circumcised. And that statement marked me from then on for life. And particularly later on, had I been old enough to join the Anders Army, which many Jews tried to do, I would have been rejected out of hand, because in the medical exam, when you stripped down, it was obvious I was circumcised, so I was already eliminated on some Mickey Mouse health reason. Lastly, if you look at the bottom of this official birth certificate, it says that it's registered, that my birth is registered in the Jewish Office of Registering Births and Deaths. Now, in this country, when a person is born, let's say, Tebron is in Marin County, a lot of people are born in Marin General. They just are born in Marin General, and that's it, and recorded in the annals of the county of Marin as having been born there. We don't make a distinction with whatever your religious association was. That's where you, and in fact in Poland that was only the case for Jews. Why? Because even though Jews lived in Poland for over 1,000 years, and there's a museum on that subject alone, they were not accepted as full citizens. They were Polish with an asterisk, and the asterisk meant that if you want to go to law school or medical school or some other high learning institution, you pretty much had to leave the country. And that's how my mother's youngest brother left at age 17 to go to France to learn French, to become a physician, and then he emigrated to the United States. Now that event was crucial in saving us and bringing us to the States. However, it was just par for the course. My mother, who was the older sister, who wanted to be a physician, and would have been a wonderful physician. However, her father wouldn't allow her to leave to go to France or someplace else, because girls didn't, it just wasn't possible. So that's the story of my name in Polish. So, but in the everyday life, people call me Jurek, Jurek. And oddly enough, the editor of this book, her last name is Jurek, so we have a lot of things in common. And my brother's name is Henry, but people call him Jane. So I hope that answers the question of my name.
And will you spell your last name for us?
Oh, well, the last name has been Landau, Landau. However, it used to have the U had what the Germans call an umlaut, the little half a smiling face. And the name really comes from the town of Landau, where coaches are made. And to this day, well, it's now the King of England, but it used to be the Queen of England. When she would open Parliament, she always traveled in the Landau coach. And the French word for baby carriages, the tall ones with the big wheels, is a Landau. So when we became Americans, we eliminated the umlaut. And as a side note on names, I think it should be noted, maybe not for 98% of the viewers of these films, but for the 2% of you, that Jews really had no last names. We were named after our fathers or mothers, the way the Scandinavians do it, and then followed by the name of our tribes. So in my Hebrew name, I'm Yonah, son of Moshe David, a Levite, which indicates that I know who my ancestors have been since biblical days, because the Levites were there, a service of the temple, which also indicates why through all my life I've gravitated to fields of service. But I'm told that people took names when Napoleon came around, and they had to have last names. So many took the names of the towns, such as Landau or Orléans or something, but many, many more took their professions. So if you meet a goldsmith or Schneider, the chances are these people are of Jewish descent somewhere along the way. Either they were tailors or goldsmiths or financial people. So that's kind of a sideline. And I encountered that in Iceland. I used to go to Iceland, where they still have this system of not having what we would call last names. And you would look people up in the phone book, which existed in those days, under the first name. So Conrad, not Axel's son, because there could have been other sons of Axel. And interesting, they decided to have, they were forced to have passports, because when Icelanders traveled to Europe, particularly the countries such as Spain, they could have been married for, 30 years. But to the extent that they had two different names, they couldn't get the single room together. So as a result, they had passports to travel abroad, but in the country itself, it was still the system. It still is the system.
And when you say that on your birth certificate it said you were circumcised and
Yes.
you were marked for life, how did that make you feel?
Well, at the present time, I'm in the United States, where it's not an issue. But Sharansky mentioned not too long ago that for the first time ever, the Poles appreciate that they're Poles when they try to get to Israel, and because being Polish before that for Jew was not a good thing. So the answer to your question is, but throughout our life, through Russia and so forth, even in Persia, when we got out, and my brother and I started school, there were so many Poles by virtue of the Andes Army, which maybe we'll talk about later, that there was this system of learning set up, and the way the Polish system works, and I checked on that, and it's still the same, that the public school has in the classrooms a cross with Jesus, and every day a priest comes and instructs the people in the Catholic faith. So if you're not, you leave the room. And when you leave the room, you tend to be bullied and taunted. My brother, who's 2 years older, well, he's no longer here, but for me, he's still here, has always been a brilliant student. And yet, he just refused to go to school because he was the only Jewish person in his class, and he just couldn't take the bullying. So my dad got him a tutor, teach him English, and he learned enough in very rapid order to pass the test for the American school in Tehran. So he actually was the only one that spoke English when my mother and I came to the States. There was another Jewish kid in the class, Sever Volzheim, I remember, because they went off to Kenya afterwards. And so we settled our differences in the schoolyard, with fists, the way boys do. And after that, we were left alone. We still left the room, So, and later on, being Jewish in Russia, they claim that they've religious freedom and all that. However, as the film shows, when my dad and people tried to pray on their own time, the Russians just felt it was almost sabotage because they were taking time away from other things. And so they dealt very harshly with the person that led them in prayer. They basically broke him, and he died. So, and being Jewish in Uzbekistan was not a desirable thing either. Even for the Uzbek Jews, they suffered. So, I would say the state of Israel made things easier to be on the international scale because finally Jews had a homeland. Unfortunately, it's being attacked on all sides as we are filming, and maybe we'll talk about that. And in the United States, I must tell you that when we came from New York to Little Rock, Arkansas, there was kind of total ignorance of being Jewish. I'll give you a little example. My brother and I were playing outside, and I was 13, he was 15, so we were playing literally with a ball. And the landlady wanted to know what we were getting for Christmas, and I said, nothing. She was shocked. She said, why? I said, well, we have Hanukkah. She said, well, boy, come over here. And I did, and she started feeling in my hair, and I said, what are you looking for? She said, I'm looking for your horns, because she felt, this was 1945. So that was kind of illustration of ignorance. Anyway, what's your next question?
So going back to where you were born, I'd
Yes.
like to know more about where you were born, the date of birth, and where you were in the early years of life. Tell me about that.
Well, I was born in Lwów, Lwow, Poland, on the 24th of December, 1932. And as a result, I never had to go to school on my birthday, ever, no matter where we were, even in Muslim countries, because Friday, well, anyway. However, that Lvov was the family seat of both of my parents, my mother's family and my dad's family. However, my father set up his factory, a paint factory, in Krakow. Actually, outside of Krakow, because it was a chemical work, so he bought an orchard and he built a factory there and housing for the workers. But so we lived outside of Krakow. Part of that we lived in Żywiec, which is another town. I'm not sure whether he had his factory there or not. So I do remember the apartments, 2 apartments, both the ones in Krakow and the one in Lvov, because my mother frequently would take my brother and me to she was more at home in Lvov. She had all her girlfriends. I mean, in those days, girls married young. She was 19 when she got married, but she had her friends from school and her siblings and her father and mother, mother until the mother died. And so she was very much at home in Lvov, not so much at Krakow. So in Krakow, I remember that, we had a governess. I don't remember the first governess so much, except kind of visually. Teta was her name, and she specialized in very young children. So when my brother reached that age, she left us. But her tongue was German, so my brother's first language was German, and I guess I was hearing German. Then the next one that came was Pani Ala, and the fact that we called her Pani Ala means that she was already Polish. So we spoke to her in Polish. And in those days, children did not eat with their parents. We ate separately, different hours and different cuisine. But I do remember her. That is not to say that we were not well received by her parents. I remember distinctly my mother coming in the evening to say goodnight to us. My brother and I, we shared a room. And she was always beautifully dressed, as I remember. And in those days, women had veils over their hats, and she and my dad would go to theater and dancing and dinners and things. They had a social life, but she would always say, "Come to say goodnight to us." So I remember that apartment. I remember the time that my brother was not well, and I wanted to amuse him, so I brought along a thermometer. It was kind of this length that Julian brought from the Amazon, but not knowing that it's some special thermometer that my dad went specially to Denmark to get in connection with his paint factory. And when I took it out of the sheath, it broke. And he was so upset because he had just gotten back that I do remember him chasing me downstairs to give me a spanking. I do remember when my brother was ill, and my mother took him to a sanatorium someplace, and then my dad and I ate in a restaurant, and I remember specifically ordering eggs with mushrooms. And then a few times we ate at some other people's home, another friend's home, and I remember her big dog, and the fact that she opened it. The Poles like cucumbers, but they're not the kosher style. They're sort of in between. Goromki, I think they're called. I don't know. But anyway, she opened. So I do remember that. I do remember a birthday party in Krakow for my brother, and the big present of the hit present of that he received was a kit to be a railroad conductor. And he had a cap, one of these tall caps, and a sash, and children were given tickets, and people would go around punching them, and I think there was a whistle too. Well, I do also remember that my brother wasn't too gracious with the other toys. and he wouldn't allow the other children to play with him, so he got somewhat punished. I forget how, but it was not a totally successful birthday party. I also remember in that apartment that my mother's next youngest brother, Runek, who was a sort of the rebel of the family, he would come. First of all, he didn't live far away, and he figured out some way in which, juggling a mirror, he could direct sunlight through his mirror and a mirror in our bedroom right into our eyes. And we were little kids. But so we just didn't understand what was going on. Finally, we figured out that's Runek playing games with us. But he had another game that he played, and that is when we would be invited to the main dining room to say hello to the guests and my parents. There was always a nice box of chocolates. And so we were allowed to come for dessert. But he knew which chocolates my brother and I liked, and they were all wrapped, some of them in boxes, kind of like Milky Dots or whatever it is. And it was a peanut thing with Lucy and Charlie Brown, because Henry would always pick the one that he always wanted, and Runek somehow always managed to have it empty. And we were only allowed to pick one. So, you know, when I tell these stories to his daughter, they get so angry. Oh, you don't love my uncle, but I do love him. He just, that's what he would do. But however, I do remember I would wait for him on a balcony sometimes when he would drive up with his Skoda. There was a Czech-built car, a metal gray with red leather upholstery, and he would give me a ride to his garage as a treat. So I do remember that. And I do remember that when he would come over for Friday nights or Saturdays, that if I reminded him, he supposedly put away a certain amount of money to buy me a bicycle, and sure enough, he showed up one day with a bicycle. So what do you do with a bicycle in Europe? And that they had special rings, aerodromes they were called, where people would come and learn how to ride bicycles. So my dad took Henry and me and hired somebody to taught us how to ride a bicycle. But I never had a chance to take that bicycle with me, because when we left for Lvov, the bicycle stayed. But I do remember it was red, it was beautiful, but he also played kind of tricks on. I don't know why he picked on Henry. He would pick him up and kind of hang him on the door frame. I have no idea why he did that, but for him that was humorous. It wasn't that humorous for us. Now I'm kind of laughing about it.
What was the apartment like?
Well, it had a very nice dining room, and I remember that because it had very large fauteuils for Mommy and Papi to sit on opposite ends of the table, and behind her was a very large painting of someone that actually looked a little bit like her. I don't think it was a portrait of a woman. I mean, it was life-size, it was huge. And she had a bird on her lap. And the reason I remember that, because for Mother's Day, Pani Ala took us, Henry and I, and we picked flowers, the kind that you can make chains out of. What are they called? Daffodils or something like that. Anyway, and we created this long chain that we decorated her chair with this garland of flowers as a surprise for Mother's Day. So the dining room was rather large. I mean, we were an upper middle class family. I don't remember their bedrooms at all. I do remember eating breakfast with my dad, and I did have there's a photograph of me somewhere around here for later of me doing that. So now in Lvov, the atmosphere was completely different. On arrival, you know, from the railroad station, you usually came in a horse-drawn frock, or drushka, as they were called. And my grandfather's store was on the ground floor, and then the apartment was on the upstairs, one flight. So we would walk into the store, and all the sales clerks would make a big fuss about us, the usual pinching of the cheek, or how you've grown, that sort of thing. And in back, I do remember that store very well because it had bolts of textiles. They sold textiles for people, tailors and seamstresses and people who make them. And they were just from the floor to the ceiling, these huge bolts of various kinds of textiles. And if somebody wanted something, either somebody would climb up on the ladder, get it, or they would bring. And then they had a way of measuring off the meters on the flat surface, kind of like Joann's Fabric, which has gone out of business. And the lower part were cases of buttons and zippers and ribbons and things. So I remember the store really well. So after saying hello to everybody, and all the sales clerk had these frocks. The French also had them, the light blue, and so they all looked the same. And there was always a busy train. People in those days manufactured their own clothes or had them made. So and my mother used to subsequently make her own clothes from Vogue patterns that she would adjust. She knew textiles just by rubbing them. But in any event, then we would go upstairs, and Henry and I had a room, and it had a huge chimney of green tiles, I remember, and that was coal-fired. And I would heat up the room, and occasionally what do you call when the coal burns down, whatever that term is. I know you're not allowed to speak, but cendre in French. But in any event, particularly at Passover, when you're not allowed to eat almost anything before the big event, she would put potatoes inside, and it was still warm enough to bake them, basically. And I remember the taste of them, because they were delicious. First of all, we were hungry, but secondly, they were almost case-hardened on the outside and stuff. So I remember that, and off to the room was the dining living room. And I do remember a very, very large console. That was the radio, shortwave and longwave radio. And you could dial it up to various cities, And I remember when it was on, all kinds of lights would go. And when you were right at the station that accepted you, there was a green long light that would merge, and so I remember that. I think they also had a Victrola, as it was called, where you pumped it. And I do remember the dining room, particularly because on one occasion it was going to be the Seder, and there I learned a lesson the hard way, the lesson being April Fools. And what happened was that, well, traditionally, the house is cleaned, to the nth degree, and the matzah are baked. In those days, the manischewitz didn't exist, and it was baked by bakers and brought in sheets, and those sheets were hidden in attics. So in our room, as I remember, there was the opening for the attic where the matzah was stored. But what happened was that everything was changed, silverware and plates and dishes and so on. But for that evening, at least at my grandfather's house, they used Czechoslovakian cut crystal glasses. And Henry had his own, and I had mine, and everybody had their own. And they were really beautiful. I mean, Czechoslovakia to this day makes famous for, well, I was going to say lead crystal, but that's what they had. But the ceremonial cup for Elijah was rather big, and I remember it was ruby red and very imposing. And it was April Fool's, and I said to my grandfather that the central Elijah's cup got broken, and he was just so horrified. And then I saw the expression on his face. I said, "Well, April Fools, April Fools," and it didn't reach a smile immediately. And so after that, I was a little kid. I've never ever played any April Fool's jokes with anybody. But prior to that, since I was always the youngest, I would be asked to ask these 4 questions that we do at the Seder. And I was miserable at memorizing them, particularly in Hebrew. And so I would follow my mother around practicing, and I remember that. I also remember a few other things. Well, yeah, once I opened the door to the bathroom, there was a big tub, and there was a huge fish swimming in there. Because the people would buy live fish to make gefilte fish or whatever they were.
What language did your mother speak to you in?
Polish. My parents corresponded in German among themselves, but they spoke Polish among themselves. And all the siblings spoke Polish. Although they also spoke Hebrew, because they went to Jewish schools where half the time they learned Hebrew, and the other time they had secular subjects, which came in very handy, by the way, later on when we get to Persian. The other thing that I remember, well, vaguely, the kitchen and the cook, but I do remember the courtyard was on the same level as the living room, and I don't know who gave me, or maybe the family said it's yours, a little dachshund. He was black with a gold throat and gold palms, and he was a puppy. He was being trained on newspapers in that courtyard. His name was Ralph, and he was really cute. And of course, we left him behind. The other thing I remember about the Lvov apartment was where my grandfather occupied, and he liked naps in the afternoon, and I was young, so I would also take naps. And there's a photograph that we'll show you later of me basically waking up, and he always had half a grapefruit on the side, which we shared. And the reason I say that I remember that because when we were, just before we were deported, the Russians came and they robbed us basically, and they locked his armoire, and they basically he was in bed because he's ill, and they said, well, he asked, well, what am I going to wear? I said, well, that's your business. So I do remember his place. I don't remember where my parents lived, nor where Penyatta lived, but the apartment was big. I also remember in Lviv that I started school for the first time. And it was the same school that my mother went to when she was a little girl. And in Europe, it's a big deal when you start school because you get a desk and you get somebody that sits next to you, and that usually becomes your lifelong friend. Well, I don't remember anybody sitting next to me, but I do remember the desk had an inkwell. It was a part sitting and part desk. And we were taught how to write with a pen that had a stylus inside that you dipped in the ink, and you had a blotter because frequently you pressed too hard and some ink would. So my penmanship was never very good, but it got its start there. And then I also remember there was a time where I spent with others a night in the coal cellar when there were bombs or there was some war-like activity. And so I do remember spending the night on the stairs going from street level down to the coal pit. And had a duvet, which I kind of made a pillow out of, and then in the morning somebody opened the hatch and we came out. I remember that. And I remember being deported, of course. And just before that, because for some reason or other my mother was packing the suitcase, maybe the suitcase for Henry and me, where we were. And I do remember when she woke us up, I kind of looked around and there was this strange, I knew they were Russian. The reason I knew that they were Russian was because I remember the street scene after the Russians came. For one thing, I mentioned to you the store was always busy, but all of a sudden was inundated with these Russians who kind of pushed their way around and bought anything they could. But when the women soldiers came, well, the male soldiers, in those days there were these street photographers with a hood and so on. And the soldiers frequently would get a watch, and then they would get themselves photographs to show the folks back home. I mean, having a watch in Russia was amazing. In fact, having a uniform, many went into the army because they were given boots and a uniform, which was unheard of because boots were non-existent. But when the women came, they, other than skirts, they didn't wear pants, they wore skirts, they had the same kind of uniform. But they bought things more on the feminine side, so they would walk around with slips on top of their uniform, to show that they bought things. And well, they couldn't wrap them up to pack them because the Russians really moved very lightly.
Yep. I'd like to move back a little bit to go back to Krakow.
Oh, yeah.
And hear about any family rituals or Jewish holidays, Jewish life. What was it like for you then?
Yeah. Well, for any Jewish holidays, we would go to Lvov. However, as far as family rituals, Saturday, there were usually guests. And I remember being told, well, you know, when we would come to get the chocolate and say hello and then disappear. It was explained to me that we left Krakow to go to Lvov at the suggestion or by some guests that my parents had for lunch, who also said, well, last week or yesterday, whatever, we were in our home doing what you're doing, but we left because the Germans were coming. And that was enough for my parents to pack up and leave. So the answer to your question is, I don't remember doing a so-called Shabbat ceremony in Krakow. I do remember coming to the dining room with Henry, and it was probably a Saturday lunch. But for holidays, it was all in Lvov. And there, I don't remember any formal Friday night candle lighting kind of thing. I'm sure it was done, but I don't remember. I do remember kind of being teased. It has nothing to do with holidays. By either my grandfather or some visitors, that Henry and I would be dressed in velour suits, you know, two-piece suits made out of velour, and we would be musicians, and I'd be the violinist, and he'd be something else who would be playing. So we interacted with people, but other than that Passover, that Seder, that was the last one because we were deported after that.
Do you remember experiencing any sort of anti-Semitism as a young child in Krakow?
No. Well, it has to be remembered that we lived predominantly in Jewish neighborhoods. Lvov, as an example, was 300,000 people composed of 100,000 Ukrainians, 100,000 Poles, and then 100,000 Jewish Poles. And so we were our quartier, Boimov, was in a Jewish, it was not a ghetto, it was just happened to be a neighborhood. So people say to me, well, were other people deported that day? Yeah, they were, but not from our neighborhood. You know?
What was the Jewish community like, from what you remember?
In Krakow and in Lvov? Mm-hmm. I don't remember. See, I was 7. Well, when we left, I was 7. So I don't remember going to synagogue with Papi or Marie. I don't remember any of that until we were in Tehran. I don't think Henry would have either. I do remember visiting paint stores with my dad. I do remember visiting his parents. I do remember being in the park playing and things of that nature. More in Lvov than in Krakow.
And where did your dad's parents live?
They lived in Lvov.
And your mom's parents also?
Yes. Well, except my mother, my grandmother had cancer, and when my youngest uncle, Doc, got his medical degree, before he emigrated out, he came from France and took care of her for about a year and took her to all kinds of spas in Vienna and this and that, but nothing helped. And so he really administered to her, and then he left. But my father writes extensively in his book about the Jewish life in the shtetl, because for a place with 200 families, he had 3 different synagogues. And his father was president of the whole community. And when my dad decided to get a secular education and meant it, and he was ostracized. And when he came back, they threw him out. They wouldn't even let him enter a synagogue. And his dad had to give up that prestigious position. And all that changed later on. But so he describes the various synagogues rather well, including the seats, how families had seats for generations, and where people had
Do you remember what your parents told you when you left Krakow?
They didn't tell me anything because we were so used to it. I mean, Krakow was kind of, if you left Santa Rosa for San Rafael to visit a relative, I mean, nobody had to explain it. We're just going to. The only difference was we went by train, but it wasn't an adventure. It wasn't it was something we were used to doing.
What about the belongings of yours that you would have taken with you? What kinds of things did you take with you?
To go
to Lvov.
To Lvov. I may have had some toys, because I do have, to this day, the couple of toys that I had that from in Lvov that went with me to Siberia and everywhere, and are in the film, and my mother saved them for me. But I don't. First of all, in those days, we didn't play ball. Henry and I. The playing time was in the park. We would rent a scooter or one of these hoops that that you rolled around, or as the kids do in Paris, float a boat or something. Although there wasn't a lake like that in Lviv. So I don't remember specific toys other than that birthday party. But in Lviv, that's a good question. I don't remember. We'd spend a lot of time in the park with Mommy.
Tell me about your grandparents that lived in Lviv, your mom's parents.
Well, I can't tell you anything about my grandmother because she had already died. My grandfather was a very handsome man, I guess by our standards. And there are pictures of him with Henry and me on a riverboat. He liked to take care of himself. So whether he was a bit of a hypochondriac or not, I don't know. But he did have a heart condition, that is sure. So he was, I'm told that he was more of a supervisor, that it's his wife that really ran the store, and which was par for the course. Women were very active in retail business. But what can I say? I mean, he certainly liked Henry and he liked me, but we didn't have any discussions per se that I remember. I mean, maybe we had a walk here and there, but I wouldn't say that I feared him, but I certainly respected him. And so did his children.
What about your other grandparents?
My other grandparents was a mystery to me. It really, and I'm ashamed, but it was a mystery. For whatever reason, whenever my father would take me there, and they were really friendly, and as grandparents are, I would just clam up. I wouldn't say anything. And I don't know why. I'd be talking to my father on the way, because we would walk, I think, and on the way out. But while there, I was silent. And to this day, haven't had therapy, so I don't know. But I don't know why that was. Maybe because their apartment was a little darker, or maybe the clothes they were wearing were darker, or maybe, I don't know, because my grandfather, both grandfathers had beards, so it wasn't that one had a beard, or one, and I'm certainly not proud of that, and I'm very sorry about that, but that was the case.
How about other family or friends that you remember?
Well, from where?
From Lviv.
From Lviv. Yeah, well, I remember my youngest aunt, Lutsinka, maybe she was sort of the kid sister, so she didn't get that much attention. I do remember that she had polio, but not debilitating, but she did drag one of her legs. She's the one that stayed with my grandfather and lived under an assumed name and was part of the resistance and was denounced. And then in Lviv, the people that would come to visit, well, was my Uncle Runek again, because by then he became my dad. Well, he decided he didn't want to work as the tradition would have it in his father's business. So what did he do? He was very tall and athletic, and so he joined the Polish army, went to officers' school as a Jewish guy, which was highly unusual. And so in the film, Lives and Miracles, there is a scene where my mother and he meet each other in Uzbekistan, miraculously, truly miraculously, and he had been imprisoned in the Gulag. But when he tried to join and this army, they rejected him for the same Jewish reasons. And he was a fully trained officer, okay? However, somebody recognized him from the Gulag and put his arm around him and brought him back to the recruiting people and basically forced them to take him. So he was able to join the Andes Army, leave with the Andes Army. He tried to get us, but they wouldn't accept us as family. Wound up in Egypt, and then Palestine, and then defected and fought in the 1948 war for the Haganah. Quite heroically. As one of the few professional officers, he was given the task of liberating the road that the Arabs had blocked to Jerusalem. So it was a big job. So I remember him. I remember Mr. Strauch and Shoma Tolpin, both of whom became very instrumental in our family history. Shoma Tolpin was a Romanian, a diplomat, and I don't know how he was a friend of my parents. And Mr. Strauch was one of the salespeople for my father, head of territory, as did my Uncle Runak, because when he came out of the army, my father gave him a job, and he was very happy traveling around. He had a big territory in Poland. He could ride his motorcycle and his car and represent the company.
What happened to your dad's factory?
As far as I know, it still exists, because paint is the third largest component of the chemical industry after cosmetics and food. Everybody needs paint, around here. So at first, when we left it, the Poles nationalized it. Then when they got bounced out, the Germans ran it. After the Germans were kicked out, the Russians have. I don't know who has it now, but as far as I know, it still exists. And Lydia, the person who did the book, actually found on eBay a tin of my father's paint. She was too late to buy it, but she found some labels, which we have. She had framed. Beautiful. My father was very progressive. He hired graphic artists to create labels for his various types of paints, which was unheard of, because in those days you just bought it by can, by weight. And he invented things, and Henry was the model for demonstrating the kinds of paint. So he was very inventive. And the answer to your question is, at one time in the United States, the American government blocked some funds that the Poles had when they were under the Russian regime, and they called for claims of people who could prove. So my father had, photographs of the paint factory stationery. I mean, it's mentioned in Polish archives with patents and everything, so there was no question. So he submitted a claim, but so did hundreds, if not thousands of others, and so there wasn't very much to go around. But he did get a little bit, and the United States got 15% of whatever it is that they gave him.
Did your family own the apartment in Krakow?
No. The one in Lvov, I'm not sure whether my grandfather owned the building or not. It would not have been unusual if he owned the building.
And what was the name of the grandfather that you stayed with?
Joseph Thaler, Thaler.
So
the Thalers are my mother's maiden name.
So you mentioned first that somebody came to Krakow and gave a warning.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they were guests at my parents' home.
Okay. And then your family went to
Lvov.
Lvov. This time, though, not just for a holiday, but because of the warning.
Yeah, we didn't know.
Okay. What do you remember about that traveling to Lvov at that moment?
Nothing unusual. You know, my parents didn't necessarily share things. I mean, as far as I know, we go. They wouldn't even say to Wolf. They would say, "We're going to Grandfather Thaler's house." That was enough. We didn't say why or how come or
So moving in towards when things started to change in
Yes.
Vov, tell me about that. What did you first notice?
Well, the street scene changed it was just crowded with these Russian uniformed people. And my father writes about how they first came and started, the big lie started. They started telling people, oh, it's going to be wonderful. If you have XYZ, you'll find it there, and we need you. All of these things are in the book that I hope people read, or even see the film. But, so we noticed that. I noticed that. I mean, it was obvious the streets were all of a sudden crowded in these dark olive green, thick uniforms, even though it was not yet fall. I mean, they don't get a summer uniform and a winter uniform. They just get a uniform. So we noticed their haircuts were all the same. If they took the cap off, they all looked the same, and women as well. They had the same haircut, and there were different races. Well, I call them races. People with different faces, because they, in their advance, they have specialists that come and talk to any persons that they find of any ethnic background. So that was one thing that we noticed. At least I noticed, and I'm sure Henry did too. Aside from that, of course, the night that I spent in the coal cellar, that was an unusual night.
The night that you spent where?
In the coal cellar.
Tell me about that.
Well, I thought I had, but there was one night, I guess, when the bombardment or before the Russians came in to quiet things down, that I and my family spent in the cellar of the building, which was used to store coal. And I remember my spot was on the stairs, one of the stairs, and I could lean against the balustrade I had a duvet, so I used that as a leaning and a pillow. So, but in the morning, or of course the cellar was closed, so we didn't know about what time it was. But eventually somebody opened the cellar, so we knew it was daylight, and we went back upstairs to our individual homes. As far as food or lack of food or things of that, I cannot say that there was a difference. I was not a good eater to begin with, so I would not have thought.
Why were you in the cellar?
Because of the bombardment.
So tell me more about the bombardment.
I don't know what I could tell you other than that there was bombardment. The film shows footage of bombardment.
Do you remember what you could hear?
A lot of noise.
Who else was with you?
Well, Henry and my parents. Maybe my grandfather also. That part I don't remember. I do remember me sitting on one of the steps and with a duvet. I even remember the color of the duvet. It was blue.
Tell me what you mean by the big lie.
Well, the big lie is that the Russians will, to your face, say things that are totally untrue. I mean, absolutely untrue. But without flinching, they will say them. as an example, when my mother would say, when she was packing this KGB guy, well, we call him NKVD, but here they're known as KGB, would say to him, where are we going to go? He said, he said, don't worry, your husband's going to be happy working whatever he does, but then he dropped the hint, but take warm things. And this is in the summertime, so that was a big hint. But, for instance, when they gathered around people, initially when they came, and people would, they were good at engaging you in conversation. So as my father writes, people would say, well, what kind of future will I have? I own the grocery store. Oh, well, he said, well, people need to eat, so you'll have your store, and people will come, and you're welcome. Or I'm an engineer. Oh, my gosh, we certainly need you. So whatever you said, you were needed, and it was wonderful. And somebody would say, well, is there anti-Semitism? Absolutely not. And they had a way of showing that's against the law, and people go to jail, and so whatever it was a big lie. Now, but they're so good at it that they create a big lie statement. And we notice that in Siberia. Well, my dad, it's in the book, and I would like to read it to you, but if I may. But it turns out that the same speech is given simultaneously. Now, they have 12 time zones in Russia, 12 time zones, and somehow they're able to disseminate their message simultaneously. So my dad once heard one of those declarations, and he's looking at this person, and he thought he saw him, and he did see him because he was conducting a little orchestra the night before them. This one that's in the book, and I have it, and I would get your permission to read it, if I may, was read by a young person to a group of people that have just marched maybe 2 hours, snow up to their chest, coming back from cutting wood at minus 30 degrees, and all they want to do is collapse. And then this guy said, well, there's a meeting. And he reads them, or makes this statement. May I read it? With your permission? And he says, I think it's on 215. Whoops. Yeah. Now, he says, it's in the book on page 218. Now get this, you're in rags, you're tired, you're hungry, you've put in 10 hours, 2 hours walking, 2 hours walking, not clothed properly. Look at ourselves, how wonderful is our life, how the sun is shining upon us. It's already dark. Where in the whole world can you find another nation where people live so free as we do? No persecution, no exploitation from the rich and fat capitalists. The universities are open not only to the rich, but to everybody. The whole world could enjoy our wonderful life if it weren't for the Western imperialists who are waging an unnecessary war with the Germans. This was when they were allies. Now keep in mind that just before that, they would tell you such things as, can you see your ears? And you, obviously, looking at me, you can't see. They say, well, if you can't see your ears, forget about the past. This is it. You're in Siberia now. Your children will go to school and do what you do. And that meant at 6th grade maximum. So forget about universities and anything. But this is the kind of big lie. So they promote, and even now, I mean, what they're declaring, what they're saying in the UN, the millions of people that have in slave labor, they make them pay a union dues, a few pennies, and then they go to the International Labor Organization and they say, look, we have 12 million union members happily working. I mean, come on. They're masters at the big lie. Did they invent it? No. Goebbels probably did and perfected it. You say it often enough, loud enough, people start believing it. They took it over and with loudspeakers, because there are no radios, loudspeakers propagated it and diffused it simultaneously. So today, I guarantee you, when you go, if you were to go back to Siberia someplace, those people have not a clue of what's going on in the world except what they hear, how wonderful Putin is treating, and how he's fighting the Nazis of the Ukraine for their protection. So the big lie is there now as it was when we were there.
What about curfew or any sort of rules that were put into place in Lviv?
Where?
In Lviv.
On Lviv. Well, first of all, there was self-imposed curfew, because when I said to you that people were asked to register, if they're engineers or teachers or engineers and this and that, and then it was noticed, as the film points out, that many started to be missing, and the Russians would sort of deport them, not sort of, but would jail them and deport them. So as a result, the curfew was that when it came dark, people went off someplace not in their homes because they didn't want to have the knock on the door. Now, there was the one time that when they came to deport us, that prior to that, they announced that there was a curfew, that everybody should not have lights on and draw the shades and this and that. But all of a sudden, it was lit up as if it was a movie set, because these trucks came from everywhere, and that's when the deportation started. Now in Siberia, there was no curfew, because it came dark, it was dark. And so people were just so exhausted they wanted to get some sleep.
What about rules for the Jews specifically, or restrictions for Jews?
Where?
In Lviv.
In Lviv? Well, I can't give you personal experience except to say that they did not go to schools that were state schools, even though they pay taxes. So my dad was educated in Vienna, so we'll put him aside. But my mother and her brothers and her sister were all educated in the Jewish schools or Hebrew schools, kind of like, I don't know, Brandeis Hillel, is where they learn both the Hebrew language, the history, Judaica, and math and physics and chemistry. They put in long days. So the other restrictions were one of professions. So if you were a physician, you basically had to leave the country. You could come back and then practice, have your own practice, but the process of lawyers may have been slightly different, but they also would leave. There were some countries, even in my day when I was in Geneva and in Holland, there were students, Americans, mostly Jewish, that would come and go to medical schools there. They had a special program in English, and that's because there was a quota here in medical schools for Jews.
And you mentioned in VOV about registrations happening.
Yes.
Tell me more about that.
Well, my dad describes that after the Russians met people, they started posting announcements that all those who are XYZ need to come and register their names, their address, and by profession. So people did that. And then they discovered not to do that because some who did were not seen again. There was something of, the Russians have a different view of life. I know that maybe I'm getting ahead of myself from Siberia to Uzbekistan, but at one time they forcibly wanted people to become Russian citizens, and unless you could prove that you were a foreigner. And that was difficult to prove. One person proved the only piece of clothing he had was a jacket that had a Polish tailor's name inside. So he said, see, I'm a foreigner, otherwise I wouldn't have this jacket. Fortunately, my parents, and here's an example of how quickly Henry and I grew up. We took a vote as a family. How old was I then? Maybe 10 or 11. Yeah, I guess I would have been 11 by then. That we voted not to accept citizenship no matter what. And so it was a 4-zip vote. and so my parents were able to convince the Russians that we were foreigners because he had his diploma and they no longer had the passports, they had mailed them in. But in any event, but there were other people that got stuck and some actually committed suicide because they thought that was the end.
What was the mood, if you recall? I know you were 7 at that time, but do you remember the mood in the neighborhood of the people?
When we got deported? Everybody was crying. When we got deported, people were down on the street, people were hugging. It was early in the morning. So the truck that we were put in had been used to transport bricks, so there were shards still around, and we were put in that truck. And then eventually the truck left. I mean, this NKVD person was with us. He was responsible for us. And then I remember that the truck stopped because Papi, I guess, knocked on some window. And the Zusmans were in a horse-drawn wagon just behind us at it turned out, and whom he recognized. And so he asked the KGB person if the Zusmans could come join us in the truck. Had plenty of room. It was used to transport bricks. And he negotiated, the NKVD guy negotiated with the Zusmans, because they're responsible for it. It's a quota system, how many they bring in. And so the Zusmans moved in, and that's how we met the Zusmans. So I remember that event vividly, because Irenka was very tiny, and so, as she says in the film, she remembers being lifted, plucked into the truck. And then we went off to the train station where the same person who must have taken a liking to my mother, who didn't panic and just calmly was packing. He was the first into the cattle car, and it takes a lot of muscle to open one of those cattle doors. They don't have a button for disabled, and he went in first, and then, as I say in the film, the cattle eat hay or whatever while being moved, so they don't lean onto the ground. They eat eye level. So he moved this shelf down that normally has the hay, and at the end of that there's a tiny little window that comes with a car, freight car, or cattle car. And so he moved us into that space and went out and got a bucket. And as I was thinking about this session, I don't remember the bucket. I know he brought a bucket to be used as a toilet because there was just a hole in the floor of the train. Oh, we can talk about that later, but I think he also brought us some water. I'm not certain at this point. I thought he had brought us a bucket of water. And then he pretty much left and people started arriving. But what brought me to that point? I don't remember anymore. What was the original question? Maybe that will help me.
We were talking about the deportation.
Oh, deportation, yes. So that's how, yeah. So, yeah, you were asking. So there were people it was still almost daybreak. It was very early morning. But nevertheless, there were on the sidewalk, people were saying goodbye, sobbing, the ones that weren't being deported. Little did they know that many of the people who were deported, many would die in Siberia for diseases, malnutrition, typhoid, malaria, and all that. But nevertheless, we survived. And the ones that stayed in Germany, the Germans did not. But that was an unknown. And then at the train, where the train was, there was a massive number of people. Now, in the film, it's a stock footage, so it shows people with coats and things, but this was summertime, so people were lightly dressed. Fortunately, the NKVD person had told Mommy to bring warm things because Mrs. Usman was not aware of that, so she came in a summer dress and white. I remember her white high heels. She was very short too. White leather high heels, and then people were running in and out, either bringing food or things to the beach. There was a lot of activity, sobbing, confusion. When we got put into the train, shortly thereafter, the other people arrived, and then unpleasantness started because we were, in a sense, in the luxurious part up there. But people had to find place on the floor, and the cattle car is not much bigger than this room. So 60 people sitting, trying to find their spot for themselves, their luggage, and then discovering that there's no toilet, just a bucket. Had to rig up a system of just for one's dignity of sheets or people holding sheets or things. So that was the scene. And then before the train took off, there was a pregnant woman in this mass, and the young guy came panting, running, and it turned out it was her husband, who, when he found out he was still working someplace, and he found out that she was deported, he came rushing to the train station and found her. So it was a bit of... And then later on, a family also found their son and daughter-in-law.
Which family members were with you on the train?
Just my parents and Henry.
And what about your grandfather?
No, he was in bed. He stayed in bed. He was locked. He was basically locked down. I don't think he came downstairs.
Tell me more about him being locked down.
Well, when I say that, when the Russians came, the first time when they came, my uncle thought they were just some rogue guy coming to rob, because that's what they would do. So he literally threw him out. And then the guy came back a few minutes later with reinforcements, people with guns and things, and proceeded to have my grandfather open the safe, and he said, "You must have more money than this," and he didn't. So he started taking things, silver things, stuffing them into a suitcase, and I remember taking these Friday night, and they didn't fit, so he broke them and fit them, and he had this really heavy suitcase to leave. And my dad said, "Well, I need a receipt for taking this." So the guy scribbled something out. And one of the things that they did do, in my grandfather's room, there's a large armoire, a wooden armoire, with, traditional, where he had his clothes, and they sealed it off, and they said, "This is off limits." So they said, "Well, what am I going to wear?" I said, "Well, that's basically your problem." So when I said he was locked down, he was in bed when they came to rob, and he stayed in bed. Now, whether the following day or so, when they came to deport us, whether he brought us down to the sidewalk, I'd have to ask my mind to do that tape. Because I remember the sidewalk, and I remember people saying goodbye to each other, but I don't remember specifically him.
Yeah. What about saying goodbye to him?
Well, if we did, it wasn't. I've not asked myself that question.
How about your other family in there, or your other grandparents, and saying goodbye?
Well, no, my dad writes about that. They were in a different building, and he writes that the truck went right by the home, and he looked up, and the lights were not on yet, and he did not realize that that's the last time that he would have seen them. I'm trying to remember about Mr. Strauch. No, Runic and Mr. Strauch had left already. They decided that they would escape via Romania and leave the country. So they left earlier. And as it turned out, Runic, somehow Mr. Strauch, I don't remember now, he was able to get through. Maybe he didn't go through Romania, maybe he went to Lithuania, and then through the Siberian Railroad. Anyway, he wound up in India, but that's a separate case. In the case of Runic, I know he tried to cross the Romanian border from Poland, and he chose the 1st of May, which is a national holiday. I think it was 1st of May, yeah, where he reasoned that, I won't say it was 1st, if not, it was the 1st of something that the Russians celebrate. I think it's the revolution, 1st of May, where he reasoned that they would be issued vodka and be drunk, and that would be a good occasion to get through the border. Well, it turned out that they did get vodka, and they were drunk, but their bloodhounds, the dogs, were not. And the dog caught him, or 2 dogs caught him, and he wound up being sent off to the Gulag. So we lost all contact with him, except somebody came once, going to my parents, and said that he knew they was alive. That anyway, they gave him some money, which he never received. But they met in Uzbekistan, and that's one of the miracles in the lives of miracles. We haven't gotten to the point of us being able to leave Siberia yet, so I'll tell you that story when we were at that point.
So moving back to the train.
Yes.
And you described the inside of the train. About How long were you on that train?
Oh, I should remember. I have it written down, but I'm not allowed to consult notes. So it was weeks.
Weeks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, interesting thing is that the train would stop once in a while, and it was, if you remember the cowboy movies, it would always stop next to a water tank where water would be pumped into the locomotive to create the steam to make the train run. Well, at that point, we would run out with whatever receptacles we had, little cups of this, and catch the steam from around the brake linings of the wheels. And when the steam would condense, we had hot water. So that was a welcome, and I must say that I acquired a taste for drinking hot water, but drinking hot water from it in a tin cup has a different taste than in a ceramic cup. In any event, so the train did stop once in a while, and Papi talks about how one time he asked somebody to bring some water, which the man did, but the Russian just smashed the bottle. They're pretty severe.
How did you get food?
Well, the way the food worked was my dad was one of the people that would go and get the food. It was usually very late at night. They had a canteen, whatever, kitchen, and it was, as he describes it, it was some soup with fish heads floating, and not very appealing, but there was kasha. Kasha is groats, and that was it, and some bread from time to time. People still had some food that they brought along on the train trip. And but those were the food. There was no stopping to buy food. The Russians in those days we have a samovar here, had in their culture, in train stations, they had hot water available in samovars for people to replenish themselves. But the train never stopped anywhere near a train station. And if it did, it just kept going because there were so many people waiting for some train, not a cattle car, but soldiers or families. I do remember that at one time when we arrived, we were on a lawn, kind of a lawn, and then a Russian inspector came with his wife, and it turned out that she was moved by what she saw, children and so forth. So she, in lieu of having us continue in trucks, there was a boat in a little river. So she convinced her husband to have a transport by boat. So we had a little boat ride, and then we arrived at another field where we camped out, and that's where we were attacked by swarms of mosquitoes. It was just horrible for 2 nights. Well, until we could get to this Peugeot, this little village, an outpost that other Russians that had been deported 20-some years prior to that, when they arrived, they lived in the earth and in trees because there was nothing. So they built these little cabins, those that survived the winter. So by then they were already advanced in the program. Mm-hmm. and we and people like us took over those little shacks, and ours didn't have almost anything, so the mosquitoes found easy access and I hate mosquitoes. Anyway.
I want to go back to the cattle car.
Yes.
So you were in the cattle car for about 2 weeks.
Something like that. And then that little boat.
Yeah. What was that like for you to be in that car, that cattle car, for all that time?
Well, yeah, in retrospect, I've never really given, we were not we didn't whine, and we never complained, basically. Every once in a while, we were able to look in that little window, except on one occasion where everything was locked up because there was some wreck that was discovered and they didn't want us to see it. And then at one stop, apparently a couple people wandered off the train, and the Russians, to punish us, closed everything, and it was really uncomfortable. So after a lot of shouting and banging, they allowed the doors to be open, because the doors were open while the train was moving. It was still summer.
Where did you sleep?
Right where we were, in that loggia.
What were you sitting on?
Well, this platform, and we had our bundles.
Tell me about the bundles.
Well, I mean, the luggage that my mother had.
Mm-hmm.
The luggage that we brought along served as luggage, and it served as tables, and it served as beds, and it served multiple.
And what did your mother bring with?
Well, she brought clothes for Henry and for me, and I never looked inside the other suitcases, but there were clothes or two, which were useful because we used a lot of that to sell on the black market. In fact, there was a moving part where my dad, we were down to my last shirt, my last extra shirt, except the one I was wearing, and he took it to sell it. And then I greeted him happily that he'd sold it, and he was kind of upset because he knew that he could never replace that shirt. But we were in pretty bad state at that point, financially speaking. They'd already sold I think they'd already sold their wedding bands, and there was really nothing except for that shirt. But then, as he points out, and we talk in the miracles, the person showed up whom my mother had fed some soup to when he really needed it, and he sent somebody with money to, which was uncalled for, but he did it.
Tell me more about your mom giving the soup.
Well, my mother had a way of making things, stretching things, so if we had potatoes, the peels were used to make soup for a few days afterwards, and I mean everything had a longer life span than expiration dates in this country. No, I'm just joking. But the point is that she was pretty miraculous in being able to feed us. And even though later on in Uzbekistan we would, let's say, eat apricots or grapes or something for a few days at a time, she had a way of arranging them on people's plates that looked different. And so it was never, the same old thing. We always appreciated what she could produce. And so in Uzbekistan, the single men were the worse off because, first of all, they were usually prisoners from more severe prisons. When I say usually, frequently. And so their clothes were rags, literally rags, and they didn't have anybody to sew for them or repair them. And and lice were everywhere, so the hygiene was tough. My mother made it a point that to wash Henry and me, and she still had some soap, and we would all participate in finding lice and killing them. But these single guys really had a hard time, and finding the basic for food. And so on some occasions she would share whatever she had with some of these people. Yeah.
What does your parents tell you about the deportation or the train ride? What did they tell you was going on?
Nothing. They didn't know themselves. Nobody knew. They were trying to figure out which direction we're going. People would look outside, oh, we're still in Poland. Why are we in Poland? Because they recognized the quality of the farms, or the dirt, or the fact that there were farms, or what the crops were. Until the thing really turned north. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember what you were thinking?
Me thinking?
Yeah.
You give me a lot of credit for things. About what?
Being on the cattle car, not going where you're knowing where you're going.
Well, my mother used to kind of talk to Henry and me more. There was I never witnessed gloom and doom. It was more of we were kids on an adventure of some kind or other. So it may be Pollyannish, but it worked. And we would occupy ourselves. We didn't say, we're bored, what can we do now? You know, I mean, that's not our mindset. Henry, whatever was printed, he would read. He didn't care what language. and I would somehow amuse myself. But they did not know that we were heading for Siberia. We weren't told. Because remember the big lie? I mean, the other people experienced the big lie also. And so it was going to be wonderful where we were going to be. And my dad was going to have a wonderful career where we were going to be. It's only that when we arrived at that Peugeot Agnares, and Papi was met by somebody, because we arrived in, I wouldn't say ways, but in more than one transport. And he said, oh, we're here to die. This is not a place where you can live. That we found out the hard way what the place was like. But that didn't stop the Russians saying what I just read you.
Mm-hmm. What happened after the train?
Well,
where did you go next?
Well, we went on that little boat ride. I'd have to refresh my memory through the book or my notes, which I prepared for the day, which can't use. But then we were trucked to our new home, Peugeot Agnares, and it was in a area, call it a county, and I mean I have these documents, and it had a commander, it had a structure, a government, and one of the people lived on premises, and so he was responsible for it. And there was a touching moment when a postman arrived for the first time, and he really looked out of casting. He could have been Santa Claus in any movie. But when he arrived, that was a big, big, big step forward because he sold us stamps and I think postcards, and that was sign that we could record as to where we were to get mail to tell our relatives where we were. We had an address, and that began an exchange. And this postman took a liking to us. So at one time we did receive a package because my uncle from the United States would send packages, relief packages, and occasionally one would arrive. My dad discovered 8 or 10 of them and turned around, rotting away. But, and it had some cocoa powder. And I remember my mother making this postman bit of cocoa. And he just drank it, recalling the old days. And he was very moved. So he liked coming to our place. And
let's take a break. I think we
I look at these, what do I do?
So you had mentioned in Siberia being able to get mail or a post office.
Well, not a post office. The mailmen, this central casting, Père Noël, Santa Claus figure, he would come. He was an elderly man. I remember he had a walking stick. He had a traditional mail carrier, leather bag, the old school. And he was always followed because people were so interested in getting mail. So he didn't slip into the village.
And what kind of things did your family receive, and who from?
Well, we received on occasion a letter from our family still in Lvov, and I think there was an occasion. No, that was later where we got a letter from some family member or maybe a friend inside Russia saying that they both had jobs and this and that, but could we send them some clothes? Yeah, no, that was much later. Okay. I would say it wasn't a correspondence as you and I would imagine. It was more to tell people an address that we were still alive, kind of thing, and try to get news. But that was about the extent of it. Now, occasionally a package would arrive because my uncle, who was by then in the United States in the U.S. Army, see, what happened was after he finished medical school in France, he emigrated to the United States. He arrived during the Depression still. He learned English. He went to medical. He had to do his medical exams all over again. And then when the war started his practice, in those days, doctors would rent a room on Park Avenue, which is sort of the avenue in New York for kind of like Harley Street in London. And they would use the room once a week or twice a week, but had an address. So anyway, but when World War II began, he volunteered immediately because, first of all, it advanced his citizenship. You could get it in 2 years instead of 5 years. And secondly, he thought that being a physician and speaking languages, that he'd be sent to Europe to maybe help us, find us, do something for us. Instead, the Army sent him to Texarkana, Texas, in the Tank Corps, and then later on to Fort Smith in Arkansas. But during the time when he was in New York, he really lived on almost nothing because the money that he had, he would invest in these relief packages. We call them care packages now, but there were private companies that sent back. The problem was that many of them either didn't know the rules or didn't care about the rules, but the Russians let very few of them through, mainly because the duty wasn't paid for them at source, And when they arrived and the Russians asked for this Atlantis amount of duty, people sometimes didn't have the money, so they said, well, we refuse the package. And the packages were designed for consumption. So they had cookies and cocoa and things that you consume. My dad, in Tehran later on, when we get to the Joint Distribution Committee that he ran, he redesigned the entire idea of the packages to make them such that if they arrived, that the content would carry the family over for 2, 3, 4 weeks more by selling the content, not consuming it. So there were things that shirts or pants or children's shoes, things, not consumable items. But in any event, so in the case of these packages, when they arrived, of course, sometimes the Russians wanted to be there when you open it to make sure that whatever. And so there was some communication because of those packages. But it was very, very scarce at best. And then, of course, when we moved the Peugeot from Nyaris to the Stoblinska, whatever it was, then the whole address thing had to be redone again, which each time was a big, big delay. And but I do want to say a few things about the life in the Peugeot, because part of it is what Henry and I experienced with my mother, because we were left behind as children, and with my father, and single persons, and up to a certain age, I think after 16, they were taken off to work in the woods. Now, when we were left behind, Irenko was one of them. We didn't see much of Irenko in the first Peugeot Nyaris. We saw a lot more of her when we were, in a way, liberated and went down to Uzbekistan. We traveled again together and lived together for a while, and saw a lot of each other, her family and mine. But up there in Siberia, Henry and I had jobs. I mean, we would go and chop wood. I mean, the chimney needed wood all the time. And we would go get water, or sometimes ice or snow, and then melt it down to water. And we would go to these, I can't call it a store, but it's a place where you could given bread and sometimes something else. So we would make sure that we were there. In general, we try to be helpful to my mother. And then I must say that we weren't still children, so we did play. And what made it possible to play was a toy that I brought with me, which I have here, and it's in the film, the little horse and the little bear. And one of Henry's friends from the deportation, a family that either we befriended or maybe my parents knew, he whittled. He was very talented in taking a piece of wood and sculpting things around it. And I remember for my birthday, he made me a train, a little train. And then I played with that a lot, particularly in bed, making mountains out of my knees and running this train. So, but the more, I'd say, productive things that Henry and I did that involved outside equipment, there was a Russian family that lived. They were already in the program for many years, so they had privileges. And the man was really very helpful. I don't know what he did before he was deported to Siberia, but he was certainly very talented with an axe and a saw. And he made some frames as beds or a bench for us, because that hut had nothing. He helped repair the window so that we could cover it and keep the mosquitoes out. He helped see, everything was used more than once, including nails, where you just didn't throw out a nail, you straighten it out and you use it again. And so nails were used to hang things on. And I remember him doing a board where we could hang things, a jacket or something. But he also made us skis. He actually, and I remember him making us skis from planks of wood, and then he was able to heat, to bend the tip of the ski. He was actually able to do that, and then there was no question of bindings, Cupco bindings or boots. But the way it worked was that he had a piece of leather that he hammered into the middle of the ski, and we could put our boot through it, or shoe, whatever it was. And then he made us poles, and we actually used them for transport. And otherwise, the snow was pretty deep before people made a path out of it. And he also made us sleds. So we used the sleds, but we also used the sleds for amusement. And the way that worked, we were not the only children there. There were some other children. And so the river that went through would freeze. And the kids would gather with their sleds and attach one to the other and then go sliding, go off an embankment. The first one and then all the others would follow. And then the first one would hit the ice and just keep going, and all the others would follow, assuming they were still attached, because sometimes the attachments would break. And then at some point, the first sled would stop rapidly and swing around, and the holiday on ice routine where there's always one trying to catch up and as they spin around. So we did that. And so that was an amusement. And before that, I remember, I don't think Henry participated in that part. There was a group of Russians that came to cut hay for their horses that they were responsible for, because they hadn't produced enough in the way of quota, and they came to cut more hay, and also they were able to buy bread, extra rations, which they then made into the horky, they would cut it and dry it so that it would keep forever. And when they had their quota done for themselves, they would leave. But the horses were out there just pasturing, and I was interested. And I was just a kid that was, around, curious. So I remember this one Russian allowed me to get on a horse, and of course it was bareback, and he helped me on to get on the horse. But then it was just the mane, and that was it. And then the horse knew that the rider was not somebody that he needed to pay attention to. So he made it a point to keep throwing me off. And I was determined to stay on. So I would drag the horse by his mane to some stump where I could stand on the stump and get back on the horse. Well, the horse got tired of me, and all of a sudden just started galloping off. And, I was going to say to the village, but it wasn't to the village because the Russians were still doing their thing. But he let me know that who's boss. I remember after that is that I really it was painful for me to sit down, let's put it that way.
How old were you then?
I guess I was 8, maybe 8 or 9. Yeah.
And you said the hut. What was the hut?
Well, where we lived, it was maybe I incorrectly described as a hut. It was something made out of wood that these other Russians had built, because when they arrived, there was nothing. And it had a big chimney. I mean, Russians, the most important thing for their living is an enormous chimney. And this part sticks out so they actually could sleep on top of it. And so there was that. And that was it. And that's it. Fortunately, Mommy brought some pots and things.
What was the floor made of?
Wooden planks. Wood logs and planks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about a bathroom?
No. These were so-called outhouses, and they were outside, and pretty cold in the wintertime.
How many rooms was the hut?
One.
One room.
The Russians don't go for bedrooms and things. Just and many of them sleep all in one bed because it's warmer that way.
Where did you sleep?
Well, I'm trying to remember. The Russian made us these frames. So I think Henry and I were together, and Mommy was. She may have been on suitcases, actually. It was one way of keeping things from being stolen, is to sleep on them. But these things required a lot of wood to keep going, and Henry and I were pretty good at it. Actually, one time I still have a little scar, my axe missed. But yeah, we were good at chopping wood.
How old were you when you were chopping wood?
I don't know, 8, 9. But of course, the real wood cutting was done in these slave camps with 2-man saws. And that's a whole histoire which is really well described in my papi's, in Father's book. But I do want to say that just to show some of the cruelty of the Russians, pointless, really. So I already talked about this "can you see your ears" thing, right? But they had another way of Bunyo, Ivanka's father. His Russian was the highest quality. So one time he was trying to explain to this Russian, I happened to be there, that, we could be more productive if we were together and this and that. And, I mean, as you are with your wife and so forth. And somehow they got to the point of the wife, and this Russian, this young guy said, I spit on my wife. So Bunya was kind of shocked. And he said, is that how you would talk to your mother as well? He said, yeah, I spit on my mother. I mean, just mindless things like that to kind of put you in your place. And they were uncouth. I mean, I'm not talking about the white Russians who were deported, who they had a little more culture, as evidenced by, Papi talks about they used to get up and pray, and on one holiday, it happened to be on a Sunday, so the guy in charge of them heard them praying, and because normally he would come earlier and say, okay, it's time to go to work, but on Sunday, for whatever reason, he was in the barracks, and when he heard them pray, he instinctively kind of recognized that there was some religious activity going on. And as Papi said, he came in, he dropped on his knees, and he started to pray because he had been brought up in Russian Orthodox thing, but the Soviets just clamped down. They took pride in naming streets Godless streets. You know, the name of the street is Godless. They took pride in things like that, closing down mosques and putting in officers. Well, recently they started allowing religion again, and as you may know, the church split because there's a faction that's for Putin and a faction that's for the Ukraine. And there are two different popes and so forth. But in any event, so the Russians had a way of making you feel that you were there forever, you're inferior, this is your life, and that's it.
How did they make you feel inferior?
Well, not as children, but the adults, because they were better at chopping wood, sawing wood, they would demonstrate. And here again, you know, these huge trees as we have growing across the street, when they had a quota to meet every day, and in Russia, there's a saying: if you don't work, you don't eat. Well, with a quota, you have to meet a certain quota to be able to eat, and the way that they worked was that when a tree was felled, the branches had to be stripped and put aside, or usually a big fire was put on because of minus 30 degrees, 40 degrees. One time it was minus 60, and they stopped working. And by the way, minus 30, minus 40 is the same centigrade of Fahrenheit. It's damn cold. Well, in any event, so part of each team, you had these two-man saw things, but you also had people that would deal with the branches, chop them off, line them up, and at the end of the day, the foreman would come and measure to see if the production was right. But he wouldn't measure from the bottom where the trunk was thick, or even in the middle. They measured from the very top where the tree was the thinnest for the production. So, you know, they were always behind, and they were always being yelled at, you know, we could do it, you can do it. And then they had there was this mythical character, such as, well, actually it did exist. You know, we have in this country Paul Bunyan, the stories of Paul Bunyan. I don't know if you know them, but he's the sort of the bigger-than-life person that built a railroad, practically. Well, they have a man called Stahanovich. That's his real name. And Stahanovich was a worker, I think, on a railroad. Anyway, he was able to produce more than anybody else, and he was considered a hero of the Russian Republic. And then he became known as a kind of a model for how you work. And they would challenge you, well, this brigade did this, so you can do the same, and then until they found out that they would lie to both sides. That neither one of them produced. So, but getting back to the outhouse, I do want to mention that the Russians, at least where we were pretty much illiterate. And in fact, Bunyo was able to partially stay in Punjab because the guy in charge couldn't read or write. So Bunyo would fill out his reports and things. And he was in charge of all these families and things.
And where was your dad at this time?
Chopping woods in the woods, in a different camp. But in any event, what I want to say is that even though they're illiterate, when the two newspapers would come out, one was called Izvestia and one was Pravda. So one is the name in English names would be News and Truth. I mean, people knew, even the Russians knew, that there was no news in the news, no truth. However, they were snapped up, and even in Uzbekistan, newspapers were snapped up because they had multiple uses. Nobody really read them. But part of the use was as toilet paper. So one was better brand. for that purpose. One was a better brand to roll cigarettes, and that they do, whether in Siberia or in Uzbekistan. Well, at least in those days, they would. A smoker is a smoker, and they will smoke anything, including imitation tobacco, just weeds chopped up, called mahorka, and you would buy it in bazaars and had a cone made out of this newspaper in your pocket, and then you bought a glass full on the black market, and it got poured into. So the paper that was better at rolling cigarettes was one kind, toilet was another kind. Then, in general, for wrapping things, and also there was an attempt to teach us, when I say us, being Henry, myself, other children, from people that were in the same boat, not in Siberia, but in Uzbekistan. And we would sit under marble trees and get lectures. And the notebooks, and that somewhere I even have a report card from that time. The notebook, I mean, you would write in the white space between the print, tiny, tiny pencils. So I have a little stubby pencil that I usually show kids and say, look, this is, because when we came to this country, we were so shocked when people would take a legal pad, write something, crumble it, and throw it away. Henry and I tended to write on both sides of scrap paper.
What was the name of this camp that you were first in?
Nyaris, Pojoik Nyaris.
Okay.
And the second one I have it written down. It begins with a T.
And what happened to your religious celebrations, your family traditions while you were in the camp?
Papi and they had a little service that they did among themselves early in the morning. Papi prayed every day. He had a talit and he had tefillin and so forth. And on holidays, they tried to trade days off for a Sunday, and the Russians would always, in the last minute, change their minds. So they, one Yom Kippur, which is probably described, it's the day of fasting. They went to work fasting, and then when they were stopped from doing a service at one place, they managed to do it someplace else. But in any event, but I don't remember in either of the Siberian places where we were without Papi that there were any religious services. Papi describes a number of instances where there were some very, very, very extremely religious people that just basically starved themselves because they didn't eat this, they didn't eat that, and just surviving on water and dry bread doesn't do it. He also describes one man who would engage in these deep discussions. He was a religious, sophisticated guy. His profession was a baker, so he knew how to cut wood, and he was a manual worker, but which was not unusual for religious people. They always had professions. They didn't make careers out of the way we do it here. So he would engage him, and he tried to figure out where they were vis-a-vis Jerusalem, because in the very religious people faced Jerusalem when they prayed. And being there in the wilderness in Siberia, he had no idea. So finally they figured it out, because, you couldn't ask for a compass or atlas. They figured out, and he was really happy that he could face the right direction to face Jerusalem. So there was religious presence, but totally unauthorized. That's all I can tell you.
What what would happen when you were in the camp if you tried to leave?
Oh, nothing. You'd freeze to death. Well, for one thing, if you left, people say, well, how did one person with a gun control, hundreds of families? Well, first of all, if you were to leave, it's to go where? I mean, the woods are thick. You could get lost in the woods really easily. And it wasn't that these cabins were lit up and say, oh, there's your bed and breakfast waiting for you. Papi makes it a point when he got released on a medical certificate and walked for 80 kilometers. I mean, he walked for days. Once, I think, maybe twice, he was able to knock on a door and stay overnight at a Russian place. So first of all, that's the one thing. Secondly, when you show up someplace where you're not known, the first thing you ask is, where do you work? And you cannot say, well, I'm just traveling through, because you needed permission to go. If you wanted to go from Santa Rosa to, what's your nearest town there?
Petaluma.
Petaluma is the nearest. You would need not just permission, but the secret police permission. If you wanted to go to Belvedere from here, it was the same thing. And so that's the second reason. And the third reason is no bread card. And without a bread card, you're dead in the water, because nobody's going to sell you bread if you don't have the right to purchase it through a bread card.
Tell me more about the bread card.
Well, the bread cards were issued per person. I think they were supposed to be 400 grams a day or 200 grams. I think they wound up being 200 grams, which is not very much. And then they weren't always available. The bread was not always available. So I'm skipping Siberia for a moment to Uzbekistan, because that became a big, big problem of people spending the whole night trying to guess which bakery will have bread, and kind of standing on line, protecting their line, and then coming back and being pushed away by some muckety-muck or somebody who had bribed the person behind the counter or something. So Papi didn't always come back with bread, even though he was gone the entire night. And Runek, after we found Runek, he was helpful in the bread routine as well. And he had a package of Chesterfield, just the casing of a Chesterfield. And I remember I was telling you people would make cigarettes, so he would load them up with these homemade cigarettes and offer them to the person behind the counter. The other thing that the Russians did was that they would throw the bread onto the scale, so naturally it didn't balance quite right, and the bread was always wet still. So they cheated you in every way, shape, or form. Why? Because the person that was in charge of the bakery was able, by stealing here and stealing there and stealing someplace else, to build a huge lifestyle for themselves. They had agents that would go to markets and buy a blouse or shoes or this or that. They wouldn't do it themselves, naturally, because they were able to chip away the number of grams of bread that they actually delivered against the card, the fact that the bread was soggy, so it weighed more, the flour that they managed to steal some under some pretext. And as Papi writes, that usually somebody gets caught, but not the person that has done all this. It's some person that's caught stealing something, and then the roof collapses on him, and he's blamed, he or she, for all of the malfeasance that has gone on for months in making false entries in various books. So bread has always, always, always been an issue. Always.
What else did you eat?
Where? In Uzbekistan?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. In the camp
Well,
in Siberia.
In Siberia, there was kasa, usually, something in the way of groats, and potatoes sometimes.
And how many times a day would you eat?
Once.
Once a day.
Yeah. Well, my mommy always used to save something for if there wasn't any the next day. Or we were pretty good at putting things away, not consuming it.
And you said, so you were at this camp,
Now, when you
Pajorik.
Pajorik, yeah.
Okay, and
And then we got permission.
you went to another.
Yes.
There was another
Another
camp.
one. When Papi came back from on his medical leave, and by the way, I don't know why I'm having a horse work. By the way, when he was getting his permit, it was a whole procedure with appeals because they were not given out so easily. There were a commission of inquiries, doctors, and so forth, because every day that you didn't work, the slave machines lost income. So, but he recounts that there was a little girl was trying to get a permit to stay out of school. Not going to school is a crime there, so you have to have an official excuse. And without batting an eyelash, she was asked her name, and then the person said, "Are you free or not free?" And which meant, and she said, "Not free." And so she knew that she was not of the so-called free Russians, that she was a slave Russian still. So that partially answers your question, that people, there's no way of leaving the plantation. I mean, because there's no way for them to do anything, find a place to live, or stay overnight, or get food, or anything. Because, and plus, there is a system of denouncing, and the Russians train children to denounce even their parents, because everything is against the state, is sabotage and this and that, and so everybody is on. Well, let's put it this way: we had the expression that walls had ears, so people, and you can't speak more than one or two outside because then it's a confound, So people had a way of communicating, but we're very, very careful with the choice of words, and certainly if they wrote anything, my gosh, yes. Everything had to be wonderful, but by the way, could you send me something? So, but there was a time, and I would have to look up in the notes of Papi's book, why it is that when he came back from his medical leave, he did not have to go back again because there was a political thing. I think yes, I do not know. It was the time where the Germans attacked the Russians. So all of a sudden, at first we were just these capitalists, that I read to you, and the Germans were all these allies. But once the Germans attacked the Russians, all of a sudden, for a brief period of time, we were considered, our status, our people, were considered Russian and Japanese spies. So nothing could have been further from the truth. I mean, there was not a Japanese within, thousands of miles, and Germans certainly not. But what that was, that all of a sudden everybody had to work 7 days a week, nonstop, until I think there was something done in Europe, in Moscow, in London, so that our status changed, and then because in that other Pajorik, we were again told, this is it, stay, plant some potatoes, plant some carrots, start having a life. And the children of a certain age were allowed to go to school, in the way school. They would come back for weekends. And I'm not sure to this day whether Henry was among them or not. But I do remember when they came back early because the school was closed because the Germans had attacked the Russians, and somehow the word got so that everybody, knew ball game. So we had planted some potatoes and carrots, I remember, and would take care of this little garden. And Mommy had maybe we moved with those bed frames, but I do remember that down there, the bed bugs were in the wood, and they were horrible. And so we would heat up water and douse the wood with hot water and have them come out and deal with them. But we had something unusual, and I don't know how this chicken came about, but we had a chicken, and the chicken had an attitude, but she was unusual in that she usually laid a double yolk egg. But she demanded a lot of attention, and among the attention that she wanted to be compensated, she would start making noises as chickens do. France has chickens, so she would know better than. And then we would cover her with a metal tub that we had that was multi-use for everything, washing and all kinds of things. And we would hide her in some dark place, cover up. And when she had finished laying the egg, she would be proud and make a noise, and we would give us some grain that we had for her. So when we were all of a sudden given permission to leave Siberia, the Russians just couldn't believe that somebody's leaving. Prior to that, the only person that would leave was somebody that was in trouble. There was this one man who went off with his family because his horse broke a leg, and that was his punishment was to go to jail. But anyway, that's a side note. So we dug up those potatoes and carrots not so much, but the potatoes for sure. And we had a big sack. They were tiny. They still had the little fuzzy wuzzies on the end, and we shook the earth off. And that sack of potatoes we traveled with down to Uzbekistan, and they were very, very useful because on the ship going down the Volga, we somehow the women got the kitchen chef to allow them to boil them, and we had some.
How did you get permission to leave?
Well, the Russians created that. I mean, it was something that was negotiated through the Allies. See, when the Germans attacked the Russians said, "Hey, surprise! We want to be your allies." See, people don't remember or never learn that the Russians and the Germans started World War II by this pact that Stalin signed with the German foreign minister, and they subdivided Poland. And there's a video of that because Henry and I showed the film Lies and Miracles to the docents of the Jewish Heritage Museum, a huge museum in New York City, where they closed it to mount an enormous exhibit about Auschwitz, only about Auschwitz, including the train cars and factories and where the people that lived and where the crematoriums were, I mean, everything. But there was only about 30 seconds, if that much, about the Russian part. So that's why Henry and I never considered ourselves Holocaust survivors. We're survivors of the Russian slave trade, as it were. Okay, and we survived that. the work and the diseases and so forth. And the way we got out, we'll cover at the appropriate moment. But the point is that finally when the Russians joined the Allies said, well, look, you have all of these nationalities. You've got Czechs, you've got Poles, you've got this, you've got in prison. They don't belong in prison anymore. So that's when we were convened. I mean, I didn't go, but I mean, Papa did. And the big announcement, and even the communists sang the Polish national anthem as a sort of a celebration. And then the thing started with where can we go that weren't big cities. You couldn't go to any big city. They wouldn't allow you. So, I mean, nobody could go to Moscow or Leningrad or Odessa or so. So people, by and large, chose Asia, the southern, most south as possible, to make it as warm as possible. And the reason that they would be the furthest away from the war, maybe, to Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, all that. So people would get together and apply to go to a certain place, and then the Russians say, well, you can't go there. So they say, okay, so how about here, or how about there? And sometimes people would change their mind in the middle of the night. Sometimes the Russians would accept the change, other times they wouldn't accept it. Anyway, so we, the Zusmans, and I think one other family, traveled together, left together. And the Russians just couldn't believe it, because they'd never seen it. And in fact, I must say that Papi had befriended a Russian in the wood chopping camp, and that Russian was extremely helpful. He gave my father a hat because, it was getting cold, and the Russians had these hats that ears come down, and the Russian had an extra hat. He gave me his hat. And Papi wanted to give him something, and said, no. And so Papi consulted with him, because it was, some elderly people thought, well, why go, this odyssey again, we're here, we'll stay. And I think some did stay. But, and Papi says that he hesitated at one moment until he talked to this Russian friend who told him, look, when the jails are open, you leave. So we left. And then the trip is really described in a lot of detail. But everywhere we tried to say, even if we had permits with the names of the NKVD would say, no, forget it. We don't accept what they told you there. So we just kept going until, as Papi said, we just said, the heck with it. We're just going to be illegal immigrants. and we stayed in Bukhara.
How did the Russians feel towards Jews in general?
Well, in general, they don't like them. They have nicknames for them. They will come to me. Zek is one. And no, they have the same prejudices about Jews that the Poles have and other people have since the Middle Ages. I mean, now they don't, the whole generations, but before, the Jews need blood of a Christian child to make matzah. This is why I have a box of, and I show a matzah when I give talks to kids to say, look, it's just water and flour. So they hold that. The fact when they were religious, they held against the Jews that the Polish Pope finally got out of the dogma that Jews killed Jesus Christ. So even in Tehran, they would say, you killed Jesus. And lastly, that we were the rich capitalists, the bankers, and so there's no love between the Russians and Jews, and even in Bukhara, the Bukhara Jews, I mean, they suffered also, and they were clandestine. Papi was shown a room with Torah scrolls hidden behind a wall. It used to be a synagogue when there was an imam of, when Bukhara, that area was its own empire. So yeah, there's no, and right now I'm sure that they're back being anti-Semitic, because as long as that Greek Orthodox Church is there, all that dogma is repeated. Now the Polish Pope changed that, and in one of those, what do they call it? Not encyclopedias, but there's a word that every once in a while they come out with different dogma, and it took that out. But that doesn't mean that it has reached every corner of Christendom. So the answer to the question is, there were anti-Semitic during the time where they were supposedly without religion. They still were, and now that they do have religion, they still are. Well, there is a synagogue in Moscow, and there's a rabbi there, and so forth, but he serves at the whim of the state.
So you said you traveled to
Bukhara.
Bukhara.
Yes.
What were the travel conditions like getting there?
Well, I remember one condition was such that we were outside of Astrakhan for a few days. I mean, literally outside in the rain, because we had no way of moving forward. And I remember there was a man came by and he saw our encampment. And somehow Mommy managed to wash us by the side of the river, cold, wet, didn't matter. We were clean, because she was deathly afraid of lice. Although by then, no, we hadn't yet had typhus. We got it in Uzbekistan. So, but in any event, so this man came by and he just couldn't believe that we were Westerners and so forth, because he remembered the days of Astrakhan as a capital of caviar, sterling, and it was in ruin, and he kept saying, just leave, go, by any means, don't stay here, keep going. So we would have left anyway, but then it was a matter of crossing the Caspian Sea. And that was more than a production, because the boats were small. And we got on, or partially on, and Irenka panicked, and we had to leave because she was, and in the process of leaving, one of our suitcases, there was a woman already sitting on it. So we lost the suitcase, or I should say the content of a suitcase on the journey or the boat ride. But one sailor squealed on another sailor, and the captain opened his cabin, found all our stuff, but not the suitcase. The guy had thrown the suitcase out, but at least we recovered what was stolen. So I would say the journey was difficult. At one place, I remember, the thing that we had to eat were watermelon. There were enormous watermelons. I mean, the kinds of pumpkin size that Half Moon Bay people grow to exhibit. And the crews would take them on board and then sell them at wherever they would eventually be. And we lived on those watermelons for a few days. And they, if they banged, they somehow don't last long after that, so you really have to eat them. To this day, I'm not a watermelon person.
And how old were you at this point?
How old was I? Well, let's see. I must have been 11, 10 or 11.
And what made Irinka panic?
Just the crowd. She was tiny, and the surge of people, and the boat was moving, so she kept saying, "Kachad, Kachad," or maybe some other little girl, means that the thing is moving, and so we pulled out, and then, I don't know, those boats were so overloaded, I don't know if it capsized or not, but it could have. So we were on another one, and it was a rough voyage. So as I say in the film, people were throwing up everywhere, so at least you weren't hungry, but everybody was seasick. But that journey down to Uzbekistan, and then the train, and
What else was difficult about it?
everything. There was no...
What was the worst? What was the hardest part for you?
Getting on these means of transport, because we weren't, first class. We were part of a horde of people, not just refugees, but there were army people, there were wounded soldiers, there were just people everywhere, and many of them were drunk. Particularly the army ones. And when the Russians are drunk, they're not in the best of humor. Mm-hmm. So I would say the difficult part was trying to get some food, mm-hmm. and sleeping accommodation in some place, because you couldn't really sleep in waiting rooms. There were just people crawling everywhere, and getting on means of transport. So when we got to Bukhara, we stayed on the trees until Papi and Bunya went off, and they somehow managed to find a living quarters, an apartment. And they brought the key, and it was a big celebration, because for the first time in weeks there was a key to someplace. And when we loaded up this two-wheeled cart that is traditionally pulled by a donkey, and got there, the guy couldn't find, nobody knew where it was, because the streets are extremely narrow and zigzaggy, and there are no street addresses. It's all word of mouth, who lives where. And so the thing was, we were wandering around for a long time until finally we found the place. And what was the place? They had just rented. They never saw it because it was in the dark. So it was literally a chicken coop on top of a roof of one of these mud huts that the Uzbeks have, and going up the rickety stairs to this platform was a open toilet. I mean, so you asked about toilets. Well, there was one there, and in Uzbekistan, they're emptied every once in a while because they use this fertilizer. So I guess we call them here honey wagons, but somehow that was the accommodation. So there was one room and a little alcove, and there were 7 of us. And then when we found Runik, there were 8 of us in a tiny space. I think it was 15 by 15. I mean, so again, there was a table with a couple of benches, and Henry and I were on one bench, Mommy was on suitcases, Papi and Bunya were in this alcove, and Bunya and Ala were on another bench. Something like that. I mean, but we had a place over our roof that when it rained, it leaked, and you had to put some pots underneath. Yeah, those mud huts, the Uzbeks, maybe now they don't, but in those days they lived in clay, mud clay, that they mixed with straw, and they built their huts. And then in the summertime, when it was hot, during the months it was hot, they would sleep outside on the roof. And they would also dry their apricots there and other things. So the roof was more than a roof, it was an extension of the house. And Bunyi and Papi rented part of it. So when Mommy found Runik in the bazaar, it was just a miracle when she brought him to this, I'll quote home uncle. He was an absolute mess. I mean, not just clothing, but he had boils, and he would eat an onion as if it was an apple. He was so starved for anything that had to do with fresh vitamins. But he recovered. Well, as I said, Mommy should have been a physician. She forever had a way of healing people, just with her hands or attitude or whatever. I don't know how she did it, but she did it. Without any, just naturally. And she healed him. Or he had some terrible experiences prior to that, where he operated on himself. But somehow she got him back. And so he stayed with us for a while. Then when he found out about the idea of the Andes Army, which I'll tell you about in a moment, he left to try to join it. But he participated in the daily hunt for bread. And as I said, sometimes they would leave and come back with nothing at 10 in the morning, having left the night before. And I often thought about that because, digressing, I lived in London for 1 year, and my mother was leaving the earth, and I would commute either to here or to New York frequently. And in those days, you could get on standby. There was Laker Air and Public Air and some People's Air and Laker Air and the others started also often. So I would also leave late at night and stand and wait for morning to buy a stand ticket and come back and fly normally. And I always remembered, well, Papi did that. Why? And without a sheepskin lined coat and boots, what's the big deal? I'll just stand and wait to be assured that I got a ticket. He was never assured that he would get the bread.
Do you remember feeling hungry?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, what's to say? Except, well, we would drink something. When I say we, Henry and I. Mommy always made an appearance that she wasn't hungry to give Henry and I some more of whatever what happened. But we deduced that she did that, but that was her motherly love. So, yes, there were times where we were hungry. And they were, again, in Uzbekistan, more so in Uzbekistan than in Siberia. In Uzbekistan, you have to understand that the Russians, as I mentioned already, the bread cards, they work to be able to have a bread card. Sometimes when people die, the bread card gets somehow resold, and some people actually produce bread cards, and you hope you're not caught with a manufactured bread card. But in any event, so the Russians and we learned quickly, when you get a job, it's not for pay. Nobody pays attention because nobody gets paid. But it's what you can steal, or midnight commission, or in addition to having the bread card. So in the case of Papi, he had a couple of jobs that were really pretty awful for him because he hated even to look at raw meat. And one of them was in a turtle factory. The Uzbeks discovered caves where turtles quietly lived for centuries, and they would dig them out, and the Russians would buy them, and presumably they were interested in canning the meat of the turtles for the war effort. So they set up these butchering factories, and the Uzbeks refused to work there because the Muslims, and they considered that to be lower than low. And even the Tartars, who are a variation of the Uzbeks, they refused. But so the Russians hired people such as my dad and others, who my dad said he literally fainted when he had to cut the head off a turtle, because they would put the turtles in water and the turtle would come out, with his head, so they would be grabbed. And then the idea was that the meat would be scraped off and put into barrels, which was really not usable because the maggots got at it. But frequently it was a female. It had eggs in it, real genuine eggs, and livers. They both had, the males and the females. So the people that worked there would have little tins, and they would put the livers and the eggs, not the yolks, they would put the eggs with the yolks, and then smuggle them out, either themselves, or in the case of Henry and I, we would go at a certain moment and hear a whistle, and then be there while this package came flying, and we would take it home, and it was total eggs and total livers, and Mommy would make things with them. In Papi's film, he frames it differently, that he would put it into the wall. I remember being whistled at and things coming across the wall. So that was one job, and then the Russians decided that was too good for them, so they would not allow. Well, and the turtles finished. I mean, the caves just didn't have. The next thing that happened was the Uzbeks are fabulous farmers, and the earth cooperates with them, and so does the season. So they have amazing fruit, even by our standards. Trust me, that their nectarines, or the combination of the apricot and peach, which they call uruk, is just outstanding. And the grapes are amazing, of various varieties. Some of them, they're called finger grapes, and they're really long. I mean, they're not size of fingers, but certainly this long, couple nods. So what happened was that they decided to put up a winemaking facility. And in order to do that, they first had to make bricks to house the equipment that was going to go in. And so there was work to be done to create bricks. And Papi was one of them. Now keep in mind that Jews made bricks for the Egyptians, with clay and straw. Well, the Russians, when they showed up to work, they said, well, you see that? That's the pit. That's the clay. And straw, no straw. So they started manufacturing bricks just from clay. Now, Papi knows something about brick manufacturing. Why? Because his father had, before the war, a flour mill, and when the contract was not renewed with it, his father went into manufacturing bricks. And then when the Poles saw a successful factory, they decided that a Jew shouldn't have a successful brick factory. So they financed, with state money, a competing factory to make bricks. And by then, my grandfather had to be a step ahead, so he made tiles, roof tiles. But in the process, Dad knew about making bricks, kilns and things. So he wasn't a novice when it came to making bricks. Because he even remembered the original way that the Polish workers made before they bought equipment and had it killed. So they started making bricks, and they had something like 50,000 of them made, and started building this facility for the equipment. And the equipment was lying there rusty, which they had to renovate. And what happened was, unfortunately, with the bricks not having straw and nothing, just by air dry, that when they got to put the top roof on, the whole thing collapsed. Nobody got hurt. They had to rebuild it. But at one time, Papi knew about equipment because as a kid he got interested in his father's manufacturing process, would pore over catalogs, learn about engines, was consulted by his dad what to buy and how to install. So he knew. And so when they were putting up this rusty equipment to start making wine, at one point what happened was that some part was tilted the wrong way. Papi tried to hold it up, wasn't able to. It smashed his fingers. It was a mess. And he got fired because anyway, because he couldn't work. But later on, they rehired him, so he worked in the making of the actual wine, and as a result, had access to a lot of grapes. And so for that period of time that there were a lot of grapes, that's what we ate, grapes. And it was different than turtles, but that's what we ate. And to show you about the Russian economy, because Papi writes about that, the person that came, the specialist to supervise all this, knew a little bit about wine, but he learned on the job. So once they started manufacturing wine, the guy became an overnight very wealthy person. Why? Because in Russia, it's what you make and what you can trade with some other factory. So alcohol is alcohol, that's a desirable thing to manufacture. So he had no trouble trading wine for anything, meat, flour, things from other producers. And as a result, started living like a king. Meanwhile, the people that were making it was still the same. And Papi tells a very touching story. How a woman came with a full load of grapes, but she didn't understand that she had to bribe the inspector, and she didn't bring anything for the inspector, and the guy kept rejecting her grapes, and she said, look, I can't go back, because the penalty would have been to bring back the same weight in raisins. Can you imagine how much more that would have required? Anyway, so they're corrupt from day one, but they always find a way to blame somebody for their corruption, because otherwise everybody would go to jail. And as it is, they say, we have one foot in the jail anyway, so let's live better as long as we can. But those are typical examples of how they cook the books until they can't anymore, so then they blame somebody that maybe steals a little bit of something, and then he goes to jail and they go. So but the hunger in Uzbekistan was real. It was supplemented sometimes by the following. Okay, so here comes the Polish Free Army. When the Russians joined the Allies, there was in London, there were embassies and people representing various governments. For instance, de Gaulle was sitting in London representing the Free French, not the Vichy French. Prince Bernhard was in London representing the Dutch, not the occupied Dutch. I mean, so the Allies had heads of their various governments in London. And the Poles had a person by the name of General Anders. And so what happened was that, see, the Polish army disintegrated within a day because they were just interested in their uniforms and marching around, but nobody. But so General Anders said basically to the Allies and the Russians, look, we have all these Poles in Russia that you're keeping. I'm going to form an army, the Polish Free Army, and they're going to fight with the Allies, and they basically were an adjunct to the British Army eventually. But what happened was, so the word went out, and the Poles started migrating to these recruiting centers where the Jews were being rejected by the droves and trying to bribe Poles by becoming extended family nephews, and they would wine them and dine them and so forth. But in every case they were let down, with a couple of exceptions, which I'll tell you about. But when the army was formed and when the Poles became allies of the Russians and so forth, the relief agencies started, the delegatures. Those were refugee relief agencies for food and clothing were set up in various parts of Russia, and including not far in Uzbekistan. What happened there was they were supposed to distribute food that came from the States. England didn't export food, neither did France, but the States did, and clothing also. I think some came from Australia, and but in any event, and the Poles, being as anti-Semitic as ever, would hardly ever allow any Jewish people to go into these stockpiles. But all of a sudden, they started living more than like kings, until such time that there was this transport that they were going to leave. And when that happened, they had to turn over the management of these things. And Buño got such a post. And when he did, he discovered hundreds of packages rotting away, mice eating them and so forth, and a lot of other things rotting away. And what happened then, there was a fire that started somewhere nearby, and some of this merchandise that he was looking after caught fire, because Papi went to a different town and joined Buño and put some administrative order into this chaos that existed there. And during that time, he got a little salary, we were able to eat something from the store that we was entitled to. Buño didn't take more than his share, the daily share, and neither did we, until the fire closed down, and the Russians accused him of sabotage and this and that, and he had to clear everything out within, I think, 48 hours. He got it extended. So after that, things were, again, back to no food. And that's when my shirt got sold, and that's when this man showed up with money. But at the time, just before that, was going to be Passover again, and Buño distributed a box of Manischewitz matzahs to each family. Papi sold his, and with that bought flour, and Mommy helped out in a matzah making machine. So for the holiday, we each had, I believe he says, 4 matzahs for the week, each one of us. But the Poles, when they left, so happy in their cart, were all waving the the Manischewitz boxes of matzah. I don't know why they liked it, but there were a couple of exceptions where people got out. One was there was a meeting of some of these Polish potentates, and then they decided they want to play bridge, and they needed a fourth, and somebody remembered a Jewish oculist, ophthalmologist that played bridge, so they got him, and he played bridge with them, and that's how he left. And there was another person, one or two other people, whom they really couldn't turn down because they were physicians. And so one wound up in Kenya, and one wound up also in Africa, but later on settled in London. And we were in touch with both of them. But there were cases where, they were just horrible cases, where people were bribed and taken and then not taken and thrown off the train. And it was sad. It was sad.
Were you ever afraid?
Of what?
Scared of anything?
Yeah. When of the bullying, the Russians, when in Uzbekistan, we had this little school, but we were supposed to go to a school, but it was again, somehow they knew we were Jewish or foreigners or both, and they would attack us. So that's when we were, I should say, tree school. I wasn't going to say home school, but under tree school. We would sit on the trees and we give private instruction from memories. And actually, Henry learned a lot of math as a result of that. But so, yes, there was this scary thing of trying to get someplace knowing that you may get attacked by a bunch of hoodlums. Mm-hmm. And Henry and I, one thing that the Russians had were beautiful stamps. I mean, they're triangular stamps and round stamps. I mean, in the United States until recently, our stamps were just, say, 3 cents, 5 cents. Was just, nobody really collected them. Right? But the Russians took pride in their stamps. And we somehow had a collection of stamps. I don't know how we acquired them, but in the stamp world, when you have a little album, if you have extra ones, you trade. I mean, it's the tradition of the stamp world. You trade stamps. So one day, a couple of Russian kids came, and they wanted ostensibly to trade stamps. They brought their own. So we brought ours out, and they proceeded to grab ours and run away. So we never collected stamps after that. But, sorry, I'm going to drink a little bit.
That's okay.
But, so it wasn't that we were scared, we were just disappointed. Mm-hmm. A copy in the book, that reminds me, you talked to me about, well, someday maybe I should write a book. When I was getting proofs for this book, to go back, to roll the tape back a little bit, it was a combined effort of this Polish lady that called me and asked whether the book was ever published. And I said, well, just for the family. And then she said, I will do that, because she'd seen the film and got interested. And then she asked, in the second question, how do you feel about a Polish Christian person doing it? I said, I feel great. So she got on. And at one time she said to me, what this book needs is an native English-speaking person to put it into English, spoken English, not immigrant English. Papi started writing it in the 60s while commuting, and then on weekends he would type it on this little Hermes portable typewriter, and then give it to a typing pool, and eventually Xerox. Well, in any event, so at that time we had a cousin, well, we still have the cousin, but she had just finished working for the UN trying to get indigenous people back their rights. And she's born in Australia, in Sydney. Her grandfather was a medical student with my uncle, so they knew each other. And he also happened to be Pappy's favorite nephew. So at one time when she finished the indigenous work for the tribe in Australia, one of the leaders, because that took years and years, and she became quite well known for that because she got them their fishing rights and everything. They said, well, who are you people? I said, well, I'm my father. You know, no, who are you people? And so she decided that her people, she needed to know more about her people. So she came to New York and interviewed Henry and me about her grandfather. And so later on, she was available, stuck in France, not allowed to work, couldn't get back to Australia because of COVID. So she became the translator, the English translator. And so the scenario was I'd get 20 pages, one person in Australia, one person in Europe, and me here. And it was usually at midnight, 1 in the morning, and then I'd stay till 2 or 3 to give my comments, and that's how this book was produced. So that's, I don't know what the answer to what question it was.
That's okay.
But I'm glad I turned the record.
Yes, yes.
Because Laura really deserves, and she's given credit in the introduction, she's given credit in the jacket as being the language editor. I didn't even know that profession existed, but it does.
Yeah. Tell me what liberation was for you. Because I think liberation is different for different people. So,
well, it was, I guess, in different forms. I would think that the first one was when we were allowed to leave the Siberia, ostensibly. Nobody expected Uzbekistan to be so tough. Just lice and typhoid, and malaria and typhoid and everything else. So I can't even give blood. I could get as close as giving somebody apple juice after they've given blood. But, you know, we were all ill. We were not all ill simultaneously. Thank God we were ill on separate occasions. So when Henry was ill, a would-be robber came in, a woman, and he didn't realize she, being friendly, said, oh, Mommy's away, Pappy's away. Sit down and wait for them. And then this robber left and robbed somebody else. But it was touch and go for Mommy because in typhus, your fever goes sky high. And unless there's some kind of a magic injection that very few people had, but there was one, and people shared the medication. They waited to the last moment and gave it to her, and the fever went down, and she survived. Pappy also had a hard time. He still had attacks of malaria. So Uzbekistan, but I'm digressing to say that initially our voyage out of Siberia was, in a sense, a certain liberation. The second liberation was more dramatic, and that was the route, the whole process of getting the exit visa, which was, you know, if you saw a film, you could probably not believe it, because my aunt, and that requires a background story. My aunt, where my father went to be educated, was married to a really hard-driving industrialist by any means. And they lived well because he was a hard-driving, so they owned a brewery, they owned chemical works, they owned all kinds of things. And they had a life in Vienna of the type that was, and my aunt was very social. So, you know, many friends. But when Kristallnacht happened, he decided that the next day he's going to sell everything. all his industrial. But he wasn't going to accept any promissory notes, cash or nothing. And he sold everything, probably at humongous discounts, and he took himself and his wife and his daughter out as far as he could go, which was Australia. And when he got to Australia, being a hot, dynamic business guy, he discovered that what Australia would need would be flashlights for their armed forces if war broke out, because they were importing them from Hong Kong, and he reasoned that Hong Kong would not be available. So he convinced the military authorities to give him guaranteed labor and a place to manufacture flashlights. He then reverse engineered a flashlight, and he was in business again, and she resumed her social life. Among the social life that she befriended was a Polish diplomat who happened to be living where she was living, or next door or something. And what happened then, historically, is really important for our exit, was during the war, there was a mass grave discovered in the forest of Katynia, and 20,000 or more uniformed Polish army officers and others were discovered shot and buried in this mass grave. Polish. So, big scandal, big discovery, and the Red Cross came in to investigate. The Russians said the Germans did it. The Germans said the Russians did it. After an investigation, it was determined that the Russians did it. And they finally admitted it recently. But at the time that they denied, they broke off the Polish relationships the diplomatic relationships with the Poles, with the Free Polish government, the Anders army people. Okay. What happens in the quasi-civilized world when one country breaks off diplomatic relationships with the other? Some other country steps in and says, we'll look after your people there. So sometimes it's Sweden, it's sometimes Switzerland, sometimes... In this case, Australia did it. Why? Nobody knows. The Australian mission, nobody was in Moscow during the war. They were in Kublichev, a different town, all these embassies. So they had a skeleton crew, and all of a sudden they were deluged by all these Polish refugees asking. And the Russians would not allow them to have added staff, typical Russian. But my aunt got a hold of his neighbor friend and said, do something, get my people. And she had asked us to send passports before that to some place. Papi, we did have photographs taken, they're on display, refugee kind of. And sure enough, we got a cable that said that the exit visa is being arranged, and we couldn't tell anybody. But in the Uzbek, a couple of houses away, was a Uzbek family. The daughter worked in a post office, so we got her to bring that registered to us, and it was hush hush, and then she also told us for the telegrams, because it would have been sabotage to ask for an atlas to look at a map or something, where we needed to be, because who knew about the names of these places? She knew because she worked in the post office. And so this whole exit, the whole story, how we're moving out of wherever we were because Papi got a job someplace else, and trying to get tickets to get on the train to meet that deadline, that was a harrowing experience, which is in the film. But I can tell you more. But in any event, so when we crossed the border, when the log opened up and we walked across and we put our stuff across, that was a moment of freedom. It was very emotional, and that's when, at minus 30 or 40 degrees, in 18th of December, it's pretty cold at 8,000 feet in Tahoe also. Mm-hmm. Henry and I were throwing snowballs and came across this piece of money that Papi then took down and bought us our first breakfast. So that was another one. And of course, after that, when we got to Tehran, I felt free. And when we arrived in New York City, got past the Statue of Liberty.
Tell me more about the emotions that you felt at that second liberation when you were crossing the border.
Well, everybody was hugging. There were four of us, and we were hugging each other and crying. And then there was this little shepherd hut, and Papi looked down, and there was a village way down. So he left us, and he took that crumpled piece of paper, and he walked down. And as it turned out, that village, there was, as I said, Papi spoke English, there was a Lend-Lease warehouse or garage, because the Allies were bringing a lot of equipment to Russia. I mean, prior to that, the Russians were training with sticks instead of rifles. They were running trucks, burning wooden chips with no tires. I mean, they had really nothing. And all of a sudden, Dodge trucks started appearing and army equipment. So the British person in charge sent a truck up with a driver and an assistant to come to get us. And Papi describes when he showed up, we weren't there, and he sort of panicked of what could have happened to us. But it turned out we were in that little hut. And I mentioned earlier that Papi was religious, and he would pray every day with the talit and the tefillin. And so he hadn't prayed that yet, that moment. And on the truck going back, he started to say his prayers, and the assistant to the driver in the rear noticed, and he happened to be a Persian Jew. So he recognized it. And he started speaking Hebrew, because he assumed that all Jews spoke Hebrew, in addition to Persian or whatever else. So, and Mami was able to converse with him. And so he took us to his boss's house, who owned the transportation company, and they put us up for the night, and were really kind, sent us off. They fed us at night, and then the next morning, and then they drove us to where we were supposed to go to meet the Poles. But so that was an emotional moment, for sure.
What did the freedom feel like? Say more about that, feeling free.
Well, for a kid, it's a different feeling than for a 91-year-old person or a 40 person. I would say in Tehran, let's say, when I was in Tehran, I felt free. What did that mean to me? It meant that I could, my aunt in Australia sometimes would send me some money, or somebody would give, so I'd rent a bicycle, and I would ride a bicycle. And the guy that rented the bicycles, he hated to see me coming, because I would always crash them. And I would always rent the girl type that you could hop out of, that in those days, girl bicycles were built differently than today. They didn't have the bar across, they were hollow. Anyway, so I felt free just roaming around Tehran and watching three-card Monte games and telling the people where the thing was, because I observed how crooked the game was, and being chased after them and negotiating for Mother's Day over a 3-day period with it.
And where did you stay when you got to Tehran?
Sorry?
Where did you stay when you got to Tehran?
Oh, well, okay, so here's what happened. We were picked up by these Polish army people, and without knowing better, as Papi said, driven off to some army camp. They were waiting for many Poles to come out of Russia to Persia. And at first we were greeted with all these smiles, but when they found out that we were the only family that did it our own way and we were Jewish, everything changed. And so it was pretty disgusting change with that, because Papi was asked to translate a Christmas dinner with a nativity play for the British and the American and so forth, and they wouldn't even feed him afterwards. When they went off to this gala dinner, they said, "Oh, the truck is not going to take you back." So basically, Papi then revolted when they moved us to another location, and when he saw that the vermin was on these cots, even though it was late at night, he said, "We're not staying." Told the guy to wake up the supervisor, commandant, that we're leaving, and he was very vocal about that. So finally, at some ungodly hour of the morning, a truck took us to Tehran, and we asked the driver to just take us to whatever hotel he wanted. And so he put us up there, took us to one on Lala Street, which turned out to be not the best street in Tehran, but it was fortuitous because, first of all, in those days, if you were, let's be frank, if you were Caucasian and in Western clothes and traveling as if you were on business, nobody asked for be paid in advance, or I mean, people just assume that you would pay hotel bill. Credit cards were not yet invented, and neither were traveler's checks. Or maybe Cook had traveler's checks. I don't know. I don't think so. But in any event, so we were in this hotel, and kind of the next day, oh yeah, the British person gave Papi some money. In addition to a truck, or maybe the Persian fleet owner, but we had a little bit of money, enough for me, I was the marketing guy, the street person, to go out and get some provisions to have breakfast in this hotel. There was a little kitchenette, so Mommy made breakfast. And shortly thereafter, what happened was that Papi walked out, and there was another person who walked out, and it was the same Mr. Strauch who worked for us, who escaped. When Runik was caught, he was not. And he was in Tehran because he had, through Vladivostok and Japan, and wound up in India, was manufacturing little gadgets. Anything that was manufacturing was easily sold, and he needed some parts, so he came to Tehran about. So that was a big reunion, and he gave us money, enough to pay the hotel bill. and also, Papi looked up the Jewish agency, and Runik had anticipated that we may show up, and there was an envelope of money there. And Lucia from Australia sent some, and Doc from the United States sent some. But the important thing was that the word was out that we had arrived, and there was a person from the Jewish agency that wanted to talk to Papi about various things. So Papi went, and this man indicated that two people were coming from Palestine to open the joint distribution facility, and that he should talk to them. So he did, and it turned out that actually he knew one of them just by coincidence, and he got the job. So he got a job very quickly, and we then moved out of that hotel to another place, very temporarily, because the landlord was pretty awful, and found a place on a nice little street. Above us was a Czech family. The person was brought to Tehran to help build a railroad, and got caught there during the war, and rather foolishly went back to Czechoslovakia, because after they were able to go back, and basically I don't know what happened to them, but I inherited their dog. I remember that, a Czech dog called Juhik, so I had a little companion dog. But so we lived there, and again, I went to the Polish school, Henry went to the American school eventually, and Papi went to work very early in the morning, because in Persia people worked sans arrêt till the afternoon, and there was siesta, and then in the evening they would go out to cafes. And Henry and I would be helpful. I was very good in packing a stove with lumber shavings, and then pouring some kerosene on it, and that was our central heater. We would go get ice. We were useful. We were always useful. So, and also in Uzbekistan, I want to mention that we were also useful. Henry built an outdoor stove that required very little wood and didn't smoke things up. I did a lot of the buying of wood. I'd negotiate with the sellers, who usually came with a donkey full of wood, and I would poke around, figure out if it was decent wood or not, or just the camouflage, and then I would negotiate the price. And the way that worked is that if you bought it, you walked in front of the donkey with a piece of wood. That was an indication that the deal was done. And I enjoyed that, because at the end, when the donkey was unloaded, I would sometimes get it right around it, a little bit on the donkey. But we were useful wherever we were, not because we were asked. We just did things because we noticed they needed.
How about finding out about what happened to your grandfather or family?
Well,
back in...
that was. Remember, I said there was another person, Shoma, the Romanian diplomat, and he. See, Romania was not in war with the Germans nor the Russians for some period of time. So he tried to find out, and he's the one that. He settled in Israel later on, and I don't know whether it was in Israel. When he was in Israel, he already told us, or maybe still, when we were in Persia, he wrote to us. But basically, it was through him that we found it. As far as Papi's parents, we never found out. His sisters, two survived. His brothers did not survive. One of them actually went through Siberia also, and I'm in touch with her children. I mean, the sister and her husband had a daughter. They eventually wound up in Israel. The daughter taught kindergarten, married another refugee. They have two sons. The parents died. I'm in touch with the two sons. So the Red Cross was helpful, I don't think to us. They try to be helpful to others.
And how about your mother's parent?
Well, the mother died.
Right, so your mother's father.
Well, he's the one that remained with Lutsinka, with the youngest daughter, and that's the one that Shoma tried to tell us about. We don't know. Mm-hmm. I have a feeling that he died of a natural death through a heart attack, and that we do know that through Shoma, that Lutsinka was part of the resistance. She lived under an assumed name with a non-Jewish person, and then somehow was denounced. I mean, there were a lot of people were denounced during the war. Let me quickly. look at this. Yeah, I told you about Julia. Okay. Yeah, I told you about that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Tell me about the decision to leave Tehran.
Oh, well, that was a no-brainer. Henry, see, okay, so it's a two-part story, at least two parts. As you learned by now, there's never a one-part story. The Papi was working for the Joint, really heavily engaged, and highly underpaid, because the person whose agency was, he had a franchise, decided, for whatever reason, to, as he called it, sharpen the pencil, and so Papi wasn't really making enough, but to pay rent and everything. But we got supplements from his sister in Australia, and his brother-in-law, Mommy's brother from the United States. So somehow we made things happen. Henry, when he was about to be bar mitzvah, was instructed by an extremely colorful person, Rabbi Levi, who was in Persia, because there were very, very many extremely poor and uneducated Jews, Persian Jews. There was an upper class that were extremely wealthy and educated in villas, but there was and he took it upon himself to literally get them out of caves and give them educations and fundraise all over the world. And he was my father's biggest client. He would come with lists of people in Russia, Orthodox people, that he wanted packages sent to, so they befriended each other. And he was so colorful. He wore one of these huge hats. He had long robes. He looked as if he was a potentate from Saudi Arabia or something, except in other kinds of clothing. He didn't speak any English, but somehow made do with what he had. Tremendous personality, and did an awful lot, including preparing Henry for his bar mitzvah. And Henry got under his influence and became very, very, very religious, as was my father at that age, or maybe a little, and would run off to synagogue and pray in the morning. And Saturday we all went. I mean, all of us. So during the time in the synagogue, I think Henry also befriended an American sergeant, a Sergeant Goldblatt, Willie Goldblatt, I remember, but we call him Sergeant, and who was religious and prayed. And he would come to our home frequently, and he, being a service person, had access to what was then called V-mail. These were little capsules that you wrote a letter on one sheet of paper, it got photographed, and the negative was sent through these capsules and then developed on the other end. It was a fast way to communicate. So we were able to communicate with Doc back and forth at much faster rate than normal phone. And Doc tried to get us to America. He felt that this would be a good thing. And Papi was ambivalent. I know he knew he wanted to go to Australia to say thank you to his sister. He never really cared for his brother-in-law because he worked for him initially before he decided he better go on his own. But nevertheless, but the Poles wouldn't let him out. They wanted him in the army in Tehran. They wouldn't accept him in Persia, but all of a sudden he was draftable age. And circumcised or not, it didn't matter. But because of the Joint, he would get deferments a few months at a time. This Passman person was well known in the diplomatic world, and he would get him deferments. Well, so Papi decided enough of these deferments. He just wants to go. to Australia. And at the same time, we call him Doc instead of David Thaler. Dave was a very popular guy in Texarkana, Texas, and also Fort Smith, Arkansas, because as a physician, he had access to alcohol, and Texas was a dry state. So all the physicians were looking for him to bring him for the alcohol, which they would then mix and make martinis with. And so he was really popular. And he got to know a lot of the muckety-mucks, the colonels, and he was a captain, but he got to. And among others, there was one man whose cousin was in Washington as, I think, a secretary of something in the FDR administration. And so my uncle said to his buddy, look, do something for my family. And through that connection, we got a permission to come in as displaced persons, the three of us. And my dad went to Australia. But that wasn't, I mean, nobody flew in those days. But there was a ship that there were so many Polish women, some professional, military camp workers, as they usually are around military people, that sold themselves off to American GIs as being not what they really were. So many got married, got pregnant, had children. So the Americans decided enough of that. We can't take care of all of them. So they got a ship, a ship from the Grace Line, to sail to the States. And we got permission to be on that ship with these Polish women. And the two orphan girls, whose, thank you, Lord, I came across recently, who father was in the States, blocked, mother died, and they were orphans. So my mother agreed to take them along. And so we went off down to where ships were, I forget the name of the port in Tehran, and then the ship sailed through the Suez Canal and all that. And it was a convoy, so it took a long time because we were part of a destroyer group that were looking for submarines. And we stopped in Naples, part of the trip. That's where I had my first spaghetti. That's where I discovered that Henry didn't like tomatoes, because he didn't want to. And got to see Pompeii. And then from Naples, we sailed to New York. But it was, the connection was that Henry befriended in the synagogue a sergeant who then set up this chain of events. So it's all kind of event-driven, unplanned. But being, so we came in as displaced people and were stateless, as opposed to on some immigration visa. Because in those days, there was no immigration visas to speak of it, and you really had to have a separate permission. And by the way, by then Doc was already in Arkansas, so he got permission to come by train to New York. He took Henry and I to Macy's. He got us long pants and jackets and shirts, and took us to Ringling Brothers Circus. A cousin took us to the movies. And and then by train we went to Arkansas.
What was the date that you arrived in New York?
The 5th of April.
What year?
1945. Yeah. My mother had her birthday in Little Rock already, on the 12th. I think it was the 5th. It's written out. It may have been the 4th, because the girls went to Ohio, and they wrote a letter of thank you dated the 5th, but somehow they didn't get mail till May. But I think it was the 4th. Anyway, Laura has the manifest from the SS Santa Paula with our names and the girls' names, and I have it right here if you want to see it. the thing about Little Rock, a couple of side notes, because I didn't speak any English, so by age, I was getting ready for a bar mitzvah, which my uncle prepared me for, and I had one in Little Rock in the synagogue there. But because I was 13, I was put in the 7th grade. I mean, it could have been 5th, 3rd, it didn't matter. I didn't understand anything anyway. But I quickly learned English, and but not well enough. But so my American-born, New Jersey-born aunt was very young, and to be saddled with these two teenagers, I really, looking back, she was pretty heroic. Never complained. But she would take us places, to circus. She liked events. So if circus was coming to town, she liked when elephants would put up the pole. I mean, things like this. Anyway, but one day I would go shopping with her for groceries because I always liked that. And there was things were rationed in those days. So she had a book of points and red points for meat and other points for dairy, and it was all kind of mysterious. But at least I knew what she was buying because I knew how to shop for food. But one day she took us to a department store, and so we were waiting by the elevators for her to come out, and there were these two water fountains. One was lower than the other, and one said colored, and the other said nothing. So I thought that colored meant, since it was lower, that was meant for children to have, lemonade come out or strawberry-colored water. So I, in the normal, maybe loud voice, I said to Henry, let's have some of that colored water. And at that point, everything stopped in that department store because it was meant to be for the black people, colored. That was the fountain that they were allowed to drink from. So that just...
How were Jews treated in Arkansas?
Well, the one experience that I had was Henry and I were playing outside, and Mrs. Johnson was the house next door. There was a little bit of dirt between. Henry and I, we had a bushel, which we used as a net, and we had a ball that we played with. Anyway, so it was around December and Christmas time, and Mrs. Johnson says, "Boys, what are you getting for Christmas?" And we said, "Nothing, Mrs. Johnson." And she was visibly shocked, and she said, "You've been bad?" So I said, "No, we haven't been bad." So she said, "Why not?" So I don't know why I spoke. I said, "Well, we don't do Christmas." She said, "You don't do Christmas? What do you?" We have Hanukkah. We're Jewish. We have Hanukkah. So she was about this distance from me, and she said, "Boy, come over here." So I came, and she takes her hand and starts rummaging in my head. And I said, "Mrs. Johnson, what are you doing?" She said, "I'm looking for your horns," she says. She really believed that this is December 1945. So I've been intrigued with that because other people have told me that they've also been asked to show their horns. And in the case of a girl, I remember once in college, her roommate asked her, she thought she had a tail, that she should. So I traced the thing with the horns, and it's interesting. There is a statue that Michelangelo sculpted of Moses sitting on a big chair with the Ten Commandments. It's a classic statue. It's as important as David. And he's sitting there with these 10 Commandments, and he has horns. And so he said, "Why does he have horns?" And the answer, as far as I know, is Michelangelo was working on the statue using a Greek translation of the Bible. In the Hebrew version, it shows Moses going to, with, it's a horns of light. It says horns of light. He was radiating. People couldn't look at it. So how do you transfer horns of light? So he just gave him horns. Anyway, so they just lose sight. One time, Henry and I spent a lot of time in a swimming pool. It was in the summertime. And we got really dark. I mean, dark, I mean this color dark, maybe slightly. So one time we would usually take a bicycle to ride, because I was able to buy a bicycle with my bar mitzvah money. And the boy that sold it won one in a contest. So, in any event, so we used the bicycle. But at one time we took the bus, and as I went into the front of the bus, the guy looks at me, and he said, out, because I was supposed to go in the rear of the bus, being so tan, being black. So I pulled down my under to show him that I have a white streak, that I'm really a white person, not a black person. Yeah, this was. And in Henry's Central High School, he was 2 years older, so he went to high school, Central, which later on required the marshal to march this little girl in. They actually taught in his biology class that Negroes, as they were called, that had inferior blood. And when Henry posed the question, he was quickly shut down. So, Jim Crow was in its prime. Mm-hmm. But as far as Jews, we went to some, except for when we were first Thanksgiving, we went to this so-called officers' mess. As the army people don't, the name for eating places, the mess hall. So there's an officers' mess. So Doc being a captain, we went to the. Well, we sat there, Mommy, Henry and I, and Doc and his wife Ellie, and the food was rather strange, because I wasn't used to mayonnaise on a little fruit salad. That's called Waldorf salad or something. And the portions were absolutely enormous, and we weren't used to that. But the strangest thing were the waiters, who had these normal weight frocks, white, with a little side pocket as I have, which I also had at the University of Rochester. I was a waiter. And where it said George, it would have the name. And then underneath it said P-O-W. And I said to him, what does P-O-W mean? So he said, prisoners of war. These were German prisoners of war serving us Jews, if you will, in the officers' mess. And then he told me that they complained about the food because they thought that corn was for animals, and Americans eat a lot of corn. Well, different kind of corn, but anyway. So that kind of was shocking to see that American POWs working.
How do you feel the years of the war has impacted you?
Well, that I take nothing for granted. And in fact, I'm glad you asked that question, because Henry and I frequently asked ourselves, he has 2 children, or 3 children, how do we prepare our kids for adversity? And that's a question that could be asked now, too, because we're not going in the right direction politically, worldwide at least. And so we would ponder about that. And, everything that we came up with was artificial, because the kids would know that the end of the week or the month or the whatever, things would go back to normal. So even when I worked for the Boy Scout camp, Waterfront, there was a section called Survival. I helped one of the scouts write an essay, and he got into survival camp. It's a camp, by definition. And people come prepared. Boy Scouts come prepared with equipment. I had to laugh. I put out an email to about a couple hundred people about what's going on, and when these encampments started, and all of a sudden all these tents looked the same. I said to the people, look, when we went off to college, even if you were a geology major, you didn't get a letter saying, and by the way, bring a tent. You know, they were provided by the Hamas people. But in any event, be it as it may. So surviving under our conditions is impossible to recreate. I mean, even that biosphere that made an attempt to put people together, lock them up for, train them to go to Mars or something, that collapsed. They had to come out. I don't know. So it has to do with not taking things for granted, having a set of values that you can take with you. For instance, in the case of my parents, on the tombstone, there's a unifying phrase that Henry and I worked on that said they saved their families with its ideals. Have some ideals and don't give up on them. I mean, Frankl talks about that.
And what were those ideals?
Well, ideals that we're not going to be like the rest of the mob.
What does that look like when you're not like the rest of the mob?
Well, you have to stand up and be counted. You have to stand up and be counted, and be willing to take the consequences. Now, we were not in schools that required a Nazi salute. We would not salute. But I tell you, I'll give you an example where we would not do what these kids did. My father talks about that. It was a family of 4 parents and 2 teenage kids that were in the same camp that he was chopping trees. The father we were all somebodies before the war. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't be there as bourgeoisie in those camps. So the father was rather meek. I mean, his personality, maybe he was depressed, whatever. So he was ostracized by his own wife and the 2 teenage kids, to the point where they wouldn't even talk to him, and he lived in a way in a different part of the cabin. And he was given the most menial jobs by the Russians, such as cleaning the latrines and mopping the floors and things of that nature. And he did not complain. He did that. One day, my father describes that they came back from work and they were lining up to get this kasha or whatever. And he, having not been in the woods, but doing the latrines, was the first in line. Whereupon he hears the kids, or one of them, I think the daughter, started yelling to the Russian, "Don't let this man up there. He didn't work in the woods today. He doesn't deserve to be. We worked. We're hungry. We're this. We're that." And it was really a shocking experience. So even the Russian muttered and spit on the floor as he walked by my father, because he knew what was going on. So you see, these kinds of things my kids would never do. So you have to start small, meet small. I think when they're 56, 54, and 52, it's a little late to say. And by the way, share things with others. So, by the way, so Henry and I was highly influenced by Henry, and I'm here today because of Henry. But I must say that I lost track of him because we were just so different that when we got to, well, I must say in junior high school, he accepted me with his brilliant buddies as the brother. He didn't say my kid brother. He just said Georgie, you know. So I was incorporated with whatever they were doing. But once in college, and once out of college, we went completely in different directions. And I remember Henry once, I visited him in his office one time, and he visited in my office one time. So, one day, he came to Pittsburgh, and for my age, I had a very responsible job at the Commercial Atomic Division of Westinghouse, which I can tell you about how I got, but it's not immaterial. It's not germane to the story. So I had a little office and a plant and posters of Paris, and I had a secretary. She was in another office on the other side of the wall, and I had a push-button phone with many things that would light up, and she would tell me who's on the phone, and I would sometimes pick up, sometimes tell her things. Anyway, that was my life. So Henry comes and he sits down next to me, and the phone is ringing, and I'm answering and giving directions. And then he says to me, George, he said, I can never do what you do. I said, what do you mean? So he sit there. He said, yes, no, do this. No. He says, yes, but you're always making decisions. He hated to make decisions. And I found it not that difficult to make decisions. So one day I went to visit him in his office. And it's not because I say so, but the world says so. You can look him up. He was a brilliant mathematician. And among his brilliance, he worked he had a year where Einstein was running the Institute in Princeton, that kind of level. But he worked for the Bell Labs, AT&T Bell Labs, when that was the powerhouse of research. I mean, they invented everything that you have here, you know? And until the government made them break it up. Anyway, that's tragic. But so anyway, so he was a theoretical mathematician on an industrial salary, and he could work on anything he wanted, if he wanted to, didn't want to, and that was the atmosphere in the lab. So I was visiting him, and he had a radiator and piled up with journals, mathematical journals, and he went out to talk to somebody. And while there, I was rummaging through these journals, and I came across one with his name on it, you know, people's authors. So I was all excited because I found some mathematics in Dr. Henry. So when he came in, I said, Henry, I found one of his. So he looks at it, he says, oh, he says, that's nothing. He says, you want to read a good one? So he pulls out some other thing. I didn't understand the title of the first one, certainly not of the so-called good one. But the point is that he had the word of mathematics, and I had the word of business, basically. That's what happened.
And what do you mean when you say you wouldn't have survived without him?
Oh, because he was so influential in my life. Yeah, you know, it's so easy to get off the rails when you don't speak the language, when you're new in the country, you want to be noticed so you could make a fool of yourself or something, yeah. No, so he made sure that I told the line, and when I didn't, he also made sure that I knew about that. Oh, and then he helped me. He helped me immeasurably because when it came time to go to college, well, first of all, I was in junior high school, and he was advised not to go to the neighborhood high school, but to apply, to take his resume, his record, and go off to the Bronx and get interviewed by people at the Bronx High School of Science. So he did. He got on the wrong train. I mean, he went to the wrong Bronx as East Side. Anyway, finally, and they looked at his record and they accepted it. So, and he did brilliantly in high school. I mean, really brilliant. He came kind of midterm. And at graduation, it was embarrassing. I was sitting there with my parents, and you look at the program and said, valedictorian Henry Landau, French prize, math prize, English prize, Westinghouse. It was all Henry Landau. And the people in the back said, who is this Henry Landau? We're still embarrassed to say, that's my brother. So he had accepted a very, very large scholarship from the University of Rochester, the largest scholarship they have to offer, the Wilson Fellow. And he accepted it. And then he got to be one of the 40 talented, talent search young scientists in America. And as such, he was invited to go to Washington with the other 39, and they met President Truman and all the rest of it. I was going to say, they weren't wine, they were dined. And when they came back, practically everybody was going to Harvard. So Harvard matched the Rochester deal. And so he decided to go to Harvard. Before that, he made me take the test for science, which I did. So we went to the same high school. He was almost out when I was coming in. And people would say, oh, Landau, do you have a brother in this school? Or did you have a brother? And then they were expecting miracles, which I never produced. But my parents never said, well, why aren't you like, why can't you be like him? And they accepted me on my terms. But when it came to go to college, I wanted to stay in New York City because it was free. City College of New York was the MIT for Jewish kids in New York, and it was free, and so were the other schools. And he said, no, you have to go out of town. But he said, but don't follow me to Harvard. I had been accepted to Harvard. So I said, okay, Henry, so where do you want me to go? So he said, go to Rochester. So I said, okay, so I went to Rochester. But in Rochester, I decided to, I didn't want to be just another arts major or accountant or something. I wanted to be guaranteed a job when it came out. So I said to myself, what's the most unique thing this school has to offer? Well, they have Eastman School of Music, and I'm not in music. But they had this Institute of Optics, and I had a lot of physics in Bronx Science. So I went over there, and I interviewed with the head of that division, Hopkins. And he said, yeah. He looked at, and I had already done a semester, or maybe almost a semester. So he accepted me, but it was normally a 5-year program, and I only had 3.5 years. So I went to night school, day school. Anyway, managed to squeeze out. I was one of 3, plus 2 graduate students from the Coast Guard. So what happened? Rochester has a naval training department, and one of my classmates had an obligation of the Navy, so he was out. The middle one wanted to go to graduate school, so he was out. And I was the only one in the entire United States that had that degree in optical engineering. I lived in the football stadium, as I told Natasha, and they had a payphone. And somehow people knew about that payphone because it kept ringing, and people say, it's for you, George, it's for you. And I was getting all these job offers, but to do research, and I knew I was not a researcher. So when Westinghouse came to interview, I went to interview them. And the first thing the man said, did you know we're an electrical company? I said, yes, I did. Westinghouse Electric, hint, hint. So I said, yes, I did. So I said, well, how do you think you could help us? So I said, well, are you working on on color television? This was 1955. So he thought about it and says, yeah, I think we are. And then I gave him a couple other ideas for optics. So he said, well, would you like to join us on a management training program? I said, I sure would. So I got hired on a management training program, 160 of us in Wilkinsburg, in the training center, all in one room, no windows. And went to somebody had a boy, the cigars lit up, and I was almost fainted. But anyway, And each day a division would come and say what they wanted, what they did, sometimes for over 2-3 days. It was a big division. It was over 100,000 people at Westinghouse, and whom they were looking for. And if you had any inkling of interest, you would say, yes, I'd like to check it out. And you could go to Kansas City or wherever and spend some time. But when the purchasing people came, I was just in my element. So I decided I wanted to go into purchasing, because it was just the reverse of buying, just using company money to buy things. So I asked for assignments in purchasing. And by then I made some friends in this thing, so we started rooming together, and they were all working for the naval atomic program, Admiral Rickover, the Nautilus and Enterprise and all that. And I applied, but with my background, and I can show you, if I roll it out, it's literally this long, with the Atomic Energy Commission in Congress with the FBI, checking all my addresses for 20 years. Now I'm 22 years old, or maybe 24, or maybe 15 years. Anyway, they went all the way back with actual addresses. And meanwhile, I'm floating around in some casting division and some other division. And one day I get a call saying, we're starting a commercial atomic division. Would you be interested? I said, I sure would. Hopped in the car, showed up as fast as I could. And that was my big break, because I meet my boss and his gorgeous secretary, Betty McDonald, and his Dale Verso, and he's very short. And I have shrunk, but I was 6'2" at the time. And he was also a little complex because he had not gone to college. He came out of the machine shop. His family owned a very prestigious machine shop. And he wasn't at home with all of these. Westinghouse had 5 contracts to start immediately with these division managers. So, and they came from Livermore, Chalk River, the Manhattan Project. I mean, they were really the top. So he says to me, George, and this is an empty room with a black cord that had it phone. I said, it's okay, Dale, I'll get the crates out to the furniture. He says, George, he says, why don't you take this nuclear shit and I'll take the rest? I said, fine. So I had the most responsible position in that department and grew with it. And then I know we want to take a break, but so when he got disgusted one day with a division manager and clacked the door and walked out, the next guy that came in was completely opposite of Dale, and the atmosphere changed. And I decided to quit and go to another company. And Henry said, George, go back to Europe. You'd been there 58 for the World's Fair. Buy a car. Take 2 months, 3 months. What do you care? You'll never get this opportunity again. So I did that. And that changed my life. So, Henry again.
Just take a quick cut.
Okay.
So this is part 2 and a continuation of the interview.
Hello.
And we have left off with your family life in Arkansas.
Oh, in Little Rock.
Little Rock, yep. So tell us more about life in Arkansas with your family.
Well, my uncle, who was a captain in the U.S. Army as a physician, he came, as you may recall, to New York to collect, as we would say, my mother, my brother, and me, because by then the 2 sisters were picked up to go to Ohio. So we went by train to Little Rock, and I don't remember how long it took, but it took some time. And there we met for the first time. His wife, Ellie, an American-born New Jersey young person. She was young, and I must admire Ellie in retrospect, because all of a sudden she got invaded as a fairly newlywed person with a sister-in-law and two teenage boys, only one of whom spoke English. My mother and I did not speak English. And my uncle absolutely refused to speak to us in any other language than English. So it was one of these sink or swim things. And the first thing that happened that I remember, or one of the first things, was that being 12-something, I got enrolled in the local school, and I was put in the 7th grade, as I remember. Well, I was a non-English speaking person in this public school, and really didn't know what to do to fit in. So in retrospect, I did some stupid things, and my brother straightened me out. So I'm forever grateful. I mean, simple things. In those days, simple, stupid things. In those days, people would collect fat from cooking, and the fat was collected in cans and turned over for the war effort. It was used in manufacturing things. So each school had a contest where kids would bring in these cans of fat and lard and whatever. And they were all kind of piled up. Well, there was a contest. So one day I decided, well, I'll just move a few cans from this class and this class to our class to win the contest. Things like that. So anyway, I was reprimanded. In those days, it was okay to reprimand somebody in the old system with belts and things. But Henry didn't hit me, but my uncle did spank, and I don't have any emotional scars. I thanked him for it. So my mother was good in learning languages. So she joined the USO and was making fountains. She learned how to make fountain drinks, milkshakes and banana splits and things like that. And she would talk with or try to understand first and engage in conversations with the service people. So very quickly she learned English, and I was listening to the radio a lot, and Henry and I would go to the movies to see double features twice. We would bring our sandwiches and see 2 westerns, preview of coming attractions, a serial, cartoons, a newsreel. I mean, it was a production, and we would see it twice. Well, in any event, we also were unusual in that, and in fact the newspaper wrote about us, in that he and I would go to the public library, and there was a music room, and we would play these 78 records. They weren't vinyl, they were breakable. And so that was thought to be unusual for 2 immigrant kids or new Arabic to be listening to classical music. And Henry did rather well in school. He entered a Reader's Digest contest about a favorite teacher, and he wrote about a favorite teacher of his in Persia, and he won a prize. So that was nice. My uncle Henry and I spent a lot of time in this public swimming pool. It was a huge, magnificent pool. And we later on worked in the check room, but we would spend the entire day there, and hence my suntan. But to this day, when I eat a Milky Way, I'm taken back to the snacks that frozen Milky Way. And And in the South, people drink Royal Crown Cola. So if I see one, I haven't had one for years. It reminds me of Little Rock. But in any event, my uncle would come at the end of the day, and he always had his medical bag with him in the event that there was some accident. And sometimes people would fall off these diving platforms. There were diving boards and diving platforms. And so I was a swimming kid. Henry was much better than I, but he slipped, broke his arm, and after that, he just wasn't as good as I was. But in any event, I would go on these diving boards and platforms, even though I was not allowed, for good reason. And one day my aunt walked in and saw me. So I was grounded. I wasn't able to swim for a while. But my uncle, during that time, started to prepare me for my bar mitzvah. And I must give him a huge amount of credit, because I knew nothing about the prayers and what I had to say and so forth. And he got me ready to do that. So I had my bar mitzvah in Little Rock, Arkansas, and there was no question of a reception afterwards. It was kind of the same as in Tehran. Mommy had some cookies and things like that. And then I think Henry and I went to the movies. The other thing that I remember about Little Rock was that I got, as presents in those days, at 13, it was traditional to give the boy a watch. So I was given a watch. And I was given a camera, a box camera. And somehow, I think my aunt from Australia sent some money, and I wanted a bicycle, but they were extremely difficult to find. They just weren't, it was still wartime. However, there was a kid that won a bicycle in some kind of a contest, and he already had a bicycle. Somehow we found out about it, so I had enough money to buy it. And then that changed my and Henry's life, because we then could ride the bicycle to the swimming pool and in other places, and it was a working tool, because from Arkansas, when we moved to Cedar Rapids, we used it to deliver 156 newspapers. But I'll tell you about Cedar Rapids later. So in any event, Little Rock for me was a place where I learned to speak English, and I learned to hang out with my aunt. She liked to go outside a lot. She liked to go when the circus would come and watch the animals build the tents, and so Henry and I would go along. I mean, the animals, the elephants. She took us to a midget car race. She was an outdoor girl. And I remember asking her, by then I could speak a little bit of English, why is everybody sitting around the turns? Because there was no one sitting where the oval was straight. And she explained that they were there just to see the crashes. And I couldn't quite understand why you'd really want to see people crash. But that was the culture. And then she took us to a place where a motorcycle and a midget car would run around in a huge barrel. Can you imagine? They would start up, and with gravity, they would race each other. So, in any event, Ellie was a fun person. And what happened then was that my Uncle Runa came, and he was extremely depressed. He just wanted to go back to Palestine in those days. He was discharged from the British Army, and he was just extremely unhappy. So she had to deal with him, who smoked incessantly, and finally went to New York and just couldn't stay in New York, so he went back to Palestine and joined the Haganah and was in the 1948 war. So that worked out for him. But during that time, it was the atmosphere in Lurak was a little rocky because Runic was so depressed. He would spend the time with a blanket over his head. And my uncle, his brother, tried everything to get him, pull him out of that depression. Well, in any event, what happened in Lurak after I told you these little incidents about I want to see horns and getting the back of the bus and the business of the let's have some of that colored water and so forth, was that we were cheering for Joe Louis in the big boxing match against, what was his name, Khan, who's a white boxer. So Henry and I were always kind of on the side of the African Americans because we could see how degraded they were. Well, when the war ended in Europe, the VE Day, my uncle got discharged, and what happened was by then my dad came from Australia, and that part of his voyage is not in the book because it was just too long, but it was a huge adventure. In fact, the fact that his name was misspelled and became Major Landau was immensely helpful because the British thought that he was a major traveling in civilian attire where you could only fly being in the army. So he benefited through the misspelling of his name. But that's another chapter which we may go into later if you wanted to. But in any event, he eventually came because he decided that not much had changed in the relationship between him and his brother-in-law in Australia. And he thought that it would be easier for him to join us in the United States and start his life over with us than us going to Australia. So he showed up, as the book indicates, in San Francisco and then came to Lurak. At that time, as I remember, my uncle, I call him Doc, and Ellie were already discharged, and she hocked her engagement ring and as a physician, he had priority to be on a better place in the waiting list to get a car. So once he got a car, he moved out. He drove out with Ellie. And this was pre-internet, pre-anything, but he was so traumatized about the depression when he came to the United States that he wanted a state and having to do his medical studies in English all over again from France, that he wanted a state, to settle in a state that accepted his New York license, that he wouldn't have to redo his tests again, and was balanced economically between industry and agriculture and so forth. So Iowa was one of such states. And when he started driving across the country and he came to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, he stopped. And he basically put down his anchor. And so the doctors there were, the few that remained that were not in the army were elderly and extremely tired because in those days doctors made house calls. So when he met them, they were happy to give him their night house calls. And that's how my uncle got started in his medical practice. But in any event, so what happened was that my mother and my father, I'm a little confused on this. I know that they left for New York, but whether my brother and I went with them to New York first and then came back to Cedar Rapids for the summer, or whether he and I went to the Cedar Rapids while my parents went to New York, I'm not quite clear. But the point is that while my parents were resettling themselves in New York, my brother and I were living with my uncle and aunt before they had any children in Cedar Rapids. And that's when we got the paper out, and we did other odd jobs and things, and we delivered 154 papers, or 57. And I tell you, I've had many, 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 many jobs, but I would consider being a paper person the least paid, remunerative per hour of work. We average $1 a day. Whereas in subsequent years, I worked in industry in Cedar Rapids and in the ballparks of Cedar Rapids and made a lot more without mucking up the whole afternoon. But in any event, we used the bicycle to make deliveries. So I think we can be out of Little Rock and into Cedar Rapids. And what happened was my mother came to visit, and the landlord found out that there were children living. And he said, well, he didn't rent out to children. Mind you, I was 13 and Henry was 15. And so we were teenagers. But the landlord basically kicked us out because he said that he didn't rent to people with children. So we went to New York. And subsequently, Henry, that was the only time Henry ever spent a summer in Cedar Rapids that I know. But I would go back every year and work at various places and really got a lot of work experience in Cedar Rapids in all kinds of factories. I worked for a guy who, well, I'll tell you about that if we're on topic, unless you have questions about Little Rock or Cedar Rapids.
Yeah, I'd like to ask you a question going back to when you were in Little Rock.
Yes.
Your experience of going to a school where you didn't speak the language.
Yes.
How were you treated there as an immigrant, not really knowing the language? What was that like for you?
Well, treated as an immigrant, I don't remember any problems. Certainly not any problems a la in Tehran, where if you're Jewish, you have to leave the classroom because the priest would come to. So there was none of that. And I tried to understand some of the games. I mean, I knew games from Uzbekistan, but they weren't. Hotchkop was not one of the. And throwing knives in the ground and playing geography, that was not one of their games. Henry and I had a bushel, an actual bushel, a basket, and we took the bottom off and we attached it to a garage door, and we used it as a hoop. And somebody gave us a football and a soccer ball, so we taught ourselves how to play horse, and then we had a little Spalding ball. So we're trying to integrate ourselves on the playground, knowing some of the things that we were doing among ourselves. But as far as conversing, it just wasn't possible. So I think people just kind of left me alone. Henry was in the high school age, and he went to the Central High School, the one that the marshals had to be called in to escort the little African-American girl. And there, he had a bit of a problem because in biology, the teacher was saying how Negroes, that was the term, had inferior blood, and that they were teaching that. And so Henry, who knew better, challenged that. So he was not the most popular kid, except for his grades, and he was just brilliant. And the publicity he got in the local paper. He also took printing, and he set the Gettysburg Address in print. If you nowadays people type and things get printed, but in those days you picked up letters, lead letters, one by one, and put them in upside down. And it was a process, okay? So he, as one of his projects, he printed out the Gettysburg Address, and that was notable. I don't know if that answers you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what were the discussions?
Oh, so what happened was, little by little, because of the movies, because of the radio, I would ask Ellie such questions when I'd hear, holy cow. You know, I knew about cows being holy, but I didn't know about it. And I got interested in baseball. Bob Feller was sort of my hero. I read books about baseball and aviation. And to this day, when I see a little plane flying around here, it takes me back to the... But anyway, so little by little, I noticed that I started to dream in English, and that was a clue. Henry and I ate a lot. We would, on Saturdays, we would each make ourselves a big jug of hot chocolate, and in those days, sliced bread, bond sliced bread was the thing, and we would each, there were no toasters. That was a big deal when toasters were in. We would grill the bread on both sides and each consumed a loaf of bread. So in Little Rock, in shop, I had shop, and I made my mother a toaster. And today that wouldn't be possible because we were kids, we were bending metal, and we were putting in coils connecting to electricity, and that would light up, and you'd put the bread against the coils and then flip it over. So I would say I participated to the best of my ability, and if it was sharp, then you didn't need to speak English. But there came a time when I was conscious of the fact that I could speak with my aunt, and little by little. By the time I got to Cedar Rapids, I was fluent. I mean, I'd forgotten all the other languages.
And was there any discussion in the home at that time about the war, the Holocaust?
Well, the war, yes, but the Holocaust, you see, we were trying, when I say we, I don't mean me personally, nor my brother, but I know that my mother and my uncle, and then subsequent dad also, were trying to get information about our relatives. And there was one relative, well, he's not a relative, but he's a very important person in our family life. His name is Shioma Tolpin. He appears early in the game because he was a Romanian diplomat and somehow was attached to our family. Subsequently, he settled in Israel. And he, being a diplomat and being Romanian, I think he was Romanian, in any event, he was not in one of the ghettos, and so he did his best to try to find out. Because, of course, we lost track of Runek pretty early in the game, and Shoma was trying to. So until they found each other in Uzbekistan. That I think we've talked about that, and it's in the film. So, so there was this quest to look for relatives through the Red Cross and HIAS and all kinds of Jewish agencies. And there were some leads, and they didn't materialize. For instance, my grandfather, Joseph, who stayed with Lucinka, Lucia, the younger sister, is pretty certain that he died of a heart attack, that he was not he had a weak heart to begin with, that he died of a heart attack. We hope so. And Lutsinka survived. Well, she didn't. She was denounced. But during the war, she went under an assumed Christian name and had a Polish Christian boyfriend. And then I think she was part of the resistance, from what we understand, but she was denounced and shot. So we found that out through Shoma, I think. But so at the time that the VE Day happened, what do I remember of that? I don't remember any parades or any outward thing, but everybody was very conscious. And as I said, that's when Doc got discharged. Oh, one of the things before that had to do with Lurak, because that's what happened in Lurak, I do want to tell you about the first Thanksgiving, unless I already told you, the first Thanksgiving that we had. We arrived there in April, so the first Thanksgiving was in November, and we were invited, well, Doc and Ellie, to the officers, in the Army they call them the officers' mess. I don't know why it's called a mess, but the dining room. And so it was a big space, and we were there, and we would serve these enormous portions of steak and corn and mashed potatoes, and prior to that, a fruit cocktail, which some of the food was unfamiliar to me and certainly Henry and Mommy. It was a Del Monte fruit cocktail with mayonnaise and a walnut. I remember it was called Waldorf salad or something like that. Anyway, so there was waiter service, and I remember looking at the jackets of the waiters, and they had a little pocket with their name on it, a first name. And then there were initials, P-O-W, and I didn't know, so I asked Doc, what does this mean? He said, well, these are German prisoners of war. And that kind of shocked me, to be served by German prisoners of war in Little Rock, Arkansas. And then he proceeded to tell us that they complained about the food. I said, come on. Because they felt that corn was for animals, so they didn't like to eat the corn. Well, I guess they're partially right, because in Europe they grow corn for livestock, and we grow sweet corn that I have here. But in any event, so that was a little incident that I still remember. Hans, P-O-W, blonde kid, or young man, serving us, and I thought that was sort of peculiar. It didn't make me nervous, but it just made me uneasy. So I think that kind of does look, because we talked about the job in the swimming pool, the discrimination, my brother questioning the biology teacher, winning some prizes. He was later disappointed by this professor from Tehran. He looked him up and found him to be a real racist. So that was a disappointment when you meet your hero and he's not really a hero. But Cedar Rapids for me was a wonderful experience, wonderful experience. I can understand why Henry didn't relate to it, but I sure did. I learned to work in a film developing plant. Every summer I was upgraded from just opening envelopes and sorting the photographs to actually printing them, developing the film, and so forth. And then I worked for a real industrialist, the man that owned Amana Freezers, it still existed, Steel Iowa Manufacturing, who lived, by then my uncle had moved twice to a very prestigious neighborhood. And I worked for Iowa Steel one summer in Iowa Manufacturing with steel boots and goggles and things. And it was manual labor, which I really liked in the summertime. So I learned how to work an air hammer and all these sort of things. But on weekends, I would work in the ballpark selling ice cream, Eskimo, what it's called, Eskimo, And I got pretty good at catching quarters and throwing, and seeing a lot of games. To this day, I really enjoyed watching the baseball and the softball, fast pitch softball, men and women, and the factories in those days had semi-professional teams. They walked around with clipboards, did nothing but were paid to play ball, and they were really good. One summer, I remember a barnstorming team came called the House of David, and they were from the Pennsylvania Dutch, and that religious sect. So they had beards, and they wore little hats. I thought they were religious Jews, but they weren't. And there was, when you hear the word barnstorming, it was really on. And I really enjoyed my summers there. At one time I was registered to go to high school, but then we decided I should go to New York. So but in the summers I would come back to Cedar Rapids with 2 or 3 exceptions, and well, they were what they were. But again, I always in the summertime learned something valuable by working someplace.
What was it like being Jewish in Cedar Rapids?
Well, it was very good because I watched the car of the rabbi who lived next door. No, there was a synagogue, and his name was Herb Shalman, who became the family rabbi. When he remarried my uncle, I said to him, "Herman, if I ever get married, will you do it?" He said, "Yeah, sure." So he married Babette and me. He married my cousin. There was a synagogue in the summertime. I don't remember going to services, but we would have Friday night services at home. And Ellie became Jewish, so she lit the candles and things. And of course, in Little Rock, when my mother was there, she did that. So I cannot say I experienced anti-Semitism. However, the main country club would not accept Jews. One of my cousins was a scratch golfer. He's an actor, or retired from LA. And he was really, really very good. It was on a state championship level. So occasionally they had to play in the various courses, including the course of the country club that wouldn't allow Jews, but they had to let him play. So what happened was there was another country club that went bankrupt, and the Jews bought it. So then they had their own golf course and swimming pool and so forth. And my uncle tried to relax on Wednesdays. Doctors normally played golf in the afternoon. So he tried that, and I tried to be his caddy. It just didn't work. He would fertilize the golf course. He would swing and dig up some grass, and he would say, "Oh, shit." So he gave up golf. But in any event, I remember my cousin being a lifeguard there, and so they had their own club, and they let in non-Jews if they wanted to. But
I'm curious how that felt to you as a child then, or as a young growing boy, what that felt like to know that Jews weren't allowed to be in certain places.
Well, keep in mind I grew up in Poland, where that was par for the course, so it wasn't surprising. It was not one of these things that the South tried to do separate but equal, even when they had their own golf course. But I must say that looking at my uncle's intimate business friends, they tended to be all Jewish. But they were very, very successful business people. This one, Lou Feldman, in Mays Drugs, did more business per square foot than Macy's or Bloomingdale's in New York. He was just an amazing marketer. And I worked for his film lab, where he would guarantee next day, if somebody brought in the film in the morning, they had it the next day developed and printed. And it was, he had many lost leaders. He made contracts with Borden's ice cream during the Depression and sold a quart of ice cream for 19 cents. I mean, so that brought people into the store, and then they bought other things. Jack Gasway was successful. They were all extremely successful. Smoulikovs ran a department store, owned and ran it. But Doc, through his medical practice, worked in both hospitals, St. Luke's and Mercy's, and they were both religiously staffed with nuns. And this fellow, Howard Hall, that owned those companies, would leave the premises and let the nuns use the pool once a week. So Doc had a working relationship with everybody. The neighbors on Linden Drive were not Jewish. One was a book publisher, one was something else. And, I don't remember much entertainment among them, but Howard Hall, Doc became his personal physician, so every day he would go over there and measure his blood temperature, pressure and all that. And one day Herbert Hoover came to visit, and he had some medical problem. So Doc was called in, and he actually analyzed what the problem was. And Hoover had tried for years to find out and didn't. So there was a dual relationship, but I would say that the intimate friends of Doc and Ellie, and then later on his second wife, Joan, tended to be Jewish.
And you talked about the impact of the war, or at least your uncle experiencing depression.
Yes.
How...
or the one that from it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. How do you think that the war, or did you see the war impacting your family, your parents, your brother, yourself at that point?
Well, personally, I was just a happy kid. I don't remember ever worrying about anything as far as the war. I had vivid memories, souvenirs of Passover in Uzbekistan, where we were issued out 4 matzahs and 1 hard-boiled egg for the week or something. But nobody was moaning and groaning and weeping. That I ever remember. And Henry was always cheerful, as far as I remember. There's an incident where he was really ill, and some would-be robber came in Uzbekistan, and he was so friendly. He said, he thought that this robber came to visit my mother. And he said, well, Mommy will be back soon, And she was so stunned that she decided to rob somebody else. Mm-hmm. But maybe my dad was despondent. There were some serious issues that we participated in. I don't know if you got that feeling from the book, but when the Russians mandated citizenship, and they were very adamant, if they offered it to you, that you had to take it, we decided, Henry and I, same vote as my parents, that we would not accept the citizenship. And fortunately, when my parents went for the interview, they accepted us as being foreigners. But there were some tragic cases of people being forced into accepting Russian citizenship. So on the one hand, we were kids. On the other hand, we were serious. And on the third level, we participated in the life. But I can honestly tell you that I never, I mean, Henry and I would go to bed hungry, but we didn't say, oh, we're so hungry. We were not from the complaining kind. Now,
how do you think that whether it was your mother or your father, created that with all of this war and things going on,
yeah.
the daily struggles, coming from an entirely different country, the language, what do you think your mother did to create that happiness for you?
Well, she was herself. Now, she suffered. What happened was that, as I observed with my heroic uncle later on being depressed for years, and my own mother, migraines and so forth, was that you eventually pay the price. You eventually pay the price. And so far I'm knocking on wood because I haven't paid the price yet. And I don't think Henry did either. I mean, as far as the war is concerned. But we were not responsible for the lives of our parents. It was the other way around. Irenka was also sheltered, but as she explains in the film, she also worked with her mother. So I think it had a lot to do with our respective parents. Now, my dad tended to be possibly more worrisome, and I'm not saying that Mommy wasn't. She certainly had her moments in New York, particularly toward the end of her life. But, she had reason to. In Siberia, her toes were frozen and other mountains, so she could never wear shoes except for high holidays or something. She would always wear Dr. Scholl's open shoes. But I would say it was her doing that, her arranging food in a way that it looked different, whether it was apricots or grapes or turtle eggs or whatever it was, and carrying on that tradition. And I think Papi gives her credit for that in his writings, in his poems, and in his book. So she was certainly the anchor of all this. Now, Doc had a different experience. He left home at 17 to be able to be a physician. So he went to Grenoble to learn French, then went to Paris and on his own started doing medicine with, as it turned out, with a cousin of his, Max Bern. When he passed the medical board, he then emigrated to New York. We had a cousin there in Brooklyn, another Thaler, and Doc quickly went on his own. He didn't want to stay in Brooklyn and so forth. I don't know what motivated him, but he went to Manhattan. He somehow got to, was it Bellevue Hospital, where had to learn English and do his medical tests again. In the process, he met a fellow student, Jerry Epps, and when we arrived, and he befriended that family, so when we arrived in New York, we already had a contact with a native-born American family, going back to his medical school. Irv Epps, wonderful man. In any event, so he maintained his good humor, and it shows throughout his life. I mean, he tried so hard to get his brother cured, but his brother was so damaged by the Gulag experience in the mines that it was just impossible. He operated at the top level during huge moments of danger, whether with us, being able to figure out ways to, I don't know, with makeshift cigarettes that he passed off as Chesterfields to get us, to be able to get the bread rations and other such things. He was able to rejoin that Polish army and leave and be in Egypt and then basically desert to fight with the Haganah. And he had a very high position. But even there, he was offered a job because in those days after Israel was born, there was such a need for diplomats, for all kinds of foreign service people. He hated the idea of learning English. Go figure. And so he turned down all these opportunities. And once he was not in the army anymore, managing people and barking orders and things, he just reverted back to being a different person. So I'm fortunate that I haven't paid my dues yet to whatever the war experiences may have scarred me. I mean, there are a couple remembrances that I remember being blackmailed, and so that stayed with me. And when I had an inkling that one of my Julien's playmates was blackmailing me, I just went berserk in a way and made sure that Julien gave him back whatever it is that the kid claimed was his and lost. So I have influences from the time that I was during the war, that I knew that the war was on, whether that experience of being in the coal cellar during the bombing, or being on the train going to Siberia, or the mosquitoes, or whatever we covered the last time. But I kind of use them as a T-square, and they remind me of things, and then I act accordingly, not to repeat them. Now, Henry and I never talked about that, except we did talk, and I think I may have mentioned it in the first session, about how we prepare our kids for adversity, and we concluded that we couldn't, that we had to do it by example. So my kids, if you walk them up in the middle of the night when they're small, they would rattle off. If you say, well, what does Daddy want? They would all say to be independent, professional, and productive someday. So they were taught to be entrepreneurs from an early stage.
So we've talked about you living in being in Cedar Rapids, and then going to New York. And so tell us more about your life, college, marriage. Oh,
well, okay. So first of all, I just want to wrap up Cedar Rapids because that's where I got my driver's license. And I got that by teaching a wealthy kid whose mother had died, but his father owned the Dodge agency and had access to a lot of cars, used cars, and he didn't know how to swim, so I taught him to swim, and he and I would do practice driving in addition to. So I got some medals from swimming. Anyway, I always had a nice time in Cedar Rapids. Now, in New York, when I arrived, where we happened to live neighborhood-wise, I was put into the 8th grade of junior high school in New York. Here, middle school goes to 8th grade, junior high goes to 9th. And so what happened was that I was put into the 8th grade, and the first year I actually learned, well, actually I started learning the construction, the anatomy of the sentence. It's still in Arkansas, a noun, a verb, and adjective, you know, that kind of thing. But when I arrived in New York, the school still exists. It's a skyscraper, and with elevators and kitchens and 2 gyms, and it was a really vibrant school. But the principal changed, and the new principal that came in decided to create what she called units. So we wouldn't study English as a grammatical thing. We would do a project, and in the process of doing the project, when it was graded, we would be corrected for grammar and English and spelling. Net result was that I chose the Madison Square Garden in New York because I was a basketball fan, and I'd go to see basketball games a lot. And I also would see baseball games a lot. But so I knew all about the garden, how many miles of piping they had so they could have a hockey game and then a basketball game on top of the hockey game. I mean, and when the circus came in, how they dealt with all the trapezes and the dirt. So I knew a lot about Madison Square Garden, but I didn't know anything about past participle, whatever, which really knocked me out of learning French in a correct way later on. So in junior high school, having the experience of the 156 papers, my dream was if I could just get the concession for the New York Times, just for the school, with the teachers getting it, it would be a no-brainer, and it would certainly pay more than $1 a day, but I never got the concession. So I studied, I had friends, we were very close-knit class. I made the basketball team, I remember, I got a letter. I got a crush on a girl who kind of remained with me for years, and let's see, I learned to dance, ballroom dancing, because for our 9th grade prom, the gym teachers decided to bring the boys and the girls to one and teach us to dance so that we could dance, go to the prom. And my parents were really, really good dancers, ballroom dancers in Europe, and even in Persia they would go dancing. So they paid for a few dance lessons for me. So I learned to dance, and that was a big social skill. And basically, came time to go to high school, I was impressed with the presentation of all the vocational high schools. And all I knew was that I wanted to be something, have a job, get going with life. And Henry said, "You're taking the test for science." I said, "Oh, God." So I said, "Okay, Henry, I'll take the test for science." So science, Bronx Science was a public school, still is, one of 4 or 5 that gives an entrance exam. And the current political situation, they try to, the people are trying to dumb it down, but people are resisting. And so I passed the test for science, and I was accepted to science. So I went to science. And at science, it was one of these things, do you have a brother in this school? Or then later on, did you have a brother in this school? And people expected me to do what he did, which just was not possible. But I survived on my own terms. So I was on the swimming team, and I was in Arista, and I participated in all kinds of activities, and somehow survived. And with the same bunch of friends, in those days, you took a girl out, you took He took a subway, hoping that she didn't live in Brooklyn or something, because it was a long ride, because the school attracted people from all boroughs. Well, in any event, science for me was not easy, especially French. God, and I needed a foreign language to get to college, and I was so bad in French because I did not know the déclinaison. I did not know the various tenses, and the French have a big, thick book of conjugation. It's a red book. They still use it, where the verb goes through these various variations that I just couldn't master because I don't memorize well. And keep in mind that at science, most of the teachers were PhDs, so they were expecting a lot, particularly since you had a brilliant brother. So basically, I had to do remedial French to get the 3-year regions, because without 3-year region, I couldn't apply to any college. Well, when it came time to go to college, my brother Henry won a very, very prestigious science award, which is called the Talent Search, Westinghouse Talent Search. And he and 39 others went to Washington, D.C. They were not wined, but dined, met Truman and all this. And by then, he had accepted the University of Rochester to go to college, but the 38 of the 39 were all going to Harvard. And so Harvard matched this humongous scholarship that he had, and so he went to Harvard. And Harvard didn't give them much time off for Thanksgiving, so I'd go visit him. And one day I was just wandering around, and I moseyed into the admissions office, and I don't know what happened, but the net result was that I got accepted to Harvard without really applying. I think it was based on my brother's reputation. And so when it came for me to go to college, I said, Henry, I just want to go to City College. I know how to make my bed. I know how to cook. He said, no, you're going out of town. But he said, but don't follow me to Harvard. I said, fine. I don't particularly want to go to Harvard. So I said, well, where do you want me to go? He said, well, go to Rochester. I said, okay. So I applied to Rochester, and I got into Rochester. That's how I went to Rochester. The interview was an absolute farce, because I was very close, as I mentioned, to my class, and we had a senior outing in the park, and I had this college interview that same day. So I was well dressed for the interview, but I also had my athletic bag with all my kind of change of clothes too. And I showed up at the interview early, and it was one of these suites where the interviewer was in one room talking to a potential attendee, and I was in the waiting room. The door was open, and I could hear what they were talking about. And this young man, I don't know, he asked so many questions. I mean, it was just overwhelming. But finally he finished. So he leaves, I get ushered in, and this interviewer, Mr. Dowd, said to me, oh, George, do you have any questions? I said, look, frankly, no, because I was in the anteroom and I heard all the questions and all your answers. So imagine, I'm there to be interviewed, and there's total silence, because I have nothing to ask, and he has nothing to tell me. So I thought, I better do something. So I said to him, well, have you done anything in New York? My mother and I would see every play on Broadway on a Saturday afternoon or Wednesday afternoon. You name it, we saw it, whether it was a musical or dramas, or with the original cast, Death of the Salesman with the original. Oh. Anyway, so I started talking to him about his problems of being in New York, because his wife was entertaining friends. He couldn't go here, he couldn't go there. So I wound up making suggestions of where certain Broadway shows, and I thanked him for the interview, and I left. Next thing I knew, I was accepted. So then it was a matter of filling out what to study, and I didn't check any specific boxes, so I was in liberal arts. And then the next thing was to pick out a dorm, some living space. Well, I looked at the cheapest thing because I was going to finance the thing with summer jobs and maybe a loan and so. And it was the football stadium. So I opted for the football stadium. It was $80 a year, 40 per semester. And the whole tuition was $500 a year. And I had 2 or 3 jobs, so I could handle it. But the net result of that was that after the first half a year, I said to myself, what am I doing wasting my time? Because I'll be competing with so many thousands of others, liberal arts people. So I better find out what is the best thing the school has to offer. And I knew the Eastman School of Music was not my thing, so I heard about the Institute of Optics. So I went over there, and I met with the director, and he looked at my high school background. You know, Bronx School of Science has a worldwide reputation of Nobel Prize winners and so forth. And he said, yeah, you can join us. So I did. The only trouble was it was about a 5-year program, and I only had 3.5 years to do it, at least by my calculations. So I worked really, really hard. I went to night school to get rid of the foreign language. I took Russian because it was easier for me. It was more of a conversation, so I was able to muscle memory of, and it was just, if I had 10 minutes, I'd put my head down on some desk and go to sleep. It was just very, very, very intensive, but I survived, and it was just strictly, I had a radio program, not because I wanted to be a disc jockey, but it enabled me to take out records from the library, classical, and I had one of these Fisher-Price turntables, so I'd play records. But the real reason was there were telex machines in those days, yellow paper that kept printing news, and University of Rochester, RUR, had a subscription to all the news feeds. So I would rip off what was on the floor, roll it up as a scroll, and then tape it in my room and put all the things that I had to memorize. So, and I still use it. I have in there equivalent of fax paper with dates of our travels through the world. And so I really was a survival. And when I found out that I passed my last exam ever, I was just so elated, and I couldn't share it because my friends were still studying for their exams. But so that was a heroic moment for me. And what happened was that there were only 3 of us in that graduating class of that institute, plus 2 others from the Coast Guard who were career students. They had come from MIT, had got masters in sound. They had been to some other masters. They were collecting master's degrees on the taxpayer, which was fine. They were really nice guys. Of the 3, 1 had to go to the Navy because we had an NROTC program. So he was out. Abbott, that was Nils Hoffman. Albert Smith wanted to go graduate. I was the only one in June of 1955 in the entire United States that had the degree and was available for employment in the field of optics. Well, what happened was we had a payphone in the football stadium. And the payphone kept ringing, and the other guys would answer it as, George, it's for you. So I'd go, and there would be a job offer. And I would then interview with American Optical and so forth. But they were only research jobs. And I knew that I was not a research person. So I would say to them, if you could, I would do the research, but 2 years, and then let me out into the field. They wouldn't promise. Westinghouse came to the campus to recruit. And I thought Henry had one of those Westinghouse things, so I'll say hello. So I come in, and the guy said, "Do you know we're an electrical company?" Westinghouse had 35 divisions, 100,000 employees. It was a major company like GE. And I said, "Yes, I do." So he said to me, "Well, you're an optics major, right?" I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "Well, what do you think you can help us?" So I said, "Well," again, I had to think of something. So I said, "Are you working on color television?" And he said, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, we are." We said, "Well, that's the business of cones or rods. So that hasn't yet been figured out for color television. So that's an area that I could help." So he kind of nodded, and then I said, "Well, what about?" I knew that they were building some very complicated equipment that had very tight tolerances, and we had, in my time, we invented lasers, and lasers were used not just to send messages to the moon, but to align things optically. So I mentioned that, and so then he got kind of interested, and he said, "Well, I'll tell you what, we have a management training program. Would you be interested?" I said, "Yeah, sure." So that's how I got into Westinghouse, and every day there were 160 of us in that class, and I don't know, somehow I became president of that class. And every day a different division would come and say what they do and who they're looking for if you were interested. Well, when the purchasing people came, that was my thing. Purchasing is just the reverse of selling. You're just selling your dollars to buy something. So I opted for purchasing and was interviewed. Well, and prior to that, I must say that during the class, I befriended a few people. We started rooming together instead of shared a room at a widow's home with children. So we had an apartment, and I bonded with people. We would go skiing and swimming and playing tennis. We were bachelors and young guys. So I remember going skiing once, and in those days, outside of Pittsburgh, it wasn't big hill country, but you showed up at a skiing place, and I don't know what they call this little bench that comes and picks you up and takes you to the top, and it's usually for 2 people. So I'm there waiting, and I wasn't paying much attention, but the guy next to me, we go up, and it turns out to be the vice president of purchasing, whom I had heard his presentation. So we kind of talked, and I told him I was interested in purchasing and so forth, and left it at that. Well, I eventually got called for an interview to the main headquarters. I show up, nicely dressed and so forth, and this young guy, the audacity, he's wearing boots, and he has his boots on the corner of his desk, and he's leaning back as if he was Lord something, and he says to me, shortly thereafter, he said, can you name 3 characteristics of a leader? And as I said, I was president of that class, so I thought I knew something. So I mentioned something. So he says, well, can you give me 3 more? So I think I may have. But anyway, he kept on that track, and I said, well, where's this going? This interview going? So he says to me, I think you're nervous. And I thought, that's such an outrageous comment, because I certainly wasn't. I was just same as I am here. And I looked at his fingernails, and they were down to nothing. So I said to him, why, do I bite my fingernails? So just to insult him a little bit. And just then, by total accident, this vice president walks in to this guy's room, And he sees me. He says, "Oh, George, how nice to see you." I said, "Are you going to join us?" So I said, "I'm trying, but this guy..." Do you know, he called him out. And a few minutes later, attitude changed completely. He said, sometimes we get the wrong picture, blah, 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 blah. So he invited me to be in prison. At that moment, I almost declined, but I said, "Idiot. I mean, that's what you want." He may be no good, whatever, but that's right, stop it. So then what happened was I was sent off to all kinds of places to observe because my roommates were working for Admiral Rickover, building the atomic navy with Westinghouse, and they had applied, or they applied for me for the Atomic Energy Commission, but I can show you the form. I have it there. It rolls out this wide because the FBI, and they want to know where I lived everywhere and where I worked everywhere for the last 20 years. So, of course, I was then back to 8 Bohemov and Vov, and it took a long time to clear this thing. Well, one day in Baltimore, I get a call, and I wasn't interested in working for the Baltimore division in purchasing. I get a call, and the person, the Westinghouse person, says, "We're starting a commercial atomic division, and the atomic energy AEC is not required. Are you interested?" I said, "I sure am." I hopped into the car. Zoom! I showed up immediately, as long as it took to drive from Baltimore to Pittsburgh. Wilkinsburg, actually. And I met my boss, Dale Verso. I still remember him and his gorgeous secretary. And I was given an empty room with a black cord coming out and a rotary dial phone on. And that was it. And Dale said, "Well, George, I'm sorry, there's no furniture yet, but it's coming." I said, "Don't worry, Dale. I'm used to orange crates from college. I just get a couple, one for the phone, one to sit it. Don't worry about it." And so I was the first hire. He was the purchasing, I was the first. Because they had already contracts to light up the World's Fair in '58 and Yankee Atomic to light up part of rural Massachusetts. Anyway, and then Dale says to me, in all seriousness, because he hadn't gone to college, and all of these project managers were really the bulk of the atomic energy, from the Manhattan Project, Chalk River, here, Livermore. Westinghouse just made a huge effort to grab them and say, "You don't have to worry about 15 copies of everything for Admiral Rickover. Just come with us, do your thing." And he was intimidated by them because he hadn't gone to college. He came from a machine shop family that was very prestigious, and he could read plans, but just was intimidated. So he looks at me and he says, "George," he said, "why don't you take this nuclear shit and I'll take the rest?" I said, "Okay then." So all of a sudden, I'm put into the category of working with my father's age scientists, and fortunately, I had the European sort of non-brash attitude, and Dale wanted me and subsequently others that he hired and put him under me because I was sort of the logical person to supervise, to embed ourselves with these engineers so that we weren't just clerks, that we were part, that we can anticipate what they may want and go scurry around the country and try to get it for them, or at least find out where it could be available. Because they were inventing things that had never been built before. Vacuum boxes to solder zirconium. I mean, anyway, so I was doing that, and these other guys were also, but I was kind of on an escalator, so my responsibility was getting bigger. And Dale, one day, I hear the door just slam, and he said, "I'm out of here." He had a disagreement with the division manager, and then he said, "I don't need this shit." And he walks out. and he takes Betty McDonough with him. Well, I was too young to be the purchasing agent. And they bring in a guy from Kansas City who ran a very large operation, because Westinghouse was building jet airplane engines there, who was just the opposite. Overnight, we weren't allowed to do anything unless we had the official form and the budget to go and then he called me one day and he said, George, you're a young guy. His name was George. I said, I'll tell you about some of the things that made me successful. So I'm just saying. I said, one of the things was I would come in on Saturdays and put in extra hours. I was already on a sort of executive payroll where I didn't punch a clock. You know, I could come and go. That was a big deal for people my age. and then he said a few other things. I said, George, he said, you know, I like to think that Westinghouse paying me to get, once in a while, a good idea. And whether I get it playing tennis with my roommates or swimming or chasing girls or going to dances, it doesn't matter as long as I get the idea. And coming in on a Saturday is not my idea that I was looking at the walls to come up with something. Well, he didn't like that. So I was recruited to sell atomic reactors by a classmate from that training program who worked for Curtiss Wright. But before that, I called up my brother and I said, Henry, I'm not getting along with George Duke. It's not going anywhere. I had been to the World's Fair in '58 with a Westinghouse engineer. We had a nice time. We met people. So Henry said, Georgie, he said, why don't you just buy a car, go back to Europe, spend 2-3 months, whatever you want. You'll never get a chance like that again. You'll get 2 weeks and maybe 1 day more for every year after 10 years. And this is your chance. So I said, okay. And I called up Air France, and I said, I'd like to go to Paris and have a car. So she said, well, we have a Renault. I think I saw one in the parking lot. She said, do you want it in green or black? I said, green. So I bought a car and a ticket to Paris on a phone call. And I told my roommates, and they got a replacement for me. And then I thought, what am I going to do just roaming around by myself? But one of my college friends who had a nervous breakdown, had to leave school, was drafted, in those days was Korea. So he did his stint in Korea, and after Korea he decided to go to Paris and do Paris. So I wrote him, and I said, Rene, I have this car, I'm going to come over, do you want to go on a trip? And he said, yes, but you know, in those days you had to write letters, or these airphones. So he said, yes, but could I bring Gabby, my girlfriend, fiancée? So I said, yeah, sure. So I said, I better invite somebody. And I met a girl in Switzerland, a cousin of one of my roommates. So I wrote her a letter saying, I'm going to come for a trip. Would you like to join us? And she said, yes. Well, prior to me leaving, George Duke called me in the office, and he told me another thing that has helped him. And that was, he said, you're a young guy, you should be saving some money, and here's how you should, my recommendation. And he introduced me to a concept called mutual funds. And I had made some investments on my own, and then made the mistake of meeting the broker one day, and I just wasn't that comfortable. But so anyway, so that made a lot of sense. And in the Sunday New York Times, once in a while there's a prospectus for the Dreyfus Fund as a magazine, but it was a way for them to distribute their prospectus. So I had read that, and George Duke encouraged me, and he had a salesman come over. I bought a few shares of the Townsend Fund. Anyway, my roommates didn't buy anything, but I knew something about the industry, about the commissions, because the guy wanted to hire me. And I said, look, I'm going to Europe for 2-3 months. Anyway, when when Rene, Gabby, and I drove to Geneva from Paris, breaking in this new car on these narrow French roads to wait for Anneliese Kessler to come from St. Gallen by train, Rene was used to reading the Herald Tribune, which was the New York Times of Europe in English. And on the way, I was telling them that I wouldn't mind staying in Europe and learning a language or two, and just, I was under no pressure, particularly since Henry was encouraging me to stay. So when we got to Geneva, Rene looks at the back page of the Herald Tribune and he says, "Hey, George," he's all excited, "there's an ad of a company here that's looking for people, and you may be interested." And it was this investment company. So I said, "No, I just don't want to have a suit pressed and get all, So he convinced me. There was a pressing, a quick press. So I got my suit out of the luggage and I had it pressed, and I called these people up, and it was just less than a mile on the same road as the train station. So I got interviewed, and the people just couldn't understand why I would be interested in what they had to offer. And I said, "Well, look, I just want to try it out. I know the product. I own some of it." So they invited me to a training program that was starting in a few days. And I said, "I can't because I've got these people. We have a trip lined up." So they said, "Well, okay. We do these once in a while and stay in touch." Well, when Anneliese came, she had read into this invitation a lot more than I had intended. And when we got to Nice, from Geneva to Nice, have you ever been to Nice or anywhere down in the French Riviera? We expect a beach with sand, right? Not pebbles. It was pretty awful, the little bit of public space. And she had, fairness, I wasn't going to present a long-term, what we'd now call a long-term relationship. So I explained to her that it was not in the cards. And she was a really avid skier from the mountains of St. Gallen. And so we decided, for the best of us, that I'd take her back to Geneva. I left Rene and Gabby down in Nice, and I called them up. I said, "You still have room in the class?" "Yes." So I drove up, showed up in class. And it turned out that my father's niece, who worked for the UN, had a villa, a rented villa, maybe a 15-minute drive from where this training was taking place. So on a break, on the first day, I found out where Coppet is, and she was renting Le Vieux Couvent, the old convent. She was in charge of the economic report of Western Europe. She had to deal with the Russians, so that wasn't easy. In any event, so I found out where it is. I drove in, knock on the door. These servants, Italian, in French I didn't speak either. But the little boy shows up, and when I said the word cousin, he got all excited. He said, "Oh, cousin, come in." And it was their son, who's now 60-some years old, is an architect. And I got invited to, his parents were on a trip. And so I started my life in a real villa. I would take him swimming in the morning and then go to class. And that's how I started.
So I'm curious at this point, tell me about your Jewish identity at this point.
Well, I'm glad to tell you, because I'm so glad you brought up that point. Because I was assigned to a supervisor in Paris. Well, first of all, after the training, I went to Israel, because I was part of the program, and I left the car in Zurich for Irenka's parents to use. Anyway, I did the Israel meeting the family and other people, and came back to Paris. I was assigned to a supervisor in Paris, and I was really, really lucky, because I already made a sale in Geneva during class, which was unusual. And then I made a sale in Paris, which was unusual according to her standards. And I met my then future business partner for the next 12 years. Became my best man at wedding and Cammy's godfather and all that. However, Gladys Solomon didn't want to spend another winter in Paris. She was an American who decided to live in Europe, and she worked for the U.S. Army in North Africa someplace, and then lived in Paris and worked for the same company. But she was number one at the time. In any event, so she wanted to go to Africa, and Don, that was his dream, because at one time he wanted to do a wind sail through the Sahara Desert, and he had a sponsor, Ghibli's Gin, dry gin, they sponsored him, and his partner, but it didn't happen. However, she wanted to go to Libya because they were just discovering oil. It was still the king, it was pre-Gaddafi, and Hamel was there building a pipeline. And so the plan was we were going to go to Naples, drive our cars to Naples, take the ferry boat to Libya, whatever the name of the town is, and then work the oil with all the tool pushers, all the Oklahoma, Texas guys that were working there could save hundreds of dollars a month if they didn't drink it or buy camel saddles. So the first thing was to get a letter of understanding from the American embassy, introduction to the Libyans. So I go to the American embassy and the consulate section, and I'm standing there. The counter is kind of high, and the person that's going to deal with me is on the other end with, in those days, the typewriters. And she puts in a big form, and she starts typing this letter of introduction to the Libyans. She said, "This is to state that George Landau is in the United States, passport number." And she opens my passport, and she says, "You cannot go to Libya." I said, "Why not?" She says, "Well, you've been to Israel." I had been to Israel just a few days before that, maybe 2-3 weeks. And my passport was stamped because I brought in a transistor radio to give to my uncle and Sabran, and they counted the number of transistors so that if I didn't leave it, that they had proof that I brought it, so they could charge me duty for it, which they did. But in any event, so I said to her, "Look, it's a business trip. Could I just lose the passport and maybe you have a blank one?" So I convinced her that she was willing to issue me a new passport. So she comes out with a new passport, and she starts typing all over again, passport number, and then says, who states that his religion is, and I said, Jewish. By this point, she got really angry. And I remember the image. She takes her right hand, goes to that form, she pulls it out of the typewriter, crumples it, and says, "You're not going to Libya." I said, "Okay," because they're not won't let Jews in the country. So I come back and meet with Gladys and Don, and they all smiling, and they say, "Well, how was it, George? Did you get it?" I said, "No." I said, "Why not?" I said, "Well, because I said I was Jewish, and they're not taking Jews." Well, that caused a bit of a stir, and Gladys, they're both Jewish in concept, okay? Not practicing, but concept. So Gladys says, "Well, I'm going to just say I'm a free thinker." And Don says, "Well, I'm going to say I'm a Buddhist." I said, "Well, you say what you want, but I'm not saying I'm not Jewish." So the guy, our boss from Geneva calls, and he says, and he had an apartment in Paris, which was converted to an office, and he said, "Well, how's this visa coming along?" And we said, well, I'm not going. So he just doesn't want to take no for an answer. And he said to me, look, he said, you know, if you want to do something for Israel, if you don't go there, what are these guys going to do? They're going to buy Grundig radios, those big German, and camel saddles. I remember that. And this way, if you want to make a contribution, give part of your commission earnings to. I said, well, that may sound good, but I'm not saying that I'm not Jewish. So he said to me, well, look, I'm coming to Paris. We'll talk about it. I said, fine. So he came to Paris. We talked about it. And I just wasn't budging. So he said to me, do you think your parents feel the same way too? I said, probably. But he said, why don't you write them? Because again, those earphones. So I wrote my parents. And a few days later, I get a reply. And I remember they're starting out saying how proud they are of me, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So basically, they were in agreement that, we're Jewish and we're Jewish, period. Full stop. So I report back to Bernie, and this time he had to accept it. So a few days later, he calls up and he said, why don't the three of you go to Liberia? So I said, Liberia, where's that? So he said, Africa, you dummy. I said, okay. So Africa, so the three of us went to Liberia, where we did exceedingly well after a while. I mean, really exceedingly well. And the three guys that went to Libya, one of whom was, quote, Jewish, unquote, in theory. I mean, he got married to a prestigious French general's daughter in a church, but in any event. And the other one was a Methodist, and the third one was a normal Protestant. And they did zilch. They had a miserable time, and they did zilch. So I was rewarded by staying Jewish, yes.
What does it mean to you, or what did it mean to you then, to say you weren't Jewish?
Oh, it just wasn't possible. It just wasn't in the cards. I mean, it was never a consideration. It would not have happened.
Say more about that. How it feel like.
What more can I say? What's his name made a fortune on Wall Street for the same reason. His name will come to me. Because on Yom Kippur he didn't trade. But in any event, in my case, we never ever denied that we were Jewish, nor did we ever hide the fact. Look, my father would say prayers in Siberia with others.
Yeah.
In the truck, when we were going to Mashhad or someplace, the Persian assistant saw him saying his prayers and started speaking Hebrew to my mother and took us to his boss's house, the guy that owned the transport company. I was, other than that particular moment, I don't recall ever being faced with the possibility. Now, Bronx High School of Science in my day, if it wasn't 90% Jewish, was 89.5%. The teachers and the faculty and the principal and the assistant principal and the students. So, to give an example, one, Mr. Tyson, who's not, would say to a kid that had a hat on but was not on senior day, and he would say, "Schwartz, what are you, religious?" Because I mean, on Jewish holidays there was no school because no one would show up. It's different now. It's very Asian, very, very, very Asian. I went there for 50th reunion or something, or 70th reunion. And the Asians are fighting to keep it on a test basis because parents work so hard to get their kids extra tutoring so that they pass the test. They don't want to dumb it down because from there they go to Berkeley or wherever, Harvard, or whatever. Before Harvard was.
Did you belong to any Jewish organizations then, or did you belong to a synagogue?
Well, yeah, in Paris I would go to the services. High holidays, they would rent. There were so many that they would rent a concert hall. I would go to the Reform congregation or Rue Copernic, and on that subject, when I came to Geneva, see, Babette became Jewish at my insistence. If she hadn't wanted to become converted, there would have been no wedding. It was a precondition. In her case, she didn't really care because she grew up in North Africa with Jackie, who was Jewish, another one was Italian, this one was this, it was that. It was a mixture of people, and her mother was a Catholic by name only. She never went. That didn't prevent her from not coming to our wedding because she objected that Babette married an American and B, a Jewish person. But in any event, so when we came to Geneva, I was looking for a congregation, and in Paris, during one of those holidays, the high holidays, the person that ran it was a very young guy who had just gotten to be a rabbi, and he was the nephew of the regular cantor of that synagogue. And so I met him just par hasard, because I had attended the service. But when we came to Geneva, see, I got drafted to leave the field and come to Geneva and be an administrator. But before doing that, I took Babette on a trip through my territories, and which took a year, pretty much. And then we came to Geneva. So I was anxious for her to know that she's Jewish, and that I didn't ask her just as a poster to. So I was not about to join the Orthodox, because my brother and I used to go with my father to the Orthodox congregations in New York, but I never understood what was going on, and I was always nervous that I would be asked to do something. But in any event, so when we came to Geneva, we showed up at the English-speaking Jewish community. And whom do we meet? This young guy who was just hired by that community to be their rabbi, and his new bride. So he was newlywed, and so was I. So we befriended each other. He was French from Paris, she was French from Paris, and so forth. So I became active in the English-speaking Jewish community, and when the president retired, Lurie, from South Africa, somehow or other, I got drafted to be president. So which meant really that if there was any kind of financial need, that instead of asking others, that I would pay. And we grew that congregation. We had made arrangements with the Swiss for an opera star to be our cantor, so that he could have a work permit and a living permit. Anyway, it was fine, but there were murmurs among the congregants that this rabbi was too young, he didn't speak English, he was They couldn't relate to him. So I caused another congregation to be born where it was more Franco related to the French, and we had an English rabbi that came. So I was very active, and during the time that I was active, my company was extremely active in Israel. We were instrumental in trying to, the gas field that was discovered. We had an investment fund where people could trade in their Israeli bonds against shares. I set up an insurance company, but we were very active in the economic part of the country. I was a delegate from Switzerland for after the 7-Day War. But prior to that, there was a question of the refuseniks in Russia. This was a time where a ballet couple escaped, and the question was whether the refuseniks whether the people on the outside should make noise or diplomatically be quiet to try to get some of the Russian Jews out of Russia. And we're talking about Sakharov and his name, okay, he's in the government now, Sharansky. Well, in any event, so Don, whose parent lineage is Russian, I said, Don, let's pay for a conference on this subject. So we paid for the very first conference of non-Jews. I mean, ministers came from all over Europe, various religious people, different denominations, and the big discussion was for the people in Russia whether we should make noise on the outside or not. So the answer to your question is yes, I was involved in the Jewish community. When Thanksgiving, I was the Jewish representative at the American Church. My job was usually to read the presidential proclamation, because there's one written every year by whoever the president is. And my company, as it turned out, was heavily Jewish oriented, because we were all guys from New York. We basically didn't know each other. Some knew each other from Boy Scouts and so forth. And I remember before the 6-Day War, I was asked to come to Geneva and make phone calls and raise some money for things that Israel needed. And we had our own switchboard with lines going to New York and London. We were a powerhouse in Geneva. Besides Swissair, we were electronically the second best equipped. So I came in and I was making phone calls, and I bumped into a guy from South America, and he said to me, George, what are you doing here? So I said, well, I came in because I was in the field still. I came in to call some of the guys to kick him in for Israel. So he said, he's just John Jessup. So he says, how come you didn't ask me? So I said, well, you're not Jewish. I thought I was just talking to people that are Jewish. So I said, well, I'll write a check. So he wrote out a huge check.
Tell me about the emotion. You're showing a lot of emotion when you shared that.
Well, I've never asked a non-Jewish person to contribute to a Jewish cause. We had a foundation where we had no money as a company, but we decided to give 15% of whatever in future earnings and to give it away intelligently with the slogan, we have more than money to give. So that foundation gave money to a school for the deaf in Ethiopia, to children's hospitals, including things in the Vatican. So that was a true and international philanthropic organization. Part of that, I was on the board of that foundation, and one of the people there was a man whose name is Max Braude. And Max Braude was a non-pulpit rabbi, married to, for the fourth time, I think, to a woman who wrote the food column for the Herald Tribune. Naomi Berry was her name. Anyway, he was an amazing leader type guy. And his real passion was the Ort schools. Now, Ort is a Russian organization originally. When Jews were not allowed to be this, that, something else, they trained them to be mechanics and so on. And they're so good at it that in 3 months they will train you to have a trade and a language. And Max expanded Ort. So, of course, I got interested in Ort. And when we would go to Israel, he would have his driver show us various Ort schools and things. And to this day, I support Ort. So that's a Jewish organization I support. I support Hayas, because they're an immigration, a very old organization that deals with immigrants, non-Jewish as well as Jewish. They helped us. I support the American Joint Distribution, of course. But I've never solicited, other than just par hasard, John Jess. That's how I got emotional. I remember. I said, how come you didn't ask me? So some of the other guys, maybe John got the word, I don't know, but they contributed also. I would ask our people to kick in a month of commission earnings, so if there was salary, a month's salary. Anyway.
Help me understand more about what makes it emotional asking for support from someone who's non-Jewish.
Well, it just never occurred to me, and he was so sweet about it, and the fact that he died just recently.
Mm.
Yeah, last time I saw him in Paris was not that long ago.
Mm. So he was somebody that was really sweet about it and cared about the cause, but he wasn't Jewish.
Correct. Yeah. You know, when I was president of the English-speaking Jewish community, I dealt with the Jewish community. So that involved some diplomacy, because the cemetery was in France. The Geneva cemetery was in France. However, the Orthodox, for some reason or other, thought that they were the only ones that could manage it. And fortunately, I worked out a treaty which they reneged for our congregants, if someone died, that we had the right to use that cemetery and have our rabbi or cantor officiate, not theirs, and not having to pay membership fees from the past to their congregation, because our people were not dual members. So I did that, and that took, I was proud of that treaty, but recently I was told that they reneged on it. So I also, at that time, my brother and I don't know, we haven't covered that, but that was a major event in Geneva. We donated a Torah scroll to our congregation, and these were scrolls that were rescued because Hitler wanted to set up a museum for people that no longer existed, and he stockpiled a lot of Jewish objects, such as these menorahs and Torah coverings and Torah scrolls in a warehouse in Czechoslovakia. And when, after the war, when that warehouse was discovered, and a British-based organization was put in charge to recondition as many of these Torah scrolls as they could, and then make them available on a 99-year lease to predominantly new congregations. Well, we applied, and we were a new congregation, the English speaking. Well, we did have a Torah, and we were granted one. So we sent our British rabbi over there to require. There's a whole procedure that the door can be left alone, so he walked there, he had to have a separate seat for it in the plane. Anyway, my father describes during a speech that he gave, which Lydia just asked, well, somebody else just asked for, the whole procedure of when a Torah gets finished with a scribe. Well, this one was already completed. So we had, we invited the community, including the chief Orthodox Rabbi, Safran, to come. He never came. And that was sort of unpleasant, but, you know, he knew he was invited. We thought he would come, but he didn't come. So we had two other rabbis there. The one whom I established encouraged the French-speaking people to build a congregation around him, and the British one. Now they're fused, so the French one survived, and it's a very thriving congregation. So I was involved also with the Sephardic community. So there was another, there was a, see, in Israel right now, 60% of the population are Sephardic. They come from North Africa and what we would call today here brown people. They're not, you know, people think, oh, Jews are white privileged, the rich white Jews, you know. But 60% of Israel is brown, and 4% is black. I mean, African black. So, and of course the 20% Arabs. But in any event, so there was the Sephardic people decided, they had a very wealthy man called Gaon, who decided to have a synagogue for the Sephardics, and so I kind of worked with him because at one time they wanted, we needed to recognize each other. And the fun thing was to work with the Swiss, because at the time they're doing it again. They're trying to pass anti-immigration laws. And one canton, see, Switzerland is a bunch of independent city-states. They have their own tax systems, their own laws. But up north, around Zurich, there was a very strong movement to keep immigrants out. In the south, not so, because they depend on the Italians to come and do the vines and other work. So they come for the season and they go back. But in any event, what happened was that part of all of these negotiations was to get a permit for a cantor. And we had an opera star in our midst, and he was willing, who was trained as a cantor, as was Tucker and others in the Met at the time. They had dual careers. They would sing at the Met and officiate also. Jan Pierce and Tucker. And Andy Foley was one. So I got him a permit because, not on the basis that he's an opera person that travels to Munich or here or there, because the Swiss wouldn't accept that, but that he's our cantor. And so we had this magnificent voice for a certain number of services during the year and the high holidays. And so he was happy because he and his wife and two kids could stay there as residents and have work permitted, and we were happy. So that was some of the little things that I did.
I wanted to ask you about something you said about Babette.
Yes.
And that it was important for you, or maybe even that marriage wouldn't be an option had she not converted.
Yes.
Say more about that.
Well, that was an interesting point. In my family, I just took for granted that Henry and I would marry a Jewish person. But that did not mean that when I was taking full advantage of the 60s, that I paid attention when I was dating these stewardesses from the various airlines, who was what, except I knew the El Al girl was Jewish, but the others, it never came into question. However, my mother got somehow or other saying, she would say, Georgie, get married by the time you're 35. You know, I would like for you to get. I had no inkling to do that, but she kept working on it. And so when I met Babette, she was engaged. Then the engagement broke off. So we were dating each other, and others. She was dating other people. But then I said to myself one day, where am I going with this? I mean, I wasn't Chamberlain writing a book about all the affairs that I had, but let's just say I had full advantage of the 60s. So Babette seemed to have all the qualities that anybody would want to settle down with. She wanted children. She wanted 5 children. She knew what hardship was. She lost her father when she was very, very young. Her mother went sightless when her brother was only 6 months. They were supported because her older sister was by then a teacher, and in France, teachers get an apartment as part of their job. So they got kicked out of Tunisia because all the French got kicked out when Tunisia became independent. So she took a job in some suburb of Paris, terrible place. But anyways, they had it. So she joined the airline to see the world, to meet people, and she met me. So I qualified. Well, but it was important for me that A, she become Jewish, and B, that she's accepted as a new. So I asked my dad, and she knew that I was going to ask my dad what his feelings were. She met my mother on one trip to Paris. In any event, so I asked my dad for letters, and he came back very, very positive. You know, that it's even more valuable that she was. Wrote her a poem. Anyway, so she became Jewish after studying for about a year in Paris, and then Herman Schalman, we went to Chicago with my parents were there, another couple, my uncle and his Joan, his current wife. Well, she died, and then we went on a second honeymoon. So here's the deal. She's a newly minted Jewish person. Okay. So it was just before the high holidays, and Herman gave us a Reform prayer book. So we start on our trip through the Caribbean, and one stop that we made was Barbados. And the manager there, I knew everybody in the company, at least the top people. I was not in charge of anything to do with Latin or Central America. I was more Africa, Europe, Iceland, the Antilles, Israel, and so forth. But I knew Ken Harding, and Ken said, "I'll give him. I have to leave for Venezuela." He had his own plane, a little puddle jumper. So I'll leave you the house and the servants, and so help yourself. So we moved in. It was the high holidays, and I thought that there would be a synagogue someplace in Barbados, but I couldn't find it. So we had the prayer book, and we were doing the service, mostly in English. And she spoke very, very little, but she was the congregation. And I remember she had a real hard time saying righteous. So anyway, so we got started. We went to this island and that island, and you name it. And finally, each island represented the colonial person. I mean, power. Saint Martin was half French and half Dutch. It was really unusual. Well, on this side, people spoke Dutch. This side, they spoke French. Here was French money. Here was F. Anyway, being as it may, on the way back, her mother by then was living in Fontainebleau, which is about an hour train ride from Paris. And so I thought, why not stay in the Fontainebleau Hotel? It's a big hotel in Miami Beach. I mean, a big hotel. And I thought we would stay in the Fontainebleau Hotel, bring her back some Fontainebleau Hotel souvenirs. And it was kind of a fun thing. We could have stayed at any number of them. So we register, we come into the Fontainebleau, we register, and it's full of people, and because it's December, we got married in the fall, December kind of. And there were many Canadians, you know, the people that come from the east, from the New York area in Canada, what they're called snowbirds, I think, to Miami. Well, the first event that we went to was sort of a happy hour where people mingled around. And lo and behold, there's a couple that somehow we bumped into. It turned out to be, he was from Connecticut, a former Army legal person. He had to defend soldiers that did crazy things in France. I don't know what, had a title. And he married his interpreter, the interpreter for the, and she was French and blonde, and you know, could have been Babette 2 weeks prior, same color, equally attractive and French. So the two are speaking French, and I'm speaking to this Attorney General, whatever he was, and I overhear the wife of the Connecticut guy say in French to Babette that there's only one thing wrong with this hotel. And Babette in French says, what is it? And she says, there are too many Jews. So Babette could have said nothing, right? She was Jewish all for maybe 2 weeks, 10 days. So she says, you don't know to whom you are speaking. Well, the woman continues. And Babette keeps saying, well, you don't know to. Finally, it dawns on this woman, and she explodes, she says, oh, no, not you. And Babette says, oui, moi. So then she shifts to the usual, well, you're not like the others, my best friends are. So I was really proud of her. And therefore, it was just, you know, I had to take this Jewish thing seriously. But it wasn't just a coat of varnish. So that's how I got involved in the English-speaking Jewish community. And, of course, we had a bris. Oh, okay.
Let's take a break. Tell me what led to you contacting the Shoah Foundation to do this interview.
Oh, I didn't.
So tell me how that happened.
I think it happened because two of Camille's friends, Tara White and Lisa they know each other from film school. And I think that after the film that Nancy Margulies did, I think somehow or other, I did not make any initial contacts at all. I think I was asked, you know, I don't even remember. But I know that I didn't knock on any doors and say, hey, I didn't even know that they've done 56,000 until I saw that clip of the 30th anniversary where he talks about 56,000.
Yeah. So why is it important, you think, to tell your story about your experience in World War II?
I think that it's important. Well, first of all, I'm gratified that I'm being asked. But on the other hand, Henry, my brother and I, and with my dad also, my dad put in a claim, much to our objection, that he was part of the culture of Germany. He spoke German better than 99% of other Germans. And so he filed a claim, a loss of culture, because he was educated in Vienna, got his PhD, his companies and so forth. Now, Henry and I never thought of ourselves as, quote, Holocaust survivors. And I don't think that Pappy did either. Because we made a distinction in our minds between the idea of erasing a race as the Nazis' intention and the Hamas intention from the face of the earth, from the Russian view that they were cruel, and if you died, that was your problem, and if you died of starvation, that was your problem, if you died of disease, it was your problem. But in between, they wanted your labor. So the distinction that we made, at least Henry and I, that we were not Holocaust survivors, we were survivors of a different kind of deprivation based on not the fact that we're Jewish. I mean, there were one of the festivals that we entered our film was a Hungarian film called Endless Winters of Christian women being sent to Siberia, one of whom, who's the main character in the film, daughter of a minister who gives her a Bible to take along with that thin, oily, that thin paper. And one of the film images, first of all, the barracks look exactly the same as for us. There happens to be a personal story there. But she's shown ripping pages to roll cigarettes, and which in Uzbekistan and Siberia was the same, except for newspapers. But if somebody had a thin paper book, fine. So I've always thought of the Russians as wanting our labor, free labor, that the NKVD ran, the KGB ran, would round up people, were responsible for, and collected fees. And in addition, so it was for source of income for them. And in addition, the slaves were supposedly paid a little bit, because Pappy talks about the calculation of the pay scale, which was pennies a day. And part of that went to, quote, union dues. So they would show up at the international labor organizations in Geneva and brag about how they have 12 million union members. You know, General Motors had maybe 800,000 as the largest corporation in America. So the reason that I think this chapter is important, and maybe Spielberg people ran out of people with tattoos, you know, that did the real camps and survived the Auschwitz and the Bergenstock and all the rest. Maybe they've come to the end, and now they're finding people such as us. And Lydia, the editor of this book, I was going to say especially, her interest in history is that chapter. And she's not the only one. Dekel, first name will come to me, another one. People that were deported by the Russians and survived because they survived there. Many didn't, but they weren't burned in ovens or lined up in front of graves that they dug and been shot in the back, as in Baba Yar, which Papi was one of the first translators of that poem, by the way. And so that's why I think it's important. And I may add, with what is going on today. Now, we're filming it in 2024, in June. First day of summer, actually, was yesterday by some quirk of history. But, and Putin is doing what Stalin was doing, except on a modified scale in the Ukraine. This is second year. And the prisoners are not in some, prison, right? But they're being shipped off to Siberia, and the trees have grown back, and the mines are still there, and they have not been heard of probably, and they've taken over the cabins that we had that were maybe improved upon. The ones we had were vastly improved on because the first wave that was there lived underground. They built those things. Plus, the children, we were not separated by the NKVD, but Putin is, and he's putting up these children for adoption in Russia. So who knows if they will ever find their parents again. And if that isn't bad enough, and it is horrible that it's happening not even 80 years after World War II, in full daylight, in front of 193 countries, and so he's doing it at his pace. And at the same time, you've got the Hungarian guy, he's duplicating the Belarus person, the Serbian person, so that whereas never again, quote unquote, was the slogan of the day, it's not happening. It's happening again. So when my brother and I went to the Heritage Museum in New York, which had closed down for months because they mounted a major Auschwitz exhibit, including that car in front and 18 rooms of exhibits. There was a little video in the beginning, maybe 30 seconds, and it showed the treaty between Stalin and Germany to divide Poland. And that was it. From then on, the museum took over on the Nazi side. Nothing else about it. So the docents with whom we spoke and showed the film, they knew nothing about the Siberian Uzbekistan thing. And that's why I think it's important for people to know, because it's happening as we film this this story. And we were just miraculously able to leave, but so many people just gave up. So that's why.
What do you want your children and your grandchildren to know?
Well, with the grandchildren, it's more difficult because it's just another generation. You see, as I mentioned earlier, when Henry and I would say to ourselves, well, how do we prepare our children? It's 2 and 3. And we concluded that we really cannot, because if we send them to some survival camp, as the Boy Scouts have or others, they know And if we send them to the Arctic, they're going to go clothes. They're not going to go in summer wear and hope that somebody will give them a hat, as happened to my father, and that they would get these felt boots, as happened to us, or somebody would make them sleds or skis so they could get around. So it would be highly, highly artificial. So the only thing that we can say is that we need to train them from the inside, not so much from the outside, to hang on to their inner core ideals. I wouldn't even say values, because that's why Henry and I spent a lot of time on the unifying phrase of my parents' gravesides, when we said they saved the family with its ideals, because the ideals were always there. So I remember. Now the grandchildren, that's a problem for me. And Jenny has these two boys. I don't know. I don't want to speak for her, but my nephew Zeph has a blended family. Has two girls. One graduated from Brandeis, so you would think that she's indoctrinated. The other one is at St. Louis Obispo, and evidently has joined Hillel, so that's a good sign. From the other mother, there's a 7, 8-year-old who, I don't know what the background is going to be. Mother is Chinese American. But I think that he does have lights Hanukkah candles and does things. I don't know about being in a synagogue. I don't discuss it. I'm more concerned, quite frankly, that they have the right, that they have, in my opinion, the correct knowledge of Israel, of being Jewish, of having a Jewish state for the first time in 2,000 years, having the right to that state, being appalled that it's being put into question by other members of the United Nations, that this state should exist or not exist, that they have enough background information to know that anti-Semitism has been around for centuries. It's the oldest known curse. Before the Crusaders, even with the Crusaders, it was just the edict that the blood libel was not a Jewish thing, was lifted during my lifetime with Pope Pius II, the revision in the 60s. Up to then, it was dogma that Jews were responsible for the death of Christ. And so at every Easter and every Christmas after the Mass in Poland, there were riots because the priests would bring this to their attention. And the idea that we need Christian children's blood to make matzah is still floating around. When I give talks, I have one matzah in the box here, and I show them this water. There's no blood in it, but it's something that still exists. So whoever is the communists would be anti-Semitic because they thought Jews were capitalists. The Germans were anti-Semitic because they thought Jews were communists. The Arabs, the Hamas people, because they don't think we should exist. The Quran says that we shouldn't exist, and they follow the Quran. And in the Charter, that's what it says. So I'm trying to get the grandchildren to be conscious of that and to speak with authority and be proud that they're Jews, because Jews have contributed so much, and when they hear about this white privilege, that it just ain't so. The Jews on food stamps. And of the, was it 12 million Jews in the world? The vast majority are what we would consider brown. They come from North Africa and so forth. And so this whole idea that if you're Jewish, you don't belong in this club, which is what was going on in Berkeley and these other colleges. I'm like a bull with a red flag. I just go out of my mind. That some of Jewish kids participate in these encampments without any knowledge of the history of the struggles of getting a country, and without that country, there would be nowhere. Back to quotas, back to maybe not the Stone Age, but certainly insecurity. And it's because of Israel that they have security.
What are the parallels that you're seeing between now and pre-World War II?
Well, they're evident. Pre-World War II, there was national policy in Poland not to do business with Jews. I mean, national economic policy. So when Richmond or Oakland passes these resolutions about genocide and all of it, what happens? An ice cream store gets windows broken because it's owned by a Jewish person. New York City, there's a short video, a bunch of these Palestinian people walk into a subway car, crowded with them. One guy with a megaphone, door open, says, "If you're Zionist, raise your hand. This is your last chance to get out." I mean, today, 2 weeks ago, it made it into, I don't know, TikTok or something, Facebook. So anti-Semitism has come out of the woodwork openly, and people's businesses get smashed. There were people, an Israeli-owned cafe in Los Angeles that was attacked. There are a number of Jewish-owned businesses, and some that employ non-Jews. So it's not yet national policy in the United States, but it sure as heck is in Iran. No Jews can, I mean, they may have a token Jew here and there.
What does Zionism mean to you?
Zionism is a concept for me of having a country where Jews of all denominations have a home and have the right to defend that home when attacked. And since the creation of that home in 1947-48, they have never attacked anyone, but they had to respond to attack. And so what Zionism means to me is that it's a concept that allows me to know that I have a country in Zion. It goes back to biblical times, and that was lost during the Romans, and prior to that and has been legitimately established and given land, which now the people defend. And I don't think there's any country in the world that wouldn't defend itself when attacked. I mean, unless they were run by Chamberlain and said, just come on in and take over. So my father was president of the same organization as Zionist that Herzl started, and he, on Mount Herzl in New York, where Herzl is buried, you know, who's buried in Grant's tomb, is that kind of thing? Well, who's buried on Herzl, on Mount Herzl? Herzl. There's a museum, and my dad would say, Georgie, you see this desk? I had that same desk, because he was president of the same organization. It was a concept that floated by Herzl, and with help from Jabotinsky and others, to get. Not everybody bought that. There was a time where people were being encouraged to take Uganda as a homeland for Jews. The Russians set up a province for Jews, which they tried to palm off when they created all these satellite states. The name escapes me, but there's one based on Yiddish. But Herzl insisted, and others, that it be our original homeland. So when people say you're occupiers, what the hell are they talking about? We've been in that place since prior to biblical times. And when they talk about apartheid, they've never been to South Africa. I've been to South Africa. I worked in South Africa. When, because of convenience, Japanese were made white so they could stay in hotels, because it was only whites, Asians being Indians, and black. And the Asians did not stay in the same hotels, neither did the black. But when the Japanese started to do business in South Africa, they weren't about to be in shanties, so the South Africans made them white. Now, when the Chinese came, I don't know what they did. Well, of course, they supposedly got rid of apartheid. So when these idiots talk about Israel being an apartheid state, they forget about the 50-some nationalities that are there. And the Arabs vote, and they have all the universities save places for them. I think the Technion used to save 20% of admissions for them. They travel the country, they vote. And now, whether they feel not exactly welcome someplace, believe me, when I was there with a girlfriend in 2000, we didn't feel that comfortable in some of the so-called Palestinian areas. People smiled at us, but so Zionism for me is a way of life connected to Israel, where it is, I could give you a better definition, but for me that's what it means.
Do you think the Holocaust can happen again?
Do I think the Holocaust can happen again? You mean with ovens and burning people? If the Muslims have their way, according to the Quran and according to the statutes of the Hamas people, it can happen again in a variation of the theme. Because Muhammad is very clear about killing the infidels. And by the way, they're training from kindergarten to do the killing. One of the things that Israel is trying to convince the Palestinian authorities, for God's sakes, change the curriculum of kindergartens, because if you look at the videos of graduations of kindergartens, these kids are in uniform, in their PLO uniforms with the bandanas and would-be guns, and they're killing would-be Jews. That's how they graduate. So they may not burn us in ovens or suffocate us in showers, but they proved in the October 7th that that they're willing to burn babies and cut up stomachs of pregnant women and murder and take videos and brag about it to their parents. I mean, how more barbaric can you get? And on the 8th of October, they already had these slogans from the river to the sea, and these idiot students manifesting as if the Israelis were just waking up to the horror, and they were already pro make Palestine free in New York and in Boston, and Berkeley, and all these places.
And why do you think that is?
Because they were organized and financed by Qatar and others, and trained for years through the scholarships and the professorships that these Middle East Emirates send millions, if not billions, by this time probably over $1 billion, to our universities and finance chairs to hire specific kinds of people to teach specific kinds of courses. And how do you think that these professors all of a sudden manifested themselves? It was kind of like a mushroom. I was kidding around because when I came into Rochester by Greyhound bus, I had a suitcase, right? And if I was a registered geology major and going to some Rocky Mountain college, I would not be told to bring a tent and outdoor equipment. But how do you explain all these tents mustering up overnight, all looking the same? It wasn't that REI, whatever that camping company, or Coleman said, "Oh, you wanna camp? Here, come help yourself. We love the idea of you in camping." These were all planned things, and we were asleep, absolutely asleep. Why were we asleep? Because of the war, and because the generations of people being able to be Jewish or whatever without hiding themselves, we started participating in all of these movements, and people forget that the Jews financed the NAACP. Nobody talks about that. That Herschel and others marched with King. Nobody talks about that. That these young kids' voter registration went to the South and got killed, and nobody talks about that. And they were Jewish kids. That's all forgotten. So when all of these Hamas things started, you didn't hear much from the black community. Very little. I remember Darfur, where, by the way, nobody talks about the probably over 1 million people killed, Muslims to Muslims, in Sudan. You don't see these college kids manifesting, stop the war in Sudan, stop the killing in Iraq, stop the killing in Persia. Where are they? Where are they? Well, I remember when the Chinese came into Darfur because there was some oil there, supposedly. Temple Emmanuel here in the city, which I still remember, invited a couple Sudanese boys, they were called, or young men, who was on a speaking tour. And as a result, we all put on green hats, China, get out of Darfur, and we marched across the Golden Gate Bridge, our congregation. There wasn't one black person, not even honking cars, nothing. There was absolutely total silence. Well, Reverend Brown may show up at some of these Baptist conclaves and not do what Southern Baptists did, but he's an exception. So the point I'm saying is that we were asleep. We were so far on the left, liberal left, that any kind of thing that we thought was infringing on people's rights and rights of speech and free free this, free that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Where, in my opinion, one of democracy's problems, unless it really educates its people on the value and the responsibility of being in a democratic society, is that it allows the seeds of its future destruction to grow, because it's free speech, you know. So you have people such as Duke, you know, to this day, well, they all came out with the nice people, you know, Trump saying, so they all came out of Sharpsville and so forth. When you have the ADL defending Skokie, Illinois, the march, the Nazi march, it's an example of the value we put on free speech. Okay, but when free speech gets out of hand to this extent, where with the excuse of free speech, universities get vandalized, taken over, broken into, people resist arrest, graduations get disturbed, invited speakers get whistled out of the room, they get accosted, they have to get out through the back. That's an aberration of free speech, and it's causing us to erode our democracy. So my fear is, and I don't know how to solve that except through the school and education, and even that in California is being attacked because there is a law which was not passed that basically says that there are two people, the oppressors and the oppressed. And there's, I kid you not, and there's ethical, curriculum. They put Jews as the oppressors because we're the white oppressors. Come on, I mean, but that's what's going on. So we have to fight. Each congregation is now fighting this, going to these meetings. I can show you hundreds of emails of going to Fairfax and other jurisdictions and talking to these council people not to put on the agenda some of these things which are so anti-Semitic.
What do you think we need for peace?
What do you mean by peace? Lack of war, lack of shooting war, or what kind of peace are you talking about?
Or what do you think that, given what is going on nowadays with Hamas and with Israel and Palestine, what would you, the Palestinians, what would you like to see, or what is the vision that you have moving forward for resolve? Okay, the first thing is give the hostages back. I mean, from biblical times, when people take somebody as a hostage, it's accepted that the people whose person was abducted have the right to go and fight and get them back. Now, I'll give you an ironic thing. Recently, 4 hostages were saved. I don't know if you heard about that or not. In the process, an Israeli heroic kind of guy got killed. Nobody, except in Israel, they don't talk about him. They only talk about, okay, the 4. Do you know, I saw a clip on the BBC where a BBC spokesperson is interviewing a person from Israel, and she said, shouldn't you have given a warning to the people that were holding these hostages that you were coming after them? I mean, can you imagine? Because they had to bomb to get them out, and some got killed. But who got killed?
people that were holding them. There was one hostage, maybe not one of these four, that came out and said she was being held in an apartment whose owner or renter was a nurse who's being paid, by the way, on top of all these tunnels, where the Hamas people on the tunnels. They're normal apartment building. She was being held there, and these people were paid $19 a day to keep her. Do you know that the PLO pays $20,000 for any Jewish person that's killed by them? I mean, that is killed. They set up a tent. So a mother is interviewed, said, I have 7 sons, I've given 5. If I could have 7 more. In their mindset, they don't have the same mindset that we do toward life. They're living for some other world. So the answer to your question is, first of all, I'd want the hostages back, dead or alive. Secondly, I would want the Palestinian Authority to have some authority. By the way, PLO started with Yasser Arafat, and going back to Liberia, he personally assassinated one of my best salespeople who left me and Don and went to Beirut to set up an office, and he didn't pay a contribution, Christian Lebanese. Arafat cut him up in pieces and did the same to a Jewish representative of Columbia Pictures as proof that they mean business. All those planes that they were blowing up. So they don't come with really good credentials, these PLO people. And Abbas' thesis in Moscow was total denial that a Holocaust happened. That's his PhD thesis, University in Moscow. So the idea of them running and not giving the thing back to Hamas, because after all, the Israelis left. They left the hot houses. They left the crops in the house. What happened? The Hamas people, well, they weren't called Hamas, they came, they took the pipes, and that was it. No crops, no nothing. They weren't interested. And then they moved in their political arm. So what I would like to see is A, the hostages back, B, have some kind of an Arab international force guaranteeing the security of the Palestinians so that they don't get massacred by the Hamas people all over again, who are killing their own people when they don't say the right thing, or these numbers that the health ministry produces, they come out of the woodwork immediately. They don't even go do anything. And the UN swallows it, and the world swallows it. 37,000 people died. Bull. How many of them are militants? These have. So that's my rant.
What would you like to say to Holocaust survivors? What would be your message to them?
You mean the people with the tattoos?
Yeah.
The few that are still here?
Yeah.
My message to them? I would not necessarily ask them how they survived, because some of them may not be all that proud of how it was done. You know, some had to work pulling teeth and, doing things that they would not necessarily be proud of. I personally knew one who's no longer alive, who was a little kid, and he and his sister and his parents were taken. Parents were separated, and his sister, and he was a fighter. I think Lolek may have been a boxer as a kid. I don't know, but when he got to what's his name, Mendel there, and the guy punched him in the stomach, he didn't collapse. So as a result, he was taken to the side of work, and so he was working as a kid. His sister was Anyway, they split up. So at one point, an adult helped him survive with some food, and Lolek couldn't wait to be tattooed, which he was, because he felt that once tattooed, it was an indication in his mind that he had some value to the system, you know, that he wasn't going to get killed right away. He survived that camp and another one, two others. And there was an exhibit in Paris about those survivors, the boys that survived, blah, blah. And he was one of, he was the main person of the exhibit. Well, when he came out of the war, he was saved by an uncle in Paris and went to Israel first. Anyway, he wanted to become a plastic surgeon. And in the laboratories, it was hot. There was no air conditioning in France in those days. So he didn't want people to feel sorry for himself by rolling up his sleeve to see the tattoo. So he had his uncle, with a lot of objection, remove that, and he kept it as a parchment. And I saw it with him. And miraculously, he thought after the war that he would put a note into a bottle or something, I don't know, or wrote a note on this provisional money that was created. And sure enough, he found his sister that way. It was just a miraculous thing. But he became a surgeon, and so had his own clinic, married a former girlfriend of mine, but we were very, very good friends. And the thing is that he would be called upon by young German people who were writing the story of this camp and this dormitory and that dormitory. And I remember going with him with these parchments to help them. Well, he was a different candidate. He was anxious to talk about his story because he survived. But I don't know of any that went through the German thing. There was one in Corte Madera who went through the Russian thing, and I talked to her, Sonia. She was a partisan, and quite famous, actually. So.
What is something that I haven't asked you about that's important,
That's
to
important?
talk about? Yeah.
Wow. Give me a hint. Be a prompter. Give me the one with respect to the family, with respect to the outside world, with respect to current situation.
Is there any question that you were really hoping that I asked you and I haven't asked you?
I didn't have any preconceived ideas. I did want to get the point across, which somehow maybe I bungled through, that we did about the current situation, which is, in my mind, so awful because it's just so twisted. You know, when George Orwell came out with that book, was it 1984? Do you remember the book? No? Oh my gosh. George Orwell, I think it was 1984. Well, basically, he basically predicted what's happening now, where black is white, white is black, and where everything's upside down, and which is what's going on now, except in real life, not in fiction. So when you have people use such expressions with vigor and enthusiasm and you know, all the intellectual power about oppressors and occupiers and apartheid and killers of innocent people and genocide, I'm looking at that and saying, are they in the real world? I mean, do they really know what the definition of genocide is as accepted by the United Nations? Have they ever been in a apartheid? You know, apartheid was a voted-in program by the South Africans. When I first was in South Africa, it was 1960, but they came into power in 48, I think. And they publicly stated their agenda, the Afrikaners. And the British population said, oh, this thing is so crazy, nobody's going to vote for them. So they stayed home. The Afrikaners all showed up, they voted legally, won the election, and then gerrymandered every city into tiny little pieces, surrounding them by enormous agriculture areas where they were the dominant people. And that's how apartheid went into it. And it took all these years, and Mandela and so forth, so on, to come out. So once you lose what you have, it's impossible. Look, Israel was born after 2,000 years of anxious waiting. Jews, for centuries, would, first of all, face Jerusalem when they prayed. My father talks about this rabbi that had the problem in Siberia trying to figure out where to turn so he's facing Jerusalem. Go figure out in the woods of Siberia. So for 2,000 years, after every Seder, we would say, next year in Jerusalem, next year in Jerusalem. There was a concept and a place and a homeland. Finally we get it after 2,000 years. And it is questioning the right to exist. Why don't they question, I don't know, Belarus or Andorra or Djibouti or any other country that came out of nowhere? Why do they have the right to exist? Why do they have the right to defend themselves? Ethiopia is at war with itself for years. Do any of these people, they go to Ethiopian restaurants and, tear their bread and eat. Do they give a damn about Ethiopia?
Why do you think this is?
Because they don't care. They only care about Jews. Because of this deep-rooted, that Jews, I don't know why, but we don't have the same rights as everybody to exist. For centuries. What was wrong with Jews when Queen Isabella decided to throw them out? What did they do?
What does this feel like for you now?
By the way, by throwing them out, there was a brain drain, and Holland became very prosperous. Sorry.
What does this feel like for you now? Having all of this come up, given your history.
It makes me absolutely livid to think that Ireland, has had all these troubles among themselves, right, between North and South. I remember I was with my dad in Portugal, Lisbon. He was visiting, so I met him in Lisbon. And we went to a synagogue, and we walked in, and all of a sudden, all these people were making a big fuss about us. They just set us here. They were expecting the Lord Mayor of Dublin, a man by the name of Driscoll, who's Jewish. And Driscoll headed up the St. Patrick's Parade in New York that year, okay? All of a sudden, the Irish are basically kicking Jews out. The Labour Party in England, with Corbyn, whatever his name is, why did they turn so anti-Semitic? It's the left is just gone berserk about Jews being, but it's not just the left. The right is also. So I feel that we're being squeezed. So look at these countries, Norway, Ireland, and who was the third one that announced that they're recognizing Palestine? Oh, Spain. Okay, Spain. How many years has it been for the Basques to try to have a say of something in Spain? They've been fighting for years. the people in Norway have the most non-for-profits that are Arab funded. They send more money to Arab causes than any other country. And Ireland, what have Jews ever done to the Irish? Nothing. So it just makes me absolutely livid when people misguide their own history and their own troubles. How many years did they fight with Mitchell finally bringing calm to the so-called troubles? And even now they kill each other, the Protestants and the Catholics. Certain pubs you can't go into if you're one or the other. Certain marches, they have certain marches. You can't march in this neighborhood or that neighborhood. And all of a sudden they got interested in the Palestinian cause. It just makes me furious, and I'm saying that I'm ranting for the future generations that may see this, because when you ask me, what would I talk to Holocaust survivors? There's so few of them. There must be. I mean,
or how about their children and grandchildren?
Their children, that's different. Their children are different.
The ones that are carrying the
Well, I'm
trauma.
beginning to hear about the grandchildren, because the grandchildren are meeting the anti-Semitism on campuses, and they're being told by the instructors, it's not such a good idea for you to wear your Star of David for this class because you're going to be harassed. I mean, that's the instructor telling his student in Berkeley, the home of free speech, right? So Columbia the same. So they're beginning to feel the heat. They're beginning to feel that when they came back from the summer, all of a sudden they were members of a law school club of some kind, and walking in and they say, "Oh, you're not allowed here. Why not?" Because you're a Zionist. You're Jewish Zionists. We don't accept you. So a bunch of these hardcore Arabs changed the bylaws of this legal club here in Berkeley. And they decided that not a Jewish person, because being Jewish automatically is Zionist, and they're against Zionism, without even knowing what the hell Zionism is all about. So those grandchildren are beginning to feel it, because they're beginning to hesitate to wear any kind of jewelry or any kind of insignia, or certainly not the little caps if they're religious. And so they're now getting educated.
What would you say to them, thinking on, and we're kind of wrapping things up and wanting to bring this back to the ideals that you speak about with your family, of how they maintained such positive look in life given the circumstances. So what's a bit of hope that you can share that's part of those ideals?
Well, the first hope is it's a sort of a, I don't want to make light of your question, but have you heard of Jackie Mason? No, he was a comedian. He's not in the best of taste in current standards, okay, but he came from a long family of rabbis and decided that he could have a better contact with congregation if you tell him jokes. So he performed all over the world, including the royal family. So one of his stories is a typical thing is that Jews say, all right, so-and-so, they tried to kill us, we won, let's go eat. You know, so the thing is, people have tried to kill the Jews from, I don't know if I wasn't there day one, but when Abraham became the first Jew, and we just finished the holiday of Shavuot, where we've given our Torah, the law. And by the way, that one of the reasons I wanted for you to have some glimpses is because traditionally we eat things that have to do with dairy, and that holiday just finished. The laws were basically available to everybody, but nobody wanted them except us. But it's a big responsibility to live under these conditions. And so you have all these religious Jews that try to do that, and that's a problem with respect to the conscription to the army, but that's another subject. In any event, so what I think deep down is we have survived so far every attempt to get rid of us, every, including a major one with the Nazis. Now, the Muslims came close at one time. They were outside the gates of Vienna, and they got defeated. And they've never forgotten that. But they weren't after Jews, they were just after infidels, and we're part of the infidels. So they've never forgotten that, and they, they keep trying. So I'm convinced that if we have a reunion up there sometime, that Jews will still be. Now, what kind of Judaism they'll practice, I don't know. However, I have a feeling that since our scroll of laws has survived all this time, that it will still be based on laws, ethical laws, and how to live your life correctly. Now, you may question that, but however, it's not going to come with zero education. And so to wind up, I would say that my optimism is based on the continuation of education through camps and schools and Sunday schools and other schools. I have to learn it somewhere.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
All right. That concludes the interview.
Oh, well, thank you for doing the interview. Well, what you see here is a box, a souvenir box, which some of the workers that with whom my father worked at the joint in Tehran gave him when he left. The interesting thing is this. First of all, he established a esprit de corps in the workforce. They had many different nationalities, Armenians and Polish non-Jews and Jews and Iranians and Baha'is and all kinds of people. And he instilled on them the importance of their work, that it was really life-saving, because the Persians, particularly the girls, were not used to working, period, and working in concert with others. So they would pick up something, put it down, and then run someplace else and get another thing. So he organized a smooth, and they got up to 10,000 packages a month from zero. And these packages were extremely valuable because they prolonged, once they got to the destination, about 3 months' worth of life by selling the content, instead of consuming it, by selling it on the open black market. So a couple of the Armenian girls, well, I say girls, I'm not being sexist, but in those days, that's what we call the secretary, said, this is dated December 29th, December 10th, December 29th, 1945, where they bought this Persian inlaid box and they engraved it inside to Dr. Landau. And what does it say? The kindest manager we ever had, and remembrance from the three, because they were sisters in JDC Tehran. So there was, Bronya was not a sister. Bronya was actually she wound up working in New York in the Russian translating department, but Mara and the other one were two Armenian sisters. So that's souvenir one.
Tell us about this item.
Oh, this is one of my favorite items because I felt really, really free in Tehran as a kid. And I spoke Urdu and Uzbekistan, so I was quickly, I learned to speak Persian or Farsi rather quickly. And so I was free, I would roam around the streets. But I had learned to negotiate in Uzbekistan because that was my job to buy the wood and or melons or other things. So I just knew how to do things their way. And I spotted this particular bottle. It had a tiny little bird on top, but unfortunately the bird got lost. And that contained, in its original form, rose water that the Persians would use to perfume their hands and things. And they still use a lot of rose water. So I spotted that in a really big antique store, and I decided that I wanted to buy that for my mother as a Mother's Day present. So I then started to use the traditional Persian way of buying things, which meant that I went into the store and got greeted and this and that. And the antique dealer fairly quickly realized that I wasn't just some kid, wasting time, that I was serious. But the way things work is that you never talk about what you really want on the first nor even the second visit. So we'd started conversations on some other object, and we were into the negotiating, and then I thought, well, I'd walk out. And I think it was on the second day, or the second time I went to see him, that on the way out I'd say something, kind of offhand. And by the way, what is this bottle? What does this do? And so that was my original intent. And by the third visit, I negotiated and bought it, and my mother was pleased with it. But the agreement was that if I was just a kid, I was not, 12, 11, 12, that after I got married that I would get it. So after I got married, she gave it back. I mean, didn't give it back to me, she just gave it to me. And I always have such a nice time thinking about that particular bottle and the process of getting it, and the fact that the antique dealer treated me as a normal person, not just a kid that was fooling around. So that's the story of that bottle. Well, these two little toys, as you notice, one has a missing leg, I brought along when we were deported from Lvov. And I must have had them in Lvov. We did have some toys in Lvov, Henry and I, but we also had them in Krakow. So whether they were already in Lvov when we got there or whether I brought them from Krakow, I don't know. But in any event, they went with me on this unexpected trip to Siberia and Uzbekistan and Persia, and from then on. And I played in Siberia particularly. I don't remember playing with them by the time we got to Uzbekistan and Persia, but I sure played with them in Siberia because it was very, very cold. And for one of my birthdays, a friend more of Henry's than mine, he whittled me out of a piece of wood, a little train, a wooden train, and I would put these little animals in the train, and with my knees I would make a terrain and have the train go up and down these sort of would-be mountains while I was staying warm in the bed. So they mean a lot to me, and the note attaches when my mother gave them to me, and so here I am. Actuarially, in 2 days, what today, 21? In 2 days I'll be actuarially 92, so I've had him for a long time.
And what does the note say?
What, if you permit me, I'll take the note and read it. It says, and here they are. Much love to you. And that's my mother's signature. So she saved them in this little box that has a lining, a cotton lining. So and if you, the future viewers, if you ever see the documentary called Lies and Miracles, I talk about these animals and actually show them in the documentary. I don't know if YouTube will be available when you're going to see this, but it's on YouTube with subtitles, and it's 41 minutes long. So, well, the next thing that I'd like to share with you is my official birth certificate. When I was born in Poland, actually I was born in Lvov, even though we live in Krakow. I was born in Lvov, which was the seat of my mother's family, actually both families, but my mother was very attached to hers. And there's some interesting things about that certificate because, first of all, well, of course, like any birth certificate, it gives the date and the time, and it also gives my date of my circumcision. And that's important because in Poland, when you're circumcised, it automatically meant you're Jewish. I mean, there weren't too many Muslims, if any, at the time, on 24th of December 1932. So, and it also is interesting because the birth certificate specifically says that I'm legitimate, and that's the word, because they mention the wedding of my parents that took place in 1928, and they even quote the page that it's registered in. It gives the name of my father as Dr. Meyer Landau, that he's married, and he gives his degree, chemist, and where we live, and also my mother's maiden name, Esther née Thaler, and married in Lvov, and daughter of my grandparents, and so on and so forth. And it also gives the names of my grandparents, so I'm really fully, and the name of the midwife. That's unusual. But the last thing that is most unusual to us in this country is that this birth is recorded in the Jewish Registrar of Birth. And so most of us feel that, I'm talking to you in Tiburon, Marin County, people that are born here as my granddaughter, they get registered in Marin County, period, as having been born. There's no separate department for if you're a Muslim or a Jew or Catholic or whatever. But Poland makes that distinction. You're not a Polish citizen if you're other than a Catholic. So anybody else, or Christian. So Jews have, even though Jews have been in Poland for over 1,000 years, and there's a museum to prove that, they're not considered full Polish citizens. So that's my story. But related to that, in which I'll show you next, are my passports. Well, in front of you are 3 passports. This is not going to be 3-card Monte using passports, but 2 of them have a perforation because they had expired. And as you know, nowadays the passports are issued for much longer lengths of time than they were in the old days. And since I traveled a lot, I used to have extra pages for visas and stamps and things. The interesting thing about those passports is that they give the name and the birth date and so forth and the country of birth. So up to the latest one, which is my current one, the passports would always give my place of birth as Poland. And you saw it a few moments ago with my official birth certificate, so there's no question. But now, so if you notice the two perforated ones, the expired passports, if you look at the page that has my photograph and the details about the passport, it clearly says that I was born in Poland, as evidenced by my official birth certificate. Well, the last one that came on a renewal, I wasn't paying attention to that page, but I needed a place to store the proof of COVID vaccination. So I thought, well, they always ask for IDs, I'll put it in the passport. And that caused me to look inside, and lo and behold, I found out, to my surprise, that I was no longer born in Poland, I was born in the Ukraine. So that was without my knowledge or approval. Now you may say, well, what difference does it make? That was my thought to my brother. But my niece points out that if I were not about to be 92, that it makes a big difference, because if I was half my age and went to, by the way, Lvov, where I was born, is no longer called Lvov, it's called Lviv. So if I went to Lviv in the Ukraine and showed up, we do not, in the United States, protect people who are naturalized citizens when they go back to the country of their birth. And that's why there's an American citizen about to be tried in Russia because she went there to visit her family and the Russians accused her of espionage. In any event, not that I have intention of going, but if I did show up in the Ukraine, I could be drafted up to age 45, and guess what? Probably sent to fight the Russians again. But equally important, as pointed out by my niece, that Poland is in the common market. And so showing up in Poland with all the craziness of the country, I say craziness for the reasons that they're going through a political turmoil, I could nevertheless travel without visas to all the other common market countries. But the Ukraine is not a member. They may be, but they're not yet. And as a result, I would not be able to travel to next door to Poland or France or Germany. So where you're born does make a difference. And so I thought it'd be interesting for you to see these passports. And my thought is not that I could have done much about it, but pay attention to what's going on in Europe, because you may find yourself in a similar situation and unknowingly paying consequences. So. Well, the next exhibit is an actual report card from a school that I attended in Tehran, Iran, when we were there. There were so many people of Polish nationality at the time in Tehran that the Poles set up a separate school. My brother was 2 years older. After the second day refused to go because he just couldn't take the anti-Semitism. And I did go because what you have to understand that in this country, unless the Supreme Court keeps moving in the peculiar direction, we do have a separation of state, religion, and state. So you could be Jewish, Muslim, Baha'i, whatever, and go to public schools, and there's no religion is not taught during the curriculum. If your parents wanted you to have religious training, they would arrange for it outside of the public school system. Well, but in Poland, that's not the case. Every classroom that you walk into has the statue of Jesus on a cross, and they assume that everybody is Christian or Catholic. And in addition, during the school year, during the school day, a priest comes to teach the youngsters about the Catholic religion. Well, I and another Jewish student, Sever Volksweiler, I remember him, we would leave the room and hang out in the yard. And then during breaks, we had to do the business of fighting it out with the others who accused us of all of the usual anti-Semitic things. But once that was settled, they left us alone. Well, in this report card, you can see that various subjects and my grades are pretty decent. They're good, very good, this and that. But when it comes to religion, there's a big blank because I did not participate in that class. So I thought it's an interesting for you all who are watching this now to hopefully we still have a separation of religion and state so that you can go to public school and study religious dogma on your own or in a separate environment, unless you go to parochial school. So that's what I wanted to show you. Well, what you see now is the actual manifest of part of the passenger list on this SS Santa Paula that brought us from Persia via Italy to the United States in 1945. The interesting thing about this voyage was that we were part of a convoy with number of destroyers and other naval vessels because the danger was the German submarines. So the trip took about 6 weeks. But I remember stopping in Naples along the way, and that's when I ate spaghetti for the first time. And also, even though I was a kid, we were allowed to go and see Pompeii, which I still have memories of. So the image that I remember the best is the Statue of Liberty, because we did go through Ellis Island. And my mother was extremely nervous because I had a sty in my eye, and she was applying some kind of a stick with medication and hoping that I wouldn't be quarantined. But all went well, and we were met by Red Cross ladies giving out coffee and peanut butter jelly sandwiches. So that's my arrival in the United States. Well, these two photographs are very, very different. They're from different eras. The one is of my mother with a tennis racket. Yes, she did play tennis, and she also skied. And in those days, you carried your skis up the mountain and made a picnic up there, and then you skied back down. That was it. There were no chairlifts. The one of my dad is at the Parisian wedding. We were first married in Paris, and then again in Chicago. And Babette had a friend who arranged to have a private wedding ceremony instead of one every 15 or 20 minutes, which is what happens in France. The interesting there was that you get married in the neighborhood where you live, in the city hall of the neighborhood where you live. And so we happened to be living in a chic neighborhood at the time, and so the wedding took place in what used to be a prestigious building, set up for horses to come around and let people off carriages. And so I rented a 2-horse carriage, and for Babette to arrive. And no, she arrived in a limousine, but we left in that carriage to go down the Champs-Élysées. Anyway, it was a very nice, and the mayor was so pleased that the thing was put to life as it was meant to be a few hundred years ago. The only thing we weren't prepared for was that part of the ceremony meant giving some kind of charity, and I think that my father looks a little embarrassed because I don't know if he had any French money to give at the time, but we took care of it.
What year were these taken?
In 1966.
And the picture of your mom?
Oh, that was probably before Henry and I were born, so that must have been maybe 1929
And
or 30.
where was she in this picture?
In Poland. In Poland. Yeah. Well, these 3 pictures are all of my mother, and quite frankly, I think it's before my time, but maybe just after I was a little boy. So the one that shows her in this Austrian dress, it's a costume. When I say costume, I don't mean a theatrical costume. It's a type of dress that I wish I knew the word, drindle or dreidel or something like that. It's an Austrian outfit, and so she must have been on a trip because she wouldn't be wearing that in Lviv. My mother got married when she was 19, which was par for the course in those days. So she was a young teenager, really, still. And the middle picture, I don't know that apartment, but it may have been the home that we had before Henry and I were born in Żywiec. And the next one is of my mother. This looks like a stage portrait. Whereas the other 2 are sort of spontaneous. I must tell you that her brother, Runek, was an amateur photographer, and he had a Leica and camera, and he would line people up and take pictures. I suspect that he took that one. I'm not sure, but that one I remember my mother more in that pose, that image, and hopefully in another picture that we may show you. Well, this is a picture of my mother, and I think at this era that I was already born, and she's still a young person, but you can see more of an adult. So she's certainly older than 19. She may be in the early 20s. But it's pre-war, and it's probably taken in Lviv, because she liked to be at what she called her home. You know, we had nice apartments wherever we lived. So that's not much I can say about that, except I think that my childhood memories of my mother are more in that direction. So this is a collection of photographs which Florence, the middle daughter, made for me. And this gentleman is my grandfather, my mother's father. And that's where we stayed in in his home. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll do that. This gentleman is my grandfather on my mother's side, and that's me. And the thing was, you see, he's wearing pajamas, and I have a kind of a night thing too, because he would have a nap in the afternoon, and I would join him. I remember that, because when he would wake up from the nap, on the side table was always a half of grapefruit with sugar, and he would share it with me. So my introduction to grapefruit was at a very early age. I don't remember this because I was more of an infant. I mean, I don't ever remember having a dress or what boys could be. This, so I'm not going to spend much time there. This is the same grandfather who took my brother and me on, he would frequently go to spas, and I guess we were invited, so he took us on a boat ride. And here I must be, this is before the war, I must be maybe 6, 5 or 6, and Henry's 2 years older. That's me, about the same age. This picture, I know that the sweater is hand knit. Now, the actual image, you know, now that I look at it, I'm not certain whether it's the image that was taken by a street photographer in Uzbekistan when we were asked to submit photographs for a visa, which actually happened about a year later, or whether it was a photograph in Persia, in Tehran. But in any event, it was not yet in the United States. Skipping many years, this photograph is of me in Bronx High School of Science in shop. And my project was, my father, for some reason, wanted my brother and I to smoke a pipe. He didn't smoke, but he wanted us. It was intellectual. So I was making a pipe out of a block of briar wood, special wood, on this lathe. I remember that. Now moving down, or is that correct?
Actually, can we move to...
Oh, this one. Oh, this is a very happy photograph of my brother Henry and me on a balcony in Tehran shortly after we arrived. And we consider that our freedom photograph. So Florence enlarged and framed it, and the other day would have been 80 years to the day that was freedom. And oddly enough, it was the same day that my father's book was published, so that's significance. Where should we go next?
Just a moment.
All right.
Okay.
Well, this is a photograph of my mother, my brother and I in a park. We would frequently go out and walk in park and play with children in the park, but you notice that we're dressed pretty much the same. We were not twins, but she liked to have us nicely dressed and wearing pretty much the same things. There's another photograph from that era.
Where was that picture taken?
Oh, in Lviv or Krakow, one of the Polish towns. I think in Lviv. Oh, that picture. I had a reputation, which stopped the day we got into the cattle car, of being a slow eater, a difficult eater. And so this is a picture that shows me eating. And the thing was that I was told that I frequently take a nap and still wake up with the food in my cheek.
And where was that picture taken?
In Poland. That was in Poland. Again, it could have been Krakow or Lviv, because we were so frequently in Lviv. But I think this one was in Krakow. I think this one, and that one is with my mother in the park. Which one then? Which one? This one? Oh, that's already in Persia with Papi. Oh, so I was. Yeah, that's Persia. That's a picture of my mother and I, pre-war, in New York. I mean, not. I'm sorry, in a park in either Lvov or Krakow. This is a winter scene. That's, you know, Henry and I are younger, bundled up in winter clothing, and you can see how winter-ish it looks. My mother and father were considered tall, so she's shown as a tall young lady.
And where is that picture taken?
Again, all those pictures are either Lvov or Krakow. That one is already in New York, and that was taken on West 76th Street, where Henry and I, I went to junior high school from that apartment and started high school, and Henry was in high school and then went off to college. But that's in New York, or it could have already been on East 82nd Street. But in any event, I was, at that age, I was either already in high school or almost in high school. That is who I looked at, or as I looked at, and that may have already been in Persia. Well, this one is Papi taking, against me, although in those days students to school, the backpacks were not invented yet. People had these book carrying things, and so I was being taken to school.
Okay.
Well, this photograph appears on my father's book, and it's my dad with Henry and me, and you see we're wearing already New York type clothes. We have jackets on. So that was taken in New York. This is Henry wearing pretty much the same outfit that I was wearing earlier, because people would knit sweaters, and I noticed he's wearing about the same kind of sweater that I was. So that could have been still in Tehran or maybe Little Rock. Oh, this is my graduation, the University of Rochester, where my parents came, and actually Henry came as well. And there's a picture of him congratulating me, a panel. So this one is in New York City. We live near Central Park, so it's Henry and our parents. That is my graduation from the University of Rochester, and you notice the other young man is Henry. He came for my graduation. Okay, this is a vacation in Poland, as are a couple others. And the thing about, there's a movie called Gentleman's Agreement with Jimmy Stewart that in this country played and showed the anti-Semitism of hotels where people have legitimate reservations, prepaid and all that, and when they arrive, all of a sudden there's no room available because it's determined that they're Jewish. So those vacations, and there's another one down below here, correspond to such an incident. And ironically, I just want to mention in passing that the editor of this book, for my 90th birthday, created a book for me, and she traces that she takes her family to the same spot. Because in Poland, if you look at some of these pictures, they're identical, except she didn't have the problem being bounced out. So that's one of those vacations. I think we covered that one.
Okay, hold on.
You mean this one we did?
We already did that one, yeah.
So, all right, whatever. Sure. Whenever you're ready. Well, this is a picture of me and my dad, and again, I'm by the looks of things, we're having breakfast. And the reason that they're just the two of us is because Henry at one time was ill, and he was quarantined. So my mother was occupied with him, and I was left alone with my father, and so we had breakfast. That is one of those vacation spots, and you notice that's why I was so disappointed with Nice, because all you see here are pebbles. And that was one of these vacations where when we showed up, we couldn't stay where my mother had made reservations, so we wound up being in some pension, and it was not a nice vacation. Oh, that's a photograph of me already as a young man working in Geneva. My father came to visit me, and I remember that photograph. This is my uncle Runek, who went back to Palestine and fought in the 47-48 war and stayed. He married a Sabra. That means a person who was already born in Israel. Her parents came as Russian from the same generation that they wound up running the country, the Rubens, the Dianes, and so forth. So they all slept on the floors together and started the country. Oh, this is in Iraq. We were met in New York by cousins called the Broners, whose son got drafted, and he came to visit us in Little Rock, Fred. He wound up being a professor of Latin American history in Jerusalem, where he's no longer alive. Well, this photograph is a stage photograph for a portfolio of something that I had to show up, some photo shoot. I was already working probably at Westinghouse at the time, and that's all I can say about that photograph. Well, that's an interesting photograph because that shows Babette as a non-married person, and she came. Our company had humongous summer events for our managers, and they were usually involved with entertainment, and so frankly, she came at kind of the wrong moment because I was so occupied with all the salespeople, I wasn't paying that much attention to it, but except for that shot when we went dancing. And that is a shot of my father, brother, and me, and that's probably in New York City. And that is me, the same era when my dad came to Geneva to visit me as this previous photograph, because I seem to be wearing the same outfit. Well, this is a photograph of me at one of the numerous board meetings or sales meetings of the company. I was on the board of the main company and many of its subsidiaries, so there were frequent meetings, and we had a photographer on staff, and this is one such photograph.
And where was that photograph
That's
taken?
in Geneva. And this is a photograph in Florida, near Naples, Florida, Fort Myers, Naples, that area, where my uncle would come with his family, and I would frequently also join him and swim with my cousins and just have a family time. So there are some of those. I would like to say that there's one other photograph here with me in a crew cut, which was a period of my life, and that was... Okay, so that photo of me holding up a wedding cake with a crew cut is an era of my life. It goes back to when I was a bachelor at Westinghouse, sharing the house with other bachelors, one of whom was getting married. And so that's the photograph. The interesting thing there, I don't know what made me get a crew cut. I guess I just wanted to be one of the people in Pittsburgh in the 50s. That was the thing. And but you notice that I was still wearing a tie and a shirt and almost dropped that cake. And this photograph has an unusual history. I was working at the film developing plant, and the radio was on, and the song was playing, and the announcer said, if you call in when you identify one of the first to identify the song, you'll get a portrait or something. So anyway, so I asked my boss whether I could call. So he said, yeah. So I called, identified the song, and I won this portrait that day. So I went by my uncle's medical office, and he practiced medicine in a doctor's frock. So I took his jacket, we were about the same size, and went off to the studio to have that photograph. So it's
where
from
was
Cedar
that?
Rapids, Iowa, in the 50s.